Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
You know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में develop कर लिया था. It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard, जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही unveil किया था and the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, स्टॉपवॉच.
Welcome back. Bypolls to 13 assembly constituencies in 7 states are being held today, the first since the Lok Sabha elections, which saw the BJP falling short of a majority and the opposition gaining strength. But key bypolls in 13 assembly seats across 7 states, I beg your pardon. It's the TMC versus the BJP that's in focus on 4 seats in West Bengal. Vikravandi by-election in Tamil Nadu, meanwhile, the polling is at 12.94% till 9 a.m. Let's go across to my colleague Saurabh Gupta, who's been tracking the latest developments as far as West Bengal is concerned. Saurabh, the stakes are high for both the ruling Trinamool Congress, which actually beat all expectations and improved its tally in the Lok Sabha polls, and the BJP, whose figure went down from 18 to 12.
Yes, and you know, in several of these bypolls that you're seeing, it has been necessitated because of the Lok Sabha elections where MLAs quit their MLA positions, joined another party and contested the Lok Sabha elections unsuccessfully, and some of them are recontesting once again as MLAs from their old seats. Now let's take a look at the seats that are going to polls. Maniktala is the first seat in Kolkata. Maniktala, of course, the bypoll has been necessitated because the senior Trinamool leader there, Shadhon Pandey, died, and therefore the Trinamool has fielded his wife Shupti Pandey from the seat, and the BJP of course has fielded Kalyan Chaube to take on Shupti Pandey in that seat. Then you also have Raiganj in Uttar Dinajpur district. There of course Krishna Kalyani quit the BJP as an MLA and then of course joined the TMC. He contested the Raiganj seat but lost to Kartik Paul of the BJP. He is now contesting from the same MLA seat that he had quit, but this time on a Trinamool ticket. Then you have the Ranaghat Dakshin seat. There too, Mukutmoni Adhikari, who was a BJP MLA, quit. He joined the TMC, contested the Lok Sabha elections unsuccessfully. Now, of course, he's contesting from his old seat once again, but on a Trinamool ticket again. Then you have Bagda. In Bagda too, the MLA had resigned and joined the TMC and contested the Lok Sabha elections, lost. But what happened was here now the Trinamool has fielded someone called Madhuparna Thakur, who is the daughter of Rajya Sabha MP Mamata Bala Thakur. But more importantly, she hails from the Thakur Bari or the Thakur family, and they have huge influence over the Mothua community, which is the dominant voting group in this constituency. So these, of course, are the constituencies that are going to polls. Each constituency closely watched. The BJP hopes to retain the 3 seats that it won in 2019 that are going to bypolls. The Trinamool is confident they'll win all 4 seats. However, the results, of course, are an indicator of, how, because these are, of course, bypolls, so usually the ruling party has an advantage. But if the BJP can hold on to some of the seats that it is contesting, some of the seats which were its own seats in 2021, then it would of course be happy with that performance.
Thanks so much, Saurabh, as always, for joining us with those key details. We also have Sam Daniel with us at the moment. Sam, lots of action expected in Vikravandi in Tamil Nadu. You have mentioned that hooch deaths are a challenge for the DMK there.
That's right, Parameshwar. The key opposition, the AIADMK, has boycotted this bypoll, alleging misuse of official machinery by the ruling DMK. So the contest is between the ruling DMK and the PMK, that's part of the NDA. And it was the DMK MLA who had died recently, paving way for this by-election. And the PMK, which is part of the NDA, has raked up the illicit liquor tragedy in neighboring Kallakurichi district, which had led to the death of 65 people there. And during the campaign, it alleged connivance by police officials and also alleged complicity by the ruling DMK, which the ruling party has denied. The PMK also rakes up the issue of the DMK's failure to what it calls preserve the 10.5% internal reservation given to the one-year community. And the ruling DMK, of course, denies these allegations, saying the government had done everything possible immediately, including suspension of the SP and several police officers and appointment of a one-man inquiry commission. And they count on the welfare schemes of the ruling DMK over the last couple of years in Tamil Nadu, including the 1,000 rupee monthly assistance for women and the free bus ride for women across Tamil Nadu. And the BJP, of course, has been challenging and criticizing the DMK on issues of the illicit liquor tragedy, family politics and corruption. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin interestingly did not campaign in person in this constituency because party sources say he was uncomfortable because he did not travel to Kallakurichi when the illicit liquor tragedy took place, and hence he had only sent a video message appealing for votes and had deployed ministers, including his son Udaynithi, to campaign. So we'll have to wait and watch whether the voters in this constituency would look at this as a referendum on the performance of the ruling DMK, although trends-wise, it's quite a regular feature in Tamil Nadu that assembly bypolls are won by the ruling party normally.
Sam, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the latest. Let's get you the latest update from Manipur. Alleging injustice, Kuki INP, the traditional governing body of the Kukis in Manipur, has called for a 12-hour shutdown in Kuki-Zo-dominated areas today. In Kangpokpi, there was protests demanding release of the arrested people. The protesters stated that amidst the alleged brutal killings of the Kuki-Zo people by the Manipur state, the deployment of the Central Security Forces in vulnerable areas initially provided a sense of safety and security for the Kuki-Zo people. For the latest from Ground Zero, let's go across to my colleague Rathadeep Chaudhary, who joins us live at the moment. Rathadeep, what details can you disclose currently?
Well, in the Kuki-Zomi tribe-dominated areas of Manipur like Kangpokpi, Churachandpur and even More, there have been a total shutdown for 12 hours which have started from this morning. Now, why this shutdown has been called is because yesterday in an operation by the security forces, the security forces claimed that they have nabbed 3 members of insurgent groups who were carrying military-grade automatic weapons and about 1,300 rounds of ammunition on them. And after this arrest, actually the Kuki-Zo civil society groups wanted these people to be released, and there was a kind of a protest as well last evening in Kangpokpi district. Now, what police sources are telling us that security forces were tipped off by the NIA in regards to these people. Remember, NIA at this moment is investigating into last year's ethnic violence and what led to the violence, in the sense the terror angle to the violence, given the fact that there have been allegations of armed groups from the other side of the border with Manipur, from the Myanmar side also being involved in the conflict, and therefore on a NIA tip-off this operation was carried out. That's what the Manipur police sources are telling us. Now, the civil society groups from the Kuki-Zo community, however, claim that when the central forces were deployed in the Kuki-Zomi dominated areas, they had a sense of relief. But of late, there have been certain operations in which what they claim that normal village volunteers are being targeted. But remember, on both sides of the conflict, there are armed youths who claim themselves to be village volunteers protecting their own areas. So this becomes very difficult at times for the security agencies agencies as well to man the areas in terms of identifying who is a member of a militant outfit and who is village volunteers, and therefore disarmament is a very important step towards solving the Manipur crisis. Now, from this morning in the Kuki Zomi dominated areas, as of now, peaceful protest in the form of shutdown is continuing as we report. We don't have any reports of untoward incident, but this comes close on the heels of Rahul Gandhi's visit to Manipur, where he met affected people from all communities, went to Jiribam, went to Churachandpur, and then Moirang, and in Imphal he met the governor. So while the opposition is trying to corner the government over the Manipur issue, the government has launched operation to nab what government claims people who have terror links and who are involved in the violence. However, now in the Kuki Zone dominated areas, the civil society groups are saying that only innocent village volunteers are being targeted, and that's why they are protesting in the form of a shutdown.
As always, Ratnadeep, thanks so much for joining us with those crucial details. With that, let's turn our attention now to Uttarakhand, where heavy rain has triggered landslides. National Highway near Joshimath has actually been closed. The Badrinath Highway near Joshimath is blocked. Take a look at those dramatic visuals coming in from Uttarakhand. There are huge traffic jams along highways. Pilgrims, we're told, are stranded. 24 hours later, roads remain shut. Let's get a quick update from Ground Zero. Kishore joins us over the phone line at the moment. Kishore, what's the status this morning as far as Uttarakhand is concerned? We are hearing that heavy rain has triggered landslides across the state.
देहरादून अगर बात करें पूरे उत्तराखंड की, तो उत्तराखंड में फिलहाल अभी बारिश का सिस्टम अभी फिलहाल 12 तारीख तक नहीं दिया गया, हालांकि येलो अलर्ट दिया गया है। दूसरी बात, अगर लैंडस्लाइड की बात करें तो बद्रीनाथ और जो बद्रीनाथ नेशनल हाईवे है वहां पर बड़ा लैंडस्लाइड हुआ है। वहां पर हालांकि अभी पिछले 24 घंटे से ज्यादा वो लैंडस्लाइड अभी यात्रा रुकी हुई है, और जो तमाम यात्री है वो उनको दूसरे रास्ते यानी जो पैदल रास्ते वहां से निकाला जा रहा है। अभी फिलहाल जो सबसे बड़ा अपडेट ये है कि चारधाम यात्रा को लगातार चल रही है, उसको रोका नहीं गया है, यात्रा अभी चल रही है। लेकिन उस लैंडस्लाइड, जो बड़ा लैंडस्लाइड हुआ था, पहाड़ का हिस्सा गिरा था, उसको हटाने के लिए लगातार काम चल रहा है, क्योंकि ये बद्रीनाथ नेशनल हाईवे की तरफ से गिरा है, तो दूसरे रास्ते से लोगों को निकाला जा रहा है। फिलहाल अगर बारिश की सिचुएशन की बात करें तो 12 तारीख तक फिलहाल मौसम विभाग ने हल्की बारिश और येलो अलर्ट जारी किया है।
Thanks so much, Kishore, for joining us with that quick, crucial update. As Kishore Rawat is reporting, despite the inclement weather, despite the landslides that you see on your screens at the moment, the Char Dham Yatra has not been suspended so far. In other news, Prime Minister Modi arrived in Vienna from Moscow on a 2-day visit to Austria, during which the two nations will explore ways to further deepen their bilateral relationship and closer cooperation on the many geopolitical challenges. It is the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Austria in 41 years, the last actually being one of Indira Gandhi in 1983. But Mr. Modi will call on the President of the Republic of Austria and hold talks with the Chancellor today. The Prime Minister and the Chancellor will then also address business leaders from India and Austria. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister arrived at the Hotel Ritz-Carlton in Vienna and was actually greeted by the members of the Indian community at the hotel. And on arrival, the Austrian artist sang Vande Mataram to welcome him. Listen in. News from home ground now. Well, a report states that an NGO is being harassed by the Delhi police. In fact, the Delhi government alleges that trees are being illegally cut on the Lieutenant Governor's orders. The Supreme Court will be hearing the tree felling matter today. The Delhi government has said there's an attempt to shoot the messenger. In fact, we have a reaction from Saurabh Bhardwaj, who has just posted on X saying the NGO which is fighting the Honourable Supreme Court to save forests is being harassed by the Delhi police. Saurabh Bhardwaj has said, interestingly, Delhi police is directly under the LG, and there are allegations that trees in Sadbari Ridge were illegally cut on directions of the Lieutenant Governor. The Supreme Court is expected to hear this matter today. Ishika joins us over the phone line with the latest details. Ishika, what can we expect in the court today?
Well, in fact, as you very rightly mentioned, the NGO that in fact, had filed a petition against the 1,100 trees that were allegedly cut in the DDA Ridge area. And now, in fact, the same NGO, the founder, in fact, has claimed that he has been harassed by the Delhi cops for pursuing this case. Now, thus, the petition had been filed yesterday for the urgent hearing. And what we are getting to know is that the case will be heard in the Supreme Court at around 12:30. Now, before that, let me first tell you that, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, Saurabh Bhardwaj, who is the cabinet minister and also the member of the fact-finding committee of the Delhi government in this particular case, had in fact reacted on this, saying that Delhi police, interestingly, comes under the Lieutenant Governor, and it is shameful that it is happening in the national capital when the same matter is being heard at the top court of the country. Now, he, in fact, also goes on to claim that he's being told that even the bank accounts of the said NGOs are being tracked by the central government agencies so that the NGO can be arm-twisted, and this clearly is an attempt to shoot the messenger. Now, remember, in fact, we have seen how the controversy here had erupted around the role of the Lieutenant Governor in this particular case, where it was alleged that the Lieutenant Governor had visited the site on February 3rd, and after that, on his directions, the trees were cut. So these were the allegations. The Supreme Court is going to hear this case today. And then the main matter is also listed for the July 12th. So we'll have to wait and watch for that.
Thanks, Ishika. We will, of course, revert to you when the Supreme Court begins to hear the matter. In other news, actor Kamal Hassan's Indian 2, a pan-India film, is set to release on Friday, directed by Shankar. This is the sequel to his 1996 blockbuster Indian. Anirudh has scored the music. The film also features Anushka, Siddharth, Rakul Preet, Priya Bhavnani, Shankar, among others. My colleague Sam Daniel did an exclusive interview with the filmmaker. Here's what he told Sam.
Director Shankar and actor Kamal Hassan's Indian set the box office on fire in 1996 pan-India. 28 years later, they've teamed up again for a sequel, Indian 2. Joining us now, the master filmmaker, Mr. Shankar himself. Thank you very much for your time. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
The central theme of this film is corruption. Do you think it's still relevant pan-India?
Thought of the movie is just a pan-Indian thought. So I'm confident that each and every citizen of our country can associate with this movie, and they will watch the movie fully. It will be very engaging for them, for the family audience, and this is for all generations, and there is something to take away from this movie for every citizen.
Both you and Mr. Kamal Hassan over the years have established yourself into big names in your respective fields. What was it like working with him after 28 years?
It was so nice. He was, after 28 years, he was more experienced. His acting also very updated. So even after so many years of acting, he is very particular about his acting is very trendy, which will appeal to the nowadays audience.
The Senapati Tata, the old man, he is the central character. Is it true it took every day several hours for the prosthetic makeup to be done for Mr. Kamal Hassan?
70 days with the prosthetic makeup. So every day he is the one to come to the set first, and it will take from 3 hours to 3.5 hours. Then we can work maximum 5.5 hours only, and then it will take 1 hour for him to remove the makeup. So he can't eat solid food. so he'll be having some juice, soup and all. Once he finishes the shoot and once he removes the makeup, only he can eat solid food. So he has gone through all these difficulties because he loved the character and the passion for the cinema.
Mr. A. Rahman had scored music for Indian. One would have thought you would have retained him for the sequel as well, but was it a difficult choice to say no to him and to engage Mr. Anirudh?
It's not like that, because the situation is totally different. When I finished 2.0 shoot, there were something went wrong in the visual effects for that the huge bird. So we are in a situation to recreate that from the scratch. That time my work is finished, but A.R. Rahman's work is not completed. Just now he started the background score. It's a huge task because he did very beautifully, and he had put a lot of efforts. I think out of all of my films, for the background score, he had put enormous effort for the movie 2.0. So if I ask for the songs for Indian 2 also, it will be heavy burden for him. I can't ask also. So meanwhile, I am seeing the growth of Anirudh. All his songs are so good, I am enjoying that also. So I thought I should work with him and I should take him for this Indian tour.
Mr. Shankar, such a joy talking to you and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
That was master filmmaker Mr. Shankar talking to us ahead of the release of Indian 2. In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find the TV.
They are just barking dogs.
Indians named Senapati, freedom fighter.
Enough.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
The performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Here we are and ये है आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी. देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं.
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3, because X3 is really powerful in itself. और Insta360 X3 बहुत अच्छे options लेके आता है. It's a well-rounded deal altogether. So if in case you already have it, there's no point for you to upgrade. Here we are and yeah.
All government in the Supreme Court, as the Supreme Court has ruled that Mamata Banerjee government's suit against the centre is valid. The government had approached the Supreme Court over the Central Bureau of Investigation registering cases in West Bengal. The Bengal government had revoked general consent for CBI, and now we're told the next hearing in the case is on the 13th of next month. The next hearing in the case is on the 13th of August. A win, though, for the Bengal government in the Supreme Court, as the Supreme Court has ruled that Mamata Banerjee's government's suit against the centre is indeed valid. We are waiting for Sunil Prabhu to join us with the latest details from the Supreme Court. But if I can bring you up to date with the breaking news information we're tracking, a win for the Bengal government in the top court, as the Supreme Court has ruled that Mamta's government's suit against the centre is valid. Do remember that the government had actually approached the Supreme Court over the Central Bureau of Investigation registering cases in Bengal. The Bengal government had revoked general consent for the Central Bureau of Investigation. My colleague Sunil Prabhu is with us at the moment, joining us with the latest from the Supreme Court. Sunil, the Supreme Court has clearly said that Mamta government's suit is against the centre is indeed valid.
That's right. So what they've basically done, to simplify to our viewers, every state has, the power to give a general consent. For example, in Karnataka, if you want, CBI to investigate, the state will have to give a general consent for the CBI to act accordingly. Under the Delhi Police Special Establishment Act, they get that overarching powers to do so. In West Bengal, the state has withdrawn it. Can the CBI, on its own, unilaterally go ahead and start arrests in the West Bengal? That was the case against for which the state of West Bengal went to the Supreme Court, and the centre has now said that their point is absolutely correct and valid and maintainable, and it's in this context that they will have to hear the entire matter. They've given various judgments in this regard, and it's in this context that they have said very categorically that without the general consent, the CBI cannot overreach its powers and go to the state of West Bengal.
Thanks so much, Sunil, for joining us with the latest from the Supreme Court. Saurabh Gupta is with us as well over the phone line. Saurabh, it's considered a win for the Bengal government in the Supreme Court?
This is going to have a political impact as well, because one of the debates that we've seen in West Bengal and several other opposition-ruled states is the fact that they have alleged, these governments, which are opposition governments, have always alleged that the CBI and other central agencies, for that matter, have acted at the behest of the BJP, which is in power at the centre. This has been a constant complaint of opposition-ruled states. This has been built into their election narratives as well, especially in West Bengal, where the CBI, ED have been very active in, investigation of cases. Now, several cases have been handed over by the High Court here to the CBI. But this is about general consent, and this, of course, is about the fact that whether the CBI on its own can register cases. And that's something that Sunil explained. What does general consent for the CBI mean? Now, that the continuation of registration of cases is constitutional overreach is what the verdict is. Of course, this is Justice Gawai dictating the verdict. And he said, as has been held in the case of the state of Rajasthan versus Union, the legal rights of the state consist in their immunity. In our considered opinion, the contentions of the defendant cannot be accepted and the suit shall proceed. We will clarify that findings are for the purpose of deciding preliminary objections and will have no bearing when the case is decided on merit. So this, of course, is the initial point of the Supreme Court. Now, the date for this matter has been fixed in September. But this is interesting because what, Justice Gawai has said in court is that it has wide ramifications over federalism. And one of the accusations of all opposition parties has been that the federal structure of the country is being altered. Opposition states have maintained this for a number of cases, and they say that this is something that is likely to be, altering the federal structure. And therefore, this is something that's going to be important to watch as to what the Supreme Court says. However, the Supreme Court has cleared the findings today that they said are for the purpose of deciding the preliminary objection and will have no bearing when the case is decided on merits. That is when the state of West Bengal and other states argue, other stakeholders argue, and also the centre has its view on these matters as well. And these arguments will take place once the matter is heard in September. But this is going to be a very important case. As the Supreme Court judge says, it is also likely to be having wide ramifications over federalism or the federal structure of the country, something that the opposition parties, especially parties like the Trinamool Congress, have said is being altered by the BJP, and they add that central agencies are being misused, and one of those central agencies has been the CBI.
Right, Saurabh. So what exactly then happens to the past cases?
Well, I mean, I think the court will have to clarify because, several cases have been handed over by the High Court, and courts have the power to hand over cases to central agencies. So whether the, court decisions, High Court decisions override the general consent, all of that is something that perhaps we will have greater clarity on, because there are certain areas in the law which are largely framed by, judicial pronouncements. And therefore, this is something that is going to have political impact. It is also going to impact the larger argument that opposition parties have made, like I said, of the federal structure of the country, where state governments enjoy certain amount of autonomy to run their, sort of governments. But CBI, they say, and including CBI, other agencies, they say, has been misused by the BJP. So this is, of course, something that we will see come up for hearing in the next few days.
As always, Saurabh, thank you so much for joining us with the latest details. The breaking news information we're tracking on NDTV at the moment. A win for the Bengal government in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has said Mamata government's suit against the centre is valid. The Supreme Court has said it has wide ramifications for federalism. The government had actually approached the top court over the Central Bureau of Investigation registering cases in West Bengal. Bengal government had revoked the general consent for the Central Bureau of Investigation. The next hearing in the case will now be on the 13th of August.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janta ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो. एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट एआई. इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट. मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं. ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ एआई. तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है. वेल एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है, बट आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग सून फॉर एवरीवन. और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
A win as far as the government of West Bengal is concerned in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has gone on to say that Mamata Banerjee's government's case against the centre is valid, and the state government versus CBI as far as the cases in West Bengal is concerned, and it's the Bengal's government that has revoked the general consent for CBI.
And in the Mumbai hit-and-run case, the accused Mihir Shah has finally been arrested after 3 days of being on the run. It's the Shinde Sena leader's son who has now been arrested. He'll be produced in court, and it's the Congress that's demanding a murder case against Mihir Shah. In the NEET trial, the CBI will be submitting its report on the NEET controversy, and that's expected about 5 o'clock in the evening. And post that, there'll be that case that'll be coming up in the top court tomorrow. Key bypolls in 13 assembly seats across 7 states. It's the TMC versus the BJP with the focus on the 4 seats in West Bengal. But in Tamil Nadu, it will be the huge tragedy deaths and be a challenge as far as DMK is concerned. But in Punjab, it seems to be a litmus test when it comes to Bhagwant Mann, and also in Himachal Pradesh for Sukhwinder Sukhu. And in Karnataka, a police complaint has been filed against Chief Minister Siddaramaia's wife. The spotlight is on the land allotment controversy, and allegations that are being made is that the wife fabricated documents for that very plot, and the police so far haven't registered a fresh FIR in the case. Massive landslide on the Badrinath highway. We are talking about Uttarakhand, where the national highway has been closed, and this is due to the landslides. The heavy rainfall has led to a lot of destruction in Uttarakhand over the last few days. And in the top court, coming up today is the pleas against, this is in order to review that decision that was taken in October of last year regarding legalizing same-sex marriages. So a 5-judge bench panel headed by the Chief Justice of India will be hearing those review pleas based on grounds that they need to buy property jointly, they want to adopt children, and so much more, for which they need to legalize same-sex marriages. A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, and let's get you our top story, and that is a win for the West Bengal's government in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has gone on to say that Mamata Banerjee's government's case against the centre is valid, and it is, of course, it has been the government versus the CBI as far as the cases in West Bengal is concerned, and the West Bengal government had revoked the general consent for CBI. So now the next hearing that's going to be coming up next month on the 13th, but there are wide ramifications over federalism is what was said in the Supreme Court today. And to get more on this, we have my colleagues Saurabh and Sunil Prabhu joining us. Saurabh, to you first. Highlight the grounds on this big win as far as Mamata Banerjee's government is concerned.
This is a win as far as Mamata Banerjee's government is concerned. But, you know, look at the history of general consent in opposition parties. Now, what is general consent? Basically, it's consent for the CBI to operate seamlessly. And then, of course, general consent withdrawn means that the CBI cannot withdraw, I beg your pardon, the CBI cannot, register cases. Now, this, of course, is something that's been a political issue as well. And if you look at the history of general consent, it was Mizoram, of course, first that withdrew it. But beyond that, if you look in recent times, there was Chandrababu Naidu's Telugu Desam party in that withdrew general consent. Then the Trinamool Congress did it. Then also, Chhattisgarh did it. Punjab, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Kerala and Jharkhand have done it. And there has been a lot of political debate over the functioning of central agencies, and that's been the voice of opposition-ruled states and opposition parties who say that these agencies have been misused by the centre. And that is one of the allegations. And then, of course, you have several cases where cases have been handed over by the courts after hearing arguments on both sides. In a way, this has also led to in certain ways, the idea of general consent being withdrawn really being diluted. Because what has happened in most cases is that the parties have gone to court with, asking for a CBI probe. And in several cases, this had been political parties as well. And then the courts have heard the matter and handed over the cases to CBI. That has been one part of the developments. But in this case, this is going to be a larger sort of, clearance from the Supreme Court on what general consent and how these things function. Also the Supreme Court has made it clear that this has ramifications on federalism. I think we have Dr. Shantanu Sen joining us from the Trinamool Congress. Sir, the West Bengal government's sort of stand that the general consent which was withdrawn way back in 2018, but the CBI continues to sort of function in the state, and and this has been the accusation of the TMC that these agencies have been misused. Today's verdict is important from the Trinamool Congress's point of view. Dr. Shantanu Sen?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Dr. Shantanu Sen, if you can hear me, this is Saurabh from NDTV. Sir, today's Supreme...
Am I audible?
Today's verdict is very important from the Trinamool in the Supreme Court. Yes, sir, you're audible. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Now it is crystal clear to all that CBI, which was formed in the year 1963, now they only work at the behest of Bharatiya Janata Party, and it has become the most trustworthy political wing of Bharatiya Janata Party. And the central ruling party uses this central agency against the opposition political parties, and the opposition political party rule states to gain their political benefit. And it has been proved time and again by several such activities. So definitely it's a welcome step, and it's a victory of our government. There is a victory of Mamata Banerjee, who has been demanding since long that CBI cannot do any investigation neutrally because they have already made themselves a political tool of Bharatiya Janata
Party. Ma'am, if I can come to you, of course, this is something that, the BJP also has been demanding CBI probes in several cases in Bengal, and the courts have very often agreed and handed over cases. How does the BJP look at this development in the Supreme Court?
You see, the main thing here is once again the Supreme Court of India has given a tight slap to the Trinamool government, and it has been repeatedly observed that in general, if you look at the wrongdoings in West Bengal, if I may use the word wrongdoings, if the police and the government had been a little more active and caught Shah Jahan, in this case it is Shah Jahan's case that they're referring to, they didn't have to wait for some 55 days and caught the miscreant, then I don't think anybody would have wanted or even thought of asking the central agencies to come in. Because you must understand, Shah Jahan is not a one-off case. Shah Jahan had been booked for initially ration scam because his name was associated with Jyotipriya Malik. But then when the CBI, when the inquiry started and when the soil was being unearthed, we realized that there are three major cases against him. In fact, there is a gentleman called Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu-led, who is, I think, the SDP or the SP of that area. The police had given a press conference saying that they have only arrested Shah Jahan because of the land cases where he's taken land from a lot of locals without proper legal documents, and they have arrested him because of the incident that of assault on the CBI people, if you remember. That
I understand, ma'am. I understand, and these are, ma'am, these are arguments that the High Court heard, and of course, in a sense, handed over the probe to the CBI. But specifically coming to general consent and today's development in the Supreme Court, what has happened is that the Supreme Court has also held today that the federal structure, this has wide ramifications on federalism. So, and that's the word that opposition parties have been using. How do you respond to that is my question.
Supreme Court has also said that in the same statement, I think, Supreme Court has also said that why is the Mamata government so, hell-bent on protecting one individual? So there is, I don't think that the federalism is in question here. That is why I started my talk with the first line, that if the state government had been a little more proactive and had utilized the police properly and had allowed the CIB to do the proper investigation, then there would have been no question of central agencies stepping in. Why do the central agencies step in? It's only when the state government and their police don't do anything.
Right, ma'am.
And that is where BJP is saying...
We're running short of time, but thank you so much, Dr. Shantanu Sen and Shatripa ma'am, for joining us on the broadcast. But this is going to be an important case to watch, and we'll keep our eyes on the hearings when they take place in the Supreme Court in September.
Right. Thank you so much, Saurabh, for joining us with all those details. Switching tracks now to Mumbai, and it's Mihir Shah, the 24-year-old who rammed his BMW into a couple that led to the death of a 45-year-old fish seller, has finally been arrested after being on the run for 3 days. Do remember the hit and run took place at about 5:30 in the morning on Sunday. It was a mobile phone of a friend of the key accused in the case that led to the police to Mihir Shah, who had fled the scene after allegedly running over his luxury car. It took the Mumbai police days to catch the accused because he, along with his mother and sisters, had switched off their mobile phones. Mihir Shah has allegedly, he was behind the wheels at the time of the accident. It's his driver who was in the passenger seat, and the woman was then dragged for nearly 1.5 kilometers. After that, it's Shah and the driver who planned to exchange their seats, and that is when they ran over her all over again. Now, the accused is going to be produced in court, and despite the arrest, the family is skeptical as far as justice is concerned. Do remember his father, who's a Shinde Sena leader, was arrested for non-cooperation but was released on bail in a matter of 24 hours.
हिट एंड रन में जो लोकल्स आए, ये सरकार ने, शासन ने और सरकार के लोगों ने जानबूझकर ये प्रकरण को दबाने की कोशिश की है। इस प्रकरण को लूज करने की कोशिश की है, आरोपी को बचाने की पूरेपूर कोशिश की है। ये मैं तो ये कहूँगा कि इसकी SIT मार्फत जांच होनी चाहिए। जब वो आरोपी 48 घंटे के बाद, 24 घंटे के बाद में वो अल्कोहल कंज्यूम किया है कि नहीं, ये पता थोड़ी चलेगा। इसीलिए उसको छुपाया गया। पुलिस को पता था कि वो कहाँ है, फिर भी उसको नहीं। उसके 2 बार उसने खुद की टेस्ट करवाई, और उसको जब लगा कि अभी मेरे बॉडी में अल्कोहल नहीं है, तभी वो आके सरेंडर हुआ और पुलिस ने दिखावा किया।
Well, Anuj is joining us from outside the police station in Worli. Anuj, of course, questions being raised as to how come that, the police took 3 days to nab Mihir Shah. Whether it's the Congress party or whether it's the family, they're saying that, he's finally now surrendered after 3 days because he knows that now he can take a blood test and alcohol levels will not come out in that test. And that is why it took him 3 days, to be brought to be taken into custody and then finally to be brought to court.
A lot more will come out today afternoon in court when we finally see Mihir Shah getting produced before the Shivdi magistrate, a metropolitan magistrate. There the police will of course put forth the entire course of the events according to them. They are currently interrogating him, not here in the Worli police station where it was originally supposed to happen. Since last night, all of us have been here and trying to waiting because we thought that the formalities would be completed in this police station. But it's past 11 a.m. and it's quite certain that Mihir Shah will not be produced in this police station at all. He'll directly be taken for a medical examination, and after that he'll be taken to the court where all of these details will be taken into consideration. There have been statements by the family which have been taken into record by the police as well. Police did detain several of his associates, including 4 family members, including his family members and a close friend of his. And what we get to know now is the fact that after an initial round of questioning, they have been let go of because the police's primary concern at the moment is Mihir Shah. Got to know that Mihir Shah is kind of beating around the bush, not answering the way the police, or not cooperating in the way the police would have liked him to. But then all of this will show up in the report, which will later be produced in the Shivdi court. The family has stated that he surrendered. The victim's family, that is the deceased's family, has been of an opinion that that a tough punishment should be granted to the accused in this case. We've seen the videos where they've been asking for the most difficult punishment to be given to him. And after last night, when the deceased's family members talked about lack of political intervention in this case, about no one from the politics arena reaching out to them, last evening we saw several leaders, especially from the opposition, that is the NCP and the Congress party, and also the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena, making their way either to meet the deceased's family member or in the police station to make sure that the protests will go on if the case doesn't reach its fulfillment. An important point here is that the arrest was made after 72 to 75 hours after the accident took place. And although not the most important thing, but one of the more important things in this case is the drink and drive aspect of it. But that will be difficult for police to prove now, is solely on the basis of the blood reports. So that might affect the police remand report to a certain extent, but they are sure of having several eyewitness accounts and the CCTV footage, which has not yet been made public via media. The Congress is pushing for it to be made public, but details on it will, of course, come later in the court as well.
Right, Anuj, so from what we're hearing right now from our sources is that Mihir Shah has denied that he was under the influence of alcohol. He said that he has gone on to confirm that he was behind the wheel, that he was the one who was driving, and that he was scared, which is why he fled from the scene of the accident. So this is, what is being said as far as Mihir is concerned, that he has confirmed that he was behind the wheel. Do remember, it was the father of Mihir Shah who had, in fact, pressurized the driver to take, the blame for his son. And now it is Mihir Shah who's come out and said, yes, it was him who was behind the wheels, of course, because there is CCTV footage that clearly can be seen, in which that you can see that the two men have come out of the car, with the driver who was on the passenger side, and it was Mihir who was on the driver's seat. They both come out and exchange their seats, and that is when, do remember that the lady was being dragged for 1.5 kilometers. When they decided to swap seats is when they came out of the car, they stopped the car. Of course, according to sources that we are hearing at the moment, is that Mihir Shah has confirmed that he was behind the wheel, but he has also gone on to say that he wasn't under the influence of alcohol. Anuj, a big question being raised, whether we heard the father of the, whether we've heard the Congress party, we've heard the Uddhav Thackeray side of the Sena, and we've also heard the husband of the victim say that this was on purpose, that they didn't manage to catch him for 3 days. Because they wanted that once he, the alcohol's out of his system, only then to nab him, so that, there is nothing that can prove whether he had alcohol traces in his blood or not.
Yeah, that was one of the major concerns right since the beginning. And if you, as I stated by the sources, if this news comes out to be true, there is several, of course, it will need to be clarified and verified in the court when the statements are taken officially. But then this kind of solves a major concern for the police, for whom the biggest concern at the moment was to prove the fact that Mihir Shah indeed himself was behind the wheels, was behind the steering wheel. And if that has been, has been said,
we have Radhika Ramaswamy joining us to get us more on this. Radhika, according to sources, there are these new developments as far as the case is concerned. Mihir Shah has finally, according to sources, from what we are hearing, is that he has said that he was the one behind the wheel.
That's right. There are certain developments taking place as far as the interrogation of the main accused is concerned. He has been changing statements throughout the night and this morning. However, he has confessed that he was behind the wheels at the time of the accident. However, he has said that he was not under the influence of alcohol. So therefore, he denies being drunk at the time of the incident. That is something that will be hard for the police also to prove, considering 3 days have passed since the incident. So at this point, of course, a strategic move by the accused here, who has said that he was not under the influence of alcohol, he was not drunk, however, confessing that he was behind the wheels, also because police say they have the CCTV evidence to establish that it was this individual, it was Mihir Shah who was in fact behind the steering wheel. That is something that has been captured on CCTV. So therefore, at this point, him telling the police that it was him who was behind the wheel, however, denying that he was drunk, and also going on to say that he was scared, he was panicking at the time, so therefore he fled the spot and called the, called his father for help.
Right, Radhika, so of course, the 24-year-old saying that he got really scared, which is why he fled. He called his father right after the accident. The whereabouts that we know of is that he went to his girlfriend's house, and from there it's his sister who went and picked him up, took him to his residence, and then from there they fled to a resort in Shahpur. But, from what we're hearing now is that he's gone on to completely deny that he was under the influence of alcohol, even though there is CCTV footage of him being at a bar, of that bill that was raked up at that bar as well.
That's right. At this point, multiple developments taking place. One, of course, the police telling us about how this man, how Mihir Shah was in fact caught. He fled the spot. He went to his girlfriend's house, post which his sister picked him up. All the family members, including mother, two sisters, and a friend, went to Shahpur. They stayed in a resort there. Post which, in fact, Mihir, with his friend, went to Virar, where he took a hotel there. So, through phone locations is when they found the, Shahpur area as well as the hotel in Virar. That's how the police managed to catch hold of Mihir. In fact, Mihir's phone was switched off for the longest time. So was his family members and friends' phone. However, at some point when he was in Virar, Mihir's friend switched on the phone a little away from the hotel, and that is when the police got a whiff and managed to catch hold of both the friend as well as Mihir, and therefore he got arrested last evening. He will be produced before the court today. The remand will be interesting to see, because what the police will be able to establish in terms of evidence will be something that we'll have to wait and watch out for.
Right, Radhika, interestingly, from what we also know is that the two sisters and the mother have also been taken in for questioning. So 12 people in all have been taken into custody. Regarding this case, Radhika, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. So let's just get you another hit-and-run case coming out of Maharashtra, and this time from Nasik. This is a driver who has in this particular case, as you can see, that white car that rams into a woman. A 36-year-old woman was killed by that speeding car in Nashik on Tuesday. The woman has been identified as Vaishali Shinde, who was flung in the air and thrown about 15 to 20 meters after that white car that hit her from the back. So an incident that took place in broad daylight in the evening, this incident that took place at the Gangapur road in Nashik, in which you can see this, a woman in her 30s walking down the street when this speeding car comes out of nowhere, rams into her. She was rushed to the hospital. Unfortunately, she died. She's come to her injuries. Such a fatal accident there in which this man who was behind the wheel, he has killed this woman. So yet another hit-and-run case coming out of Maharashtra. This is the second one coming out of Nashik itself. There was another accident that took place just a day ago in which a truck rammed a person as well. So these are two accidents coming out of Nashik. But the third one that's coming out of Maharashtra, do remember, of course, the Worli BMW case coming out of Mumbai in Maharashtra. So 3 cases since Sunday coming to light, 3 hit-and-run cases that are being reported from Maharashtra. We have my colleague Anuj joining us on the phone line to get us more. Anuj, take us through, this particular accident that's taken place on Tuesday evening. But prior to this, there was another accident that involved a truck, which was also a hit and run.
There was another accident which involved a truck, and that took place on the Sunday afternoon. The one which took place yesterday was the third of its kind, if you consider these kind of accidents in Nashik from Sunday. 2 of these accidents have resulted in the death of 2 women. On Sunday, we saw the death of a 45-year-old woman who was out to take vegetables on a linking road between Gangapur Road and College Road, 2 of the major centers of the city, and then a trunk, drove over her, resulting in her loss of life at that very moment. And then another event took place last evening, which has again shocked the city because they were still coming back from what had happened on Sunday. What happened yesterday was that on the slight outskirts of the city, where the traffic is not usually much, in the evening hours, a woman, Archana Shinde, who is also known as Vaishali Shinde, was going back to her home from her working place, and then the video shows, we saw a speeding vehicle ramped into her and that resulted in her death quite on the spot. Now, the police have tried to trace the car and the driver with the help of the CCTV camera footage, because the number is quite clear out there, and one of the accused has been put into the jail. But these cases, the awareness of these cases and these videos are going viral on social media throughout the city, for people to take precautions and make sure that they are completely safe when they are out conducting their daily shows. Because what happened in Pune a couple of months ago, of course, the case in Mumbai, in Worli, and two or three cases in Nashik alone from Sunday have put people not just in the city but in the state and pretty much across the country on high alert while stepping out on the road. And
right,
that is
thank
the
you.
major update from Nashik.
Definitely. This is as far as a very unfortunate accident in which this woman in her 30s lost her life in yet another hit-and-run case, like Anuj was pointing out, the third that is coming out of Maharashtra since Sunday. In other news, let's get you the latest. And 18 people have died after a bus that was hit. This is a bus that hit a milk container. At least 18 people were killed and 19 others were injured after that bus that was traveling this is a bus in which this vehicle it is a bus that collided with another vehicle in Unnao. 3 women and 1 child were among those 18 who have died in the accident. The double-decker bus was traveling from Bihar to Delhi, and this accident took place on the Lucknow-Agra Expressway. My colleague Ranveer has the details.
आज सुबह 5:15 बजे एक प्राइवेट बस का जो मोतिहारी बिहार से चली थी, इसका एक्सीडेंट एक दूध के टैंकर से 238 किलोमीटर का जो माइलस्टोन नेशनल हाईवे उस पर एक्सीडेंट हुआ। पीछे से बस की बगल उस दूध का ड्राइवर की हुई, इसमें तक 18 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई और लगभग 19 पैदा CHC से काफ़ी नहीं करा था। क्या लग रहा है सर, तेज रफ्तार प्रथम दृश्य जो हमारे पास सूचना आई है उसमें यही लग रहा है कि बस तेज रफ्तार में थी और बाकी इलाज के लिए हमारी तैयारी है।
Yes, at 5:15 morning today, a bus coming from Bihar Sitamarhi rammed into a milk container at Lucknow-Agra Expressway at milestone 247. And this incident claimed 18 lives and more than 20 are injured, and they have been shifted to district hospital Unnao. District magistrate Unnao told NDTV that total 18, including 14 men, 3 women and 1 kid, were killed in this incident, while around 20 are injured in this tragedy. The bus coming from Sitamarhi from Bihar is on the way to Delhi, and it was on the way from Lucknow-Agra Expressway, and it rammed into a milk container from the back and at milestone 247 at Thana Behta Muzawar. So the police station Behta Muzawar, the bus rammed into a milk container and it took 18 lives at 5:15 morning today.
Right, thank you Ranveer for getting us all those details. But that was slipping a short break. Back with the whole lot.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Do you know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में develop कर लिया था. It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard, जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही अनवील किया था. And the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, stopwatch, timer, alarm, and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. 28 buttons इतने से size में. Well, obviously उस time पे we didn't have touch screens. उस time पे I would say for engineers and for professionals it was such a boon. But then again this product failed because it was quite.
Welcome back. Let's get you breaking news coming in at the moment, and that is a divorced Muslim woman can seek alimony from her husband is what the Supreme Court has ruled today, saying that she can ask for maintenance from her husband under Section 125 of the Criminal Procedure Code, and that the Muslim Women Protection of Rights on Divorce Act in 1986 will not prevail over the secular law. So this is breaking news that is coming in at the moment. The bench has made it clear that the law for seeking maintenance applies to all married women irrespective of their religion. That is what was delivered as in that case. This is a big judgment that has come from the court. The top court has decided that Muslim women are entitled to alimony as far as a divorced Muslim woman is concerned. This is the ruling that's come out of the Supreme Court. So we have my colleague Sunil joining us. Sunil, take us through, how this was, of course, a man who had gone on to say that he didn't want to give interim, alimony to his wife who he was seeking divorce from. And based on that case, there's a judgment that's come about that irrespective of the religion, women will get alimony, once they're divorced.
Absolutely. And that's a very path-breaking judgment by Justice Nagaratna, along with her colleague, though they had differing but concurring judgments. They made it very clear that under the CRPC, women will be entitled to seek the alimony and get the relief in terms of, I think, if she's divorced from her husband. So it's in this context that after a divorce, a Muslim woman will be entitled to get alimony. And that's, I think, very important for the fundamental rights of women to ensure that they get equitable justice. And they cannot be left stranded. They are entitled to alimony, but they will have to apply under the CRPC.
Right. Thank you so much, Sunil. Just stay with us for our next story as well, and that is that the CBI will be submitting a report on the probe of the NEET row, and that is expected by 5 o'clock in the evening. And we have Sunil back with us. Sunil, take us through, at a time when more arrests are being made in the case. Now, this time around, we've heard even a candidate from Patna has been arrested. The father of a candidate also has been arrested in the case now. And so, basically, more arrests are being made, and so far the agency has arrested about 11 people. But that CBI report is going to be submitted today, and based on that, the case will be coming up in court tomorrow.
That's right. So it's very, very important to see these affidavit. And one, of course, is the CBI status report. The other is the government's affidavit, NTA, as well as the Union HRD Ministry, and what they have to say on this entire matter. The Supreme Court, led by Chief Justice of India in his bench, had made 3 important points. What were the 3 important points? One, very, very categorically saying that we do not want a retest for 24 lakh students. This will be only in an exceptional status if the leakage has been widespread. That is from the time of the leakage. If it has happened the same day and it's only a few hours, then we can understand it's a very local issue, which the government has been trying to point out, and that it's not widespread. But that will have to be looked at through the data analysis. They've asked the center to come and put a committee of experts to look at this entire issue and data analyze it and see the results and to find out how widespread it is. The second, is the CBI status report about what is the status of investigation. Is it just confined to Patna, Jharkhand, or is it more widespread? Because this involves 24 lakh students, and if there is a 0.001% chance of any kind of, miss or not done properly, then definitely it's a huge cause of concern, and definitely students should not be penalized, and some should benefit by misdeeds that have taken place.
Right, Sunil, with the Supreme Court there asking the National Testing Agency for a full disclosure. Stay with us for our next story, and that is a review, please, that's coming up in court today in order to hear the case regarding legalizing same-sex marriages. We have Sunil with us. Sunil, take us through, this case that's coming up based on many grounds, considering that they say that they can't buy property, they can't adopt children, they can't open joint bank accounts, and so much more. What time is this case coming up?
Well, this is an in-camera hearing. This will have to be in the chambers of the Chief Justice of India along with his fellow judges. There are two new judges in this case. They will have to look at it, the legal aspect of it. Yesterday, there was a special mentioning by Mr. Singhvi as well as other lawyers who have been heard and who are the petitioners in the case wanting an open court hearing. Chief Justice of India says this is an in-chamber hearing. We'll have to see and look at it, and they'll have to decide whether they want to do it in an open hearing in this matter or not. And then look at the legal aspect, the petitioner's point of where it is stated what was wrong in the judgment. Have there been many mistakes, and can they be re-looked at? These are very rare cases where 5-judge benches in a review petition overlook or review the earlier judgment. So that's rare in its case. So it's, the odds are definitely against any kind of relook into the entire matter. But having said that, we'll have to wait for that judges to have that in-camera hearing inside their chamber, and then find out what they have decided, whether they'll hear it in the open court or they've just simply summarily rejected the petitions that have asked for a review.
Right. Thank you so much, Sunil, for joining us with all those details. We will keep an eye out on all those developments that are taking place. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Enough.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
The performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Here we are, and ये है, आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं, मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी. देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं.
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of
Welcome back. Let's get you the very latest with bypolls in 13 assembly constituencies in 7 states are being held. The first one since the Lok Sabha elections, which saw the BJP falling short of a majority and the opposition gaining strength. The BJP won 240 seats, India Alliance clinched 232, and the Congress emerging as its biggest constituent with the wins in 99 constituencies. So, of course, now in West Bengal, the stakes are high for both the ruling TMC, which really did beat all expectations and improved its votes tally as far as the Lok Sabha polls is concerned to 29 of the state's 42 seats, up from 21 in 2019. To get more on this, we have my colleague Gurpreet joining us on the phone line. Gurpreet, this is really being seen as a litmus test when it comes to Bhagwant Mann in Punjab.
Well, yes, of course. It's a litmus test not only for Aam Aadmi Party, but we have learned also for the Congress. It's also a litmus test here in Punjab. Because we have seen India alliance has been paused, but in Punjab they haven't paused this alliance, and both the parties, whether it's the BJP or Congress or Aam Aadmi Party, this is the prestige battle which is going on. One side, the Chief Minister of Punjab, Bhagwant Singh Mann, has to prove his own policy because he has been fighting this election on the development agenda. On the other side, we have seen the BJP, they say that they have already got a huge vote share and they are already ruling in the country. So they are also expecting that they will be able to make a mark here. At the same time, the Congress has been projected as one of the strong opposition party at the national level, and in Punjab they feel that the people, they want to choose for Congress this time. So let's see what will be the result, but it's a high prestige battle not only for the Chief Minister of Punjab but for all the political party to prove their mettle. If we can specifically talk about the BJP is ruling in the center at this point of time. If BJP is not able to make a mark in the state of Punjab, it's a big jolt. At the same time, if the Aam Aadmi Party is not able to make a mark in this election, it's also jolt to the Chief Minister of Punjab, Bhagwant Singh Mann, and Congress, which is proving that they are getting a lot of preference by the people of Punjab. If they are not able to make a mark in this election, that will be also another jolt to the Congress. So let's see that how the people are going to give a mandate to the candidate, but as of now, it's the prestige battle which we can sense at this point of time.
Like you pointed out, it's not just in Punjab but also in Himachal Pradesh, quite a litmus test there for Sukhwinder Sukhu. But also reports coming out right now of clashes that have broken out between two groups in Uttarakhand's Mangalore.
Well, if we can talk about specifically Himachal Pradesh and specifically the Congress party, we have seen the Congress has already been grappling with a lot of problems within the party also. If they are not able to make a mark, it will definitely dent the position of the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu, and it will definitely affect the Congress party in Himachal Pradesh.
Right, Gurpreet, they're reporting on the bypolls underway in 7 states in 13 assembly constituencies. We also have Sam Daniel joining us. Sam, a major issue, of course, is going to be the Hooch tragedy, that has claimed so many lives recently.
That's right, Divya. The opposition candidate led by PMK, that's under NDA, they are raking up the Kallakurichi illicit liquor tragedy that happens to be in the neighboring district of Viluppuram, where this by-election takes place now. And they, during the campaign, have been alleging of connivance by police officials and also alleged complicity by the ruling DMK functionaries there, which the ruling party has denied. And the PMK also rakes up the issue of the ruling DMK's failure to what they call protect the 10.5% internal reservation given to the one-year community by the earlier AIADMK regime, but was struck down by the High Court. And of course, the ruling DMK says any kind of caste census to facilitate that kind of a legally tenable provision can be made only by the central government, and they have urged the central government to conduct caste-wise census. The key opposition, the AIADMK, is boycotting this bypoll after they suffered a rout in the recent Lok Sabha elections and a fourth in a series after Edappadi Palaniswamy took over as the party leader. And so the key fight now is between the ruling DMK and the PMK. This particular area is dominated by the one-year community and the scheduled castes, and now the race is for who would the AIADMK cadre vote for. Both the ruling DMK and the opposition led by the PMK in this case are gunning for the votes of AIADMK cadre. And the ruling DMK counts on what they call as the party's welfare measures over the last 3 years, including the 1,000 rupee monthly assistance for women and the free bus rides for women across Tamil Nadu. And the trend normally in Tamil Nadu was the ruling party would win by elections to assembly seats. But this time, it'll be interesting to see whether the people would look at this election as a referendum on the performance of the ruling DMK.
Right. Thank you so much, Sam, for joining us with those details. We also have my colleague Saurabh Gupta joining us to get us more on this. Saurabh, this is going to be a very key contest when it comes to the BJP versus the TMC yet again in West Bengal.
Yes, the functioning of central agencies, especially the CBI, has been a matter of political debate with the opposition parties in several states, not just in West Bengal, but in several states, accusing the CBI, especially central agencies, of actually functioning at the behest of the BJP. And in that context, what we've seen is that even during elections, there has been a steady reference to central agencies in political campaigns, etc. And this is something that, of course, is related to investigation of cases. Now, the general consent usually allows the CBI to function seamlessly in a state, but several states have withdrawn it, including the first, one of the first person in contemporary politics to do it was Chandrababu Naidu, when Andhra Pradesh, I beg your pardon, when Andhra Pradesh actually withdrew that consent. Then, of course, Mamata Banerjee's TMC in West Bengal has followed suit, and several other states have also followed suit and withdrawn general consent. But this is something that, of course, also the CBI, however, has continued to function in some cases. And the West Bengal government went to the Supreme Court saying that, once the general consent is withdrawn, the CBI cannot register cases. And this is something that obviously is going to have a larger imprint and impact on how central agencies can function, because what we've seen is that in several cases, the agencies have been handed over the investigation by the court, and sometimes individuals have gone to the court, sometimes it's been political parties that have gone to court, including the BJP. So CBI probes have been ordered despite the general consent not being there. Then, of course, this is something that, of course, will now be heard in the Supreme Court. And once the Supreme Court decides on this matter, the area of operations of the CBI and the boundaries that are there, that can be set, one. And largely also this in constant political debate over whether the CBI can come or not. And every time, these matters go to the high courts. In several cases, the Calcutta High Court itself has ordered CBI probes after hearing the cases. So this, once and for all, could actually lead to the Supreme Court laying down where the CBI stands as a body and how it can function and what its limitations are. And the matter will be heard in September. But one of the interesting aspects of today's hearing is that the TMC is, of course, reacting, saying that this has been a victory for them. They've gone to court, and the preliminary objections have not been sort of upheld. And this case now will be heard in September. And Justice Gavai, who delivered the verdict today, has said that, of course, this has ramifications on federalism. And one of the things that the opposition parties have alleged is that these agencies, the central agencies, have been misused by the BJP, they say. And also they add that this has also had an impact on the federal structure and federalism. So this is likely to be a very, very important case in the Supreme Court, because over the last few months, years, we've seen how several opposition states and opposition parties, especially in West Bengal, have been at loggerheads with central agencies and the functioning of central agencies.
Right, Saurabh, thank you so much for getting us all those details. Switching tracks now to Delhi, and it will be the Supreme Court that will be hearing the tree felling matter that's coming up in court today. According to a report, an NGO is being harassed by the Delhi police, and the Delhi government has gone on to say that the trees illegally cut were on the orders of the LG. An attempt is being made to shoot the messenger. This is a fact-finding committee from the Delhi government that inspected the Satbari area where allegedly 1,100 trees were felled without the necessary permissions. Now, during the visit, the Urban Development Minister Saurabh Bharadwaj alleged that there was an attempt to cover up that tree felling. He also claimed that it is under the knowledge of the Supreme Court that the Delhi's LG, during his visit during February, gave verbal orders to cut the trees. And with that, we're slipping to a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. Stay with us.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
The biggest democratic exercise. Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In the Mumbai's hit-and-run case, Mihir Shah has now finally been arrested after 3 days being on the run, and it's the family accusing the police, saying that they delayed his arrest so that there would be no blood, no alcohol found in his blood. In the knee trial, CBI status report will be submitted today by 5 o'clock, and that CBI report will be submitted to the Supreme Court. A hearing will take place tomorrow. In Karnataka, a police complaint has been made against Siddaramaia's wife, and the spotlight is on the land allotment controversy. Allegations being made that the wife fabricated the documents for the plots. And key bypolls in 13 assembly seats across 7 states is underway, and it's the TMC versus the BJP with the focus on 4 seats. And the Hooch tragedy is going to be a challenge as far as the DMK is concerned, but a litmus test really when it comes to Bhagwant Mann and Sukhwinder Singh. Time to get you some entertainment news now. And actor Kamal Hassan's Indian 2 is set for release. It's going to be coming out this Friday. It's directed by Shankar, who spoke with my colleague Sam Daniel. Let's listen in.
Director Shankar and actor Kamal Hassan's Indian set the box office on fire in 1996 pan-India. 28 years later, they've teamed up again for a sequel, Indian 2. Joining us now, the master filmmaker, Mr. Shankar himself. Thank you very much for your time. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
The central theme of this film is corruption. Do you think it's still relevant pan-India?
Thought of the movie is just a pan-Indian thought. So I'm confident that each and every citizen of our country can associate with this movie, and they will watch the movie fully. It will be very engaging for them, for the family audience, and this is for all generations, and there is something to take away from this movie for every citizen.
Both you and Mr. Kamal Hassan over the years have established yourself into big names in your respective fields. What was it like working with him after 28 years?
It was so nice. He was, after 28 years, he was more experienced. His acting also very updated. So even after so many years of acting, he is very particular about his acting is very trendy, which will appeal to the nowadays audience.
The Senapati Tata, the old man, he is the central character. Is it true it took every day several hours for the prosthetic makeup to be done for Mr. Kamal Hassan?
70 days with the prosthetic makeup. So every day he is the one to come to the set first, and it will take from 3 hours to 3.5 hours. Then we can work maximum 5.5 hours only, and then it will take 1 hour for him to remove the makeup. So he can't eat solid food, so he'll be having some juice, soup and all. Once he finishes the shoot and once he removes the makeup only, he can eat solid food. So he has gone through all these difficulties because he loved the character and the passion for the cinema.
Mr. A.R. Rahman had scored music for Indian. One would have thought you would have written him for the sequel as well, but was it a difficult choice to say no to him and to engage Mr. Anirudh?
It's not like that, because the situation is totally different. When I finished 2.0 shoot, there were something went wrong in the visual effects for that the huge bird. So we are in a situation to recreate that from the scratch. That time my work is finished, but A.R. Rahman's work is not completed. Just now he started the background score. It's a huge task because he did very beautifully, and he had put a lot of efforts. I think out of all of my films, for the background score, he had put enormous effort for the movie 2.0. So if I ask for the songs for Indian 2 also, it will be heavy burden for him. I can't ask also. So meanwhile, I am seeing the growth of Anirudh. All his songs are so good, I am enjoying that also. So I thought I should work with him and I should take him for this Indian tour.
Mr. Shankar, such a joy talking to you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
That was master filmmaker Mr. Shankar talking to us ahead of the release of Indian 2. In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find It TV.
In a
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो. एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट एआई. इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट. मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं. ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ एआई. तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है. वेल एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है, बट आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग सून फॉर एवरीवन. और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे, यू कैन यूटिलाइज द फुल पोटेंशियल ऑफ गूगल्स एआई टू मेक योर लाइफ एंड योर फोन्स इवन स्मार्टर.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV, and right after headlines, we'll talk about the big SC ruling for Muslim women. But before that, let's take a look at the top headlines this hour. Big SC ruling for alimony for Muslim women. SC says Muslim women can seek alimony under secular law. Supreme Court also says Muslim Women Divorce Act not above of personal law. In the Mumbai hit-and-run case, accused to be produced in court today, Shinde Sena leader's son arrested after 3 days. Police sources say accused admits was driving but not drunk. In a big win for Bengal government in Supreme Court, SC says Mamata government's case against centre is valid. State government versus CBI over cases in Bengal continues. The Bengal government had revoked general consent for CBI. Key bypolls in 13 assembly seats across 7 states underway. TMC versus BJP focus on 4 seats in West Bengal. Tamil Nadu, huge deaths, a challenge for DMK in Vikrawandi. Punjab, Himachal Pradesh is a test for CMs Bhagwant Mann and Sukhwinder Singh. In Uttarakhand, a massive landslide on Badrinath National Highway takes place. Badrinath National Highway closed near Joshimath. Heavy rain in parts of Uttarakhand over the last few days result in landslides. Now, in our landmark decision, viewers, the Supreme Court has ruled that a divorced Muslim woman can seek maintenance from her ex-husband under Section 125 of the Criminal Procedure Code. The ruling came in the case of one Muhammad Abdul Samad versus State of Telangana. Now, Section 125 of the Criminal Procedure Code deals with a wife's right to maintenance, applies to all married women regardless of their religion. The decision affirms that Muslim women can also invoke this provision to seek maintenance after divorce. Now, for more details, my colleague Sunil Prabhu is also joining us. Sunil, what does this say? This has larger ramifications, the Supreme Court's verdict.
Well, this is a big boost for Muslim women's rights. It's basically clear that now, in case there is a divorce, Muslim woman is divorced, she can apply under the Section 125 of the Criminal Procedure Code to really get benefits. So it's in that context, we'll have to wait and see how things proceed. But they are quite categorical about the fact that, Justice Nagaratna as well as Justice George Mashi are both giving differing judgments, but concurring judgments saying that Muslim women will be entitled to maintenance and alimony, but they have to follow the Criminal Procedure Code, the Code of Procedural Code, Section 125, to get the benefit.
Sunil, if you can also detail what will be the political and social ramifications of the verdict.
Well, this is something that has a huge ramification. If you remember the Shah Bano case, they had given a ruling in that regard. Rajiv Gandhi at that time in 1985 tried to, do a U-turn to the Supreme Court judgment. This has, for Muslim women who have been facing, various talaqs and various divorce proceedings, now they will be entitled to that benefit of getting, alimony from their husband. But that will have to be followed through the Criminal Procedure Code. So that's the only new thing. They will be entitled to that benefit and they will be able to get maintenance. But there is a procedure to be followed. But definitely a big and an important step for Muslim women and Muslim rights.
Right. Sunil, stay with us. We are also being joined by Khushbu Jain, an advocate in the Supreme Court. Khushbu Jain, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. What do you have to say about the SC's verdict, and isn't it a massive gender justice push?
Absolutely. If you'll see any personal law which were there, women were always at the end, receiving end when it comes to equality. Women were the one crying for the equality, and the justice was not done when it comes to personal law, any personal law for that matter. If you'll see, and the changes have come up since our independence in numerous personal laws. But if you look into this one, this is one step forward from 86 when we were fighting in the Shah Bano case, which was 86. Which we're talking about when we talked about that equality, women should have equality, all religion, women is women, and there should be an equality when it comes to divorce and the kind of condition they go through after divorce, the triple talaq issue which was under consideration. So this is, I think, another step after the triple talaq, that women, irrespective of religion, should be granted maintenance as per the law in India, and it has no difference whether you're Hindu, Muslim, or any other religion. So it's absolutely amazing for women, I would say. Let's keep aside the religion into it, but for women, it's a victory.
Rightly said, Khushbu, and even Supreme Court in its verdict has maintained that maintenance is not a matter of charity, but a fundamental right of married women. This right, the court said, transcends religious boundaries, reinforces principle of gender equality and financial security to all the married women.
Absolutely. If you'll see the intention also, if you look into this aspect, it is nothing to do with, as rightly said by you, it's nothing to do with charity or anything. We have seen cases, even in Shah Bano, if you'll see, years of your life you spend in a marriage, taking care of the household, taking care of the kids, and one fine day somebody divorces without any maintenance. So if you look at the fabric, the marriage, when it came into, if you go into sociology, it was that men and women, there are certain duties, both were being entitled and both were being given to, so that that vehicle of marriage can work. Now, what happened with time is where, because of the money brings in power, and with that power, it became little lopsided, that women's job in marriage was unrecognized, and hence they were at the receiving end. This brings in that aspect that it was together that they have spent years, and they have gone and they have reached, the family, the husband could reach to that potential where it has reached. Hence, if a divorce comes, she should be entitled to same status, financial status, and it's not a matter of charity or anything, but it's a matter of right.
Khushbu, if I may, can I request you to detail, Muslim communities have time and again raised objections to giving parity to women in the community. Muslim Law Personnel Board also states that this alimony has been a bigger contention point between marriages. Can you detail what exactly does the Muslim Personal Law Board says?
See, I'll not step over there, but if so much of bringing in the aspect of giving weightage to the Muslim law or giving weightage to any of the personal law, then why not bring in when it comes to criminal aspect as well? Only when it comes to personal law is where the religion comes out and says that this is touching their fabric, or they're playing with the fabric, and there is a reason for all that, and it's hurting their religious sentiments. It doesn't come when it comes to criminal aspect of it, but it comes only when it comes to personal. And personal also, we are not entering into how you get married and things like that, but basics when it comes to somebody whose rights are being taken away, somebody whose fundamental rights are taken away, or humanity that comes in place, equality is been infringed upon, is where we are talking about. We have continued this from ages, and I think religion should not be at the question over here. And if all these people, including the board, is questioning so much when it comes to religion and they should have autonomy over here, I would say let's start implementing the same criminal laws on them, personal criminal laws on them, and I think that's where they will not talk about it. But here, I feel personally that because it's more of taking away the rights of the women and not giving them that much of rights which they are entitled to, is where you're bringing in personal laws and issues of such. And
Right. Khushbu, this has also reignited the debate whether secular laws should be given precedence over distinct personal laws.
Absolutely. I have always been in favor of UCC. That's why I was saying that I'm not restricting myself to one religion, but I'm saying all religion. If you'll see, even when it comes to women's right in property in Hindu law was brought in that married women have right to their father's property even after marriage. And this was being included by one of the judgments in the Supreme Court, landmark judgment in the Supreme Court, and the changes came in. So if you'll see all personal laws, women have been, when it comes to divorce, when it comes to maintenance, when it comes to share in the property, women have been always not been granted the equal or equality or the respect which ideally they should have been given in these personal laws. And that's where we say that let there be a uniform civil code so that there is a parity, so that there is an equality. And if there is any kind of infringement of those aspects, the laws are clear and we can go to court and get that justice.
Right, Khushbu Jain, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. This has been a big verdict in respect to Muslim women. Now they can use the section 125 of the CRPC to get alimony from their husbands after divorce. Now we will be keeping a close track. Thank you, Sunil and Khushbu, for joining us on NDTV. Now shifting our focus to the Worli hit-and-run case, Mihir Shah, son of Shiv Sena leader Rajesh Shah, and the 24-year-old prime accused in the BMW hit-and-run case was arrested. And now the latest visuals that we are getting to you are the bar where he consumed liquor is being partially destroyed using JCBs. These are the latest visuals from the Juhu bar where the 24-year-old allegedly consumed liquor, after which he drove the car and allegedly hit a woman after she died. Now these are the visuals that we are getting to you. A JCB has been brought in. Action has been taken by the government in the BMW case. Illegally constructed portion of the Mumbai pub is being destroyed, being razed as it was illegally constructed. Now the action has come in after Mihir Shah drank liquor in this pub before running over the woman with his BMW on Tuesday. Now Mihir Shah, the son of Shinde's Shiv Sena leader, has been arrested, will be produced today in court, and he rammed his speeding BMW into a scooter in Worli on Monday, killing a woman after dragging her for around 2 kilometers. Now action is being taken against the Juhu pub where he consumed liquor. The JCB has been brought in. The heat has come after the illegal construction was found. Now my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy is also joining us on the broadcast and giving us more details. Radhika, what documents do the BMC have? Why is the action being taken? Illegal construction is what we are being told.
That's right. See, this bar was sealed post this entire incident. In fact, Mihir Shah had allegedly consumed alcohol in this particular pub hours before the accident. Therefore, Excise Department had taken this action yesterday. In fact, the Excise Department had sealed this place yesterday on 3 grounds. One, for serving liquor without any valid license. Then serving hard drinks like whiskey to patrons below 25 years of age, which include Mihir Shah as well. Mihir Shah allegedly was given, or rather he bought hard liquor, is the allegation, which is against the law, and also for carrying out illegal construction in the bar, which is why BMC is at the spot at the moment in order to carry out demolition work of these illegal parts that were found by the Excise Department while they carried out the inspection. So yesterday, in fact, a few cops as well as BMC officials were at the spot, were at the Global Tapas Bar in Juhu in order to inspect these illegalities, and post the examination now the BMC officials are carrying out demolition work there. As you can see in those visuals, there are JCBs being used, and at this point, illegal construction part is being thrown down by the BMC officials.
But Radhika, earlier we had on police sources that the accused has denied being drunk.
That's right. So, questioning of Mihir had been going on since last night. Since the time he was arrested from Virar and brought to Mumbai. Yes, he's not been cooperating with investigations. He's been saying that yes, he was behind the steering wheel. However, he's denied having consumed alcohol. As of now, he is denied having had alcohol, or he denied that he was in any intoxicated state. In fact, he maintained that he was not under the influence of alcohol on the night of the accident. However, at this point, it is going to be difficult for the police also to prove whether he was drunk or not, since considerable time passed this incident. However, he also says that he was behind the steering wheel, that he was scared, he was panicking post the accident, and he called his father, friends, and other family members.
Radhika, if you can also, take us through the details of on what grounds the bar is, if I'm not wrong, the bar is also being sealed, then on what grounds is the action being taken?
Yes, as I mentioned before, the bar was sealed yesterday itself. In fact, it was sealed on multiple grounds. One, for serving liquor without valid license, giving patrons below 25 years of age hard liquor, which is against the law, and for carrying out illegal construction in the bar. So these are the reasons why this place was sealed and license also revoked. But now BMC has taken over. This information was passed on to the BMC about illegal construction. So this illegal portion is being demolished by the BMC. As you can see, there are JCBs, bulldozers being used to tear down the structure.
Radhika, the accused will be produced today in court. Do we know the timings?
It will be mostly post 2 o'clock because, remand report has to be, prepared by the police. The arrest itself happened late last evening, and therefore remand report has to be prepared, which may take some time. And police also trying to gather as much evidence so that they can seek maximum police custody of the accused. So therefore, it will be post 2 o'clock that Mihir Shah will be produced before civil court, where maximum remand will be sought. Evidence will also be produced before the court, will be spoken before the court, especially the CCTV evidence. And the police, of course, will be carrying out medical examination, perhaps that's already over, of the accused in order to understand whether he was under the influence of alcohol. But considering 3 days have passed since the accident, it will be difficult to prove whether he was drunk on the day of the accident. But police trying to rely on digital forensic CCTV evidence to establish whether he was behind the wheel. One, of course, there are CCTV evidence available, which the police said before the court, which shows him behind the steering wheel. And as far as his alcohol consumption, alleged alcohol consumption is concerned, probably they may have to rely more on witness accounts and CCTV evidence from the bar to find out whether he was drinking that night.
Right. Radhika, if also you can detail about the visuals that we have on screen right now. A part of the Juhu bar is being partially destroyed using JCBs. This is when the bar was sealed on 3 grounds: for serving liquor without any valid license, then serving hard drinks like whiskey to people below 25 years of age, for carrying out illegal constructions in the bar, as my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy detailed why the action is being taken. But politics has also begun on the matter. The Congress and the UBT are demanding that the accused Mihir Shah, the 24-year-old in the case, should be booked in a murder case. Listen in. We'll come back to Radhika and Anuj.
हिट एंड रन में जो लूपहोल्स आए, ये सरकार ने, शासन ने और सरकार के लोगों ने जानबूझकर ये प्रकरण को दबाने की कोशिश की है। इस प्रकरण को लूज करने की कोशिश की है, आरोपी को बचाने की पूरेपूर कोशिश की है। ये मैं तो ये कहूँगा कि इसकी SIT मार्फत जांच होनी चाहिए। जब वो आरोपी 48 घंटे के बाद, 24 घंटे के बाद में वो अल्कोहल कंज्यूम किया है कि नहीं, ये पता थोड़ी चलेगा। इसीलिए उसको छुपाया गया। पुलिस को पता था कि वो कहाँ है, फिर भी उसको नहीं। उसके 2 बार उसने खुद की टेस्ट करवाई और उसको जब लगा कि अब ये मेरे बॉडी में अल्कोहल नहीं है, तभी वो आके सरेंडर हुआ और पुलिस ने दिखावा किया।
And Anuj continue to join us on the broadcast. Radhika, if I can come to you, you heard Vijay Wadatiwar, the leader of opposition in the Maharashtra Assembly. He's saying that there is an attempt to shield the accused, but we can see that the government is holding a crackdown right now. The bar where the accused allegedly consumed liquor is being destroyed. We'll continue to connect with Radhika. In the meanwhile, if I have Anuj Raite also with me on the broadcast, then I'll go across to Anuj to get this. Anuj, if you can detail us about the politics that is being played. The leader of opposition in the Maharashtra Assembly right now just said that there is an attempt to shield the accused.
Well, yes, you see behind me, I'm standing in the narrow lanes of Koilwada, and I'll just try and show through my camera. The road which you see, where you see some number of people sitting, this is the road this is the stair which will take you to the house of the deceased. And just moments ago, the Yuva Sena's president, that is Aditya Thackeray, MLA from the Shiv Sena UBT, reached here now. He will have a conversation with the family and all of those, and he just adds up to the list of several politicians who've been talking about it. Of course, Aditya Thackeray gave a statement about this entire issue a couple of days ago, and he was one of the first persons to do it. But you see a flurry of statements coming in after yesterday's afternoon or in the evening when the deceased's husband said it quite openly while talking to the NDTV that no one from the authorities, no one from the government has even made an attempt to reach.
Right, Anuj, I'm sorry to interrupt you in between, but my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy has reached the location where the Mumbai pub is being partially razed. Radhika, if you can show us around what is exactly happening.
Yes, I'm going to show you around. I'm at Juhu Vice Tapas Bar, Global Tapas Bar, where the demolition exercise is happening here. As you can see, a bulldozer carrying out this tearing down exercise at the Tapas Bar. In fact, you can see a bunch of police officials as well as BMC officials at the spot carrying out the operation. In fact, one portion of the structure is being completely demolished. It is the side portion of the structure that is allegedly illegal that is being demolished at this point. Of course, Excise Department had sealed this place. In fact, it was yesterday that Excise Department had sealed this place on account of three grounds, three illegalities. One, for serving liquor without any valid license, serving hard drinks like whiskey to people below 25 years of age, and thirdly, for carrying out illegal construction. That was informed to the BMC, and now BMC have swung into action. As you can see, officials here tearing down, pulling down this illegal structure right in front of us. Those are the visuals of a partially demolished structure of Global Tapas Bar in Juhu. This is a massive structure, and one entire portion of that is being demolished at this point. So completely tearing down. All this after that tragic accident that took place on Sunday morning. This is the place where Mihir was in fact allegedly consuming alcohol with his friends. He's under 25 years of age, yet he was served alcohol, post which, of course, there were multiple investigations carried out. Officials had visited the premises over the last 2 days and multiple illegalities found. And as you can see in those visuals, this structure being completely erased. One portion, the side portion of this structure completely erased. As you can see, glass pieces, grills coming down, being pulled down from this particular bar where Mihir Shah was allegedly consuming alcohol. He was seen at this place, outside this place at 1:30 a.m. with friends. We have the CCTV of that as well. Hours after which he, in fact, hit the scooter, killing that 45-year-old woman, post which, of course, knee-jerk reaction, of course, by, Excise Department or the BMC or the police. Investigation, inspecting this particular place, post which illegalities found as a result of construction illegality and irregularity. Now this portion is being demolished by the BMC officials here, and those are the visuals that we are getting from outside Global Tapas Bar in Juhu. This is a massive structure, frequented by several of the people in the neighborhood, especially in Mumbai suburbs from Bandra to Juhu, and one portion has been demolished by the BMC officials here as a result of construction irregularity that has been found by the excise department, which is passed on to the BMC. BMC officials yesterday visiting the spot, cops also visiting the spot, speaking to several within the management as well. Of course, the structure being demolished, one portion of the structure being demolished, as you can see.
Right, Radhika. And while you were reporting, we also showed our viewers the visuals of Aditya Thackeray reaching and meeting the family members of the victim, the woman who died after the speeding BMW hit the couple on Tuesday. Now, Aditya Thackeray has reached the residence of the victim and is meeting. The politics also in the matter is escalating, with the now leaders making a beeline to visit and show solidarity with the victims, training guns at the Shinde government that there is an attempt to shield the accused, as the accused is son of Shinde Sena faction's leader Rajesh Shah. Now, Mihir Shah was caught after 3 days, and hence there are questions being raised on the probe being done by the Mumbai police. We also have Radhika. Radhika, politics also is escalating in the matter. Right now, Aditya Thackeray from the UBT faction is meeting the victim's family. Radhika, if you can hear me, then politics over the matter is also escalating. UBT factions, Aditya Thackeray, former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackre's son, is currently meeting the family of the victim who died after the speeding BMW hit the couple's bike on Tuesday evening.
That's right. Aditya Thackeray, in fact, had been reacting ever since the accident happened. On Sunday, he had visited the police station, assured of action, spoken to media also at that time, urging the police to take action and make those arrests. Yesterday, he met the governor as well, in connection to this incident. Today, he's meeting, in fact, he's just met the family members at Worli, Kolivada. Of course, we did hear, well, politics aside, we did get reactions from the family members as well. The husband, devastated, inconsolable, distraught. We saw the kind of reactions coming in where the husband was completely helpless. He doesn't believe that, the powerful, influential people will be behind bars for too long. It is the poor that will suffer, and they will be left helpless the way his wife was left helpless on that road, dragging her and then running her over again. So, we did see very, very emotional reactions coming in from family members of how the accident took place, recounting that horror of that particular night. The husband did recount that horror over and over again before the media, and then wanting justice. Of course, it took 3 days for the police to nab the accused. So several questions being raised about the delay in nabbing the accused. Will that weaken the case? Was it done deliberately? These are the questions being raised, not just by the family members, but by the opposition as well. But let me once again show you the action being taken here. This is, in fact, the demolished structure. The JCB was, in action some time back. The bulldozer in action a while ago, completely demolishing this side structure of Global Tapas Bar. You can see the doors, the wooden grills, the iron grills, all of them being torn down, pulled down. Now, in fact, the JCB, the bulldozer, in fact, is backing up, and perhaps more demolition could take place. All this after, action being taken by the excise department, license being cancelled of this particular place as a result of illegalities and irregularities found. You can see glass pieces shattered here, all the iron beams also shattered here, right at the Global Tapas Bar, where Mihir was in fact allegedly drinking hours before the incident.
Radhika, the opposition in the UBT and the Congress are claiming that this action is too late and too little.
Certainly, as far as the opposition reactions are concerned, they have been maintaining that the action is too little, too late. One, the arrest itself being delayed by 3 days, and therefore it will weaken the prosecution case. The fact that, they may not be able to prove if he was drunk or not, considering the blood alcohol level test may not come positive because of the time gap. So that is one. And secondly, the action taken against the pub. This is being taken simply because this pub's name came to limelight after the incident. Perhaps there are more such, eateries and restaurants and pubs which may be, running illegally, which may be serving liquor to patrons without any license, which may be serving liquor to people below 25 years, the hard liquor to patrons below 25 years, and also irregularities in terms of structure that is rampant in the city of Mumbai. But this knee-jerk reaction coming in post the incident, so therefore that there is something that is being maintained by the opposition as well, that this is happening as a result of this incident, and it is too little, too late as far as BMC or police action is concerned.
Right, Radhika, and as we are speaking, worldly hit-and-run accused Mihir Shah is being taken to medical hospital, and after that, he will be produced in court for custody. Can you give us some details of what proofs and evidence do the Mumbai cops have against Mihir Shah?
Mihir Shah's arrest comes 3 days late, as we've been pointing out. Therefore, it becomes very important for police to gather as much evidence to establish that it was indeed Mihir who was behind the steering wheel on the day of the incident, one, and whether he was drunk. Can that be proved considering 3 days have lapsed? So that is what the police have to prove. So therefore, because the blood level may not show it since 3 days have passed, they will have to rely on CCTV evidence of this particular pub, which is why we saw a number of police officials here yesterday talking, to members, talking to employees as well as management in order to understand what exactly transpired that day. Is there CCTV evidence to show he was drinking? Is there CCTV evidence to show he was driving, which the police say they have? They say they in fact told the court that there is evidence to show that he was behind the steering wheel. He dragged the woman for 1.5 kilometers and then switched seats, and the driver once again backed up, reversed, and then ran her over again. Police say they have CCTV to prove it. So therefore, one part of it perhaps can be proven. But what about the drinking part? Can that be proved? There will be witness accounts, there will be accounts and statements of people in the pub and friends who were with him that will be very, very significant to strengthen this case. So yes, police will have to obviously tell the court, or rather convince the court as to why they need maximum custody. At this point, we believe he's not been cooperating with the investigations. He has confessed that he was behind the steering wheel. He said he was panicking, he was scared, which is why he sort of tried to escape, and he called his family and so on. But also maintaining that he was not under the influence of alcohol, which is something that is expected of him to do so, because one would think that this was a strategic move by the accused to lay low for 3 days so that his alcohol level may not come forth, that may not show positive. So that's one strategic move that he may have taken along with his family members, so that it is not proved that he's under the influence of alcohol. So therefore he has denied that he was under the influence of alcohol. Perhaps that will be spoken before the court as well. But as far as prosecution is concerned, they would want maximum custody. Police would want maximum custody of this accused. And in order to do that, they will be, talking about all the evidence they have gathered so far.
Right, and Radhika, our team also spoke to the victim's family. They are saying that capital punishment should be given to the accused, and this eyewash action that is being taken by the Mumbai police is not just enough.
Yes, absolutely. You know, the family members are distraught, no doubt about it. We spoke to them on the day of the incident. I spoke to the husband the day of the accident, also the day after. And then, of course, post the arrest, our team spoke to the family members. Of course, they are distraught. They are inconsolable. They've been speaking about how there is, you know, money influence, political influence being used to sort of cover up this case, and that they are not surprised. They come from a poor family. They are helpless at this point, you know, which is one of the reasons why, post these reactions, we're seeing political leaders, especially from the opposition, queuing up outside their house, sort of giving them assurance. Even, for that matter, even people within the government, leaders within the government have been giving assurances post, the cry and the appeal of the husband and other family members of the victim. Yes, they have been seeking capital punishment. You know, we did hear the daughter. She was explaining how she saw her mom's body in the hospital, her mortal remains, you know, how she was badly injured and smashed. So, you know, these are really distressing details, you know, for a family to go through it, for a husband to see her, see his wife being dragged away for kilometers and him chasing that car, helplessly asking people to help him. I mean, those are obviously very, very, difficult experiences that they had to go through. But let's see whether, justice will be served to this distraught family member.
मिहिर राजेश शाह है जिन्होंने इनकी पत्नी को मर्डर किया, इनकी पत्नी का। मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि एक्सीडेंट था, ये नहीं कहूँगा कि हिट एंड रन थी, ये मर्डर था। और मुझे लगता है कि सबसे कठोर शिक्षा जो है देश में, वो इस मिहिर राजेश शाह को मिलनी चाहिए। जो बुलडोजर जस्टिस हर जगह ये रेजिम देने की कोशिश करता है, उनके घर पे अभी करके दिखाओ। बीएमसी कार्रवाई कर रही है, थोड़ा कार्रवाई कर रही है। नहीं, बीएमसी किसी पे भी कार्रवाई कर सकती है, रास्ता जिसने बनाया, सीलिंग जिसने बनाया, लेकिन मिहिर राजेश शाह पे कार्रवाई होगी कि नहीं होगी, ये बीएमसी ने जवाब देना जरूरी है। उनके घर पे पहले बुलडोजर लेके जाओ। अब तो सीसीटीवी वगैरह कुछ आए थे यहाँ पर, ऐसा रिकॉर्ड किसने? जी बिल्कुल, उन्होंने न्याय की मांग की है, लेकिन उनके आंखों में अगर आप देखें तो उसी दिन की मेमोरीज दिखती है, गुस्सा दिखता है और दर्द दिखता है। और उस दिन भी मैं मिल चुका हूँ, आज भी, लेकिन देख नहीं पाता। I believe I have said this yesterday also in the assembly. This is not just a hit and run. This is not just an accident. This is a murder. Taking any victim, dragging her in the car for almost 2 kilometers and then reversing the car and dashing her again is an absolute outright murder. And I believe the strongest punishment in this country should be meted out to him. Sorry? See, the action can happen on anyone, but instead of anyone, I would like to see the bulldozer justice coming onto Mihiir Rajesh Shah's house.
So Times Now is continuously reporting on this case, hit and run case, which has turned out to be very fatal for this entire family. Now Mihiir Shah, who is the son of Rajesh Shah, a Shinde Sena leader, that particular person was hiding in Thane. What is your take on it? Thane is a stronghold of CM Eknath Shinde.
You know, on day one, we kept our political decency and we said we will not like to politicize this case. But the fact is, if the accused was allowed to run away and hide for 60 hours, now you start thinking whether there was any politics in this, whether there was any political patronage in this. I would want to see absolute action on this. The bulldozer justice that is meted out to people here and there, on slums, on other people, I would want to see that bulldozer justice happening in this case.
So do you think that this is the entire conspiracy in this entire case, that there were attempts to cover this up?
I will still believe that there will be bulldozer justice, and I believe that there will be justice. I hope there will be justice. We are pursuing it. Aslam Sheikh ji, me, Hemangita, all of us are here. We will be pursuing it, and when we form government, we will show what justice is.
आज रस्त्याचा विषय आपण काढला होता की मुंबईचे रस्ते काँक्रिटीकरण करणार होते, पण दोन वर्ष झालेले. आज विधान परिषदेमध्ये प्रसाद लाड यांनी जो हा प्रश्न उपस्थित केला की जी कंपनी जिला कॉन्ट्रॅक्ट दिलं होतं तीच कंपनी आता ब्लॅकलिस्टेड झाली.
अच्छा, बॉन्ड नाही मिळाले वाटतं त्यांच्याकडून, इलेक्ट्रल बॉन्ड. 2 वर्ष शांत बसलेले. पण आता तुम्ही पहा, आमच्या कोळीवाड्याचा पण रस्ता टेंडरिंग झाले, सगळं झालेलं आहे, इकडचा बाहेरचा रस्ता. आम्ही
So that was UBT MLA Aditya Thackeray, who just met the family of the victim and consoled them, and now the UBT is saying that this is not an accident, this is not a hit and run case, but a sheer murder. Now the opposition is also demanding that there should not be a bulldozer justice on the bar, but on the house of Mihiir Shah, who is the son of Shiv Sena leader from the Eknath Shinde faction, Rajesh Shah. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy also is reporting live outside from the Juhu bar where the bulldozer action is being taken, where Mihir Shah allegedly consumed liquor before driving the BMW which killed the 45-year-old fisherwoman, after which now this has put the limelight on the government. Now, Radhika, the probe in the matter has put Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde in a very tight spot. Now, UBT is calling it the murder of a woman and not a hit-and-run case, and they are demanding that a bulldozer justice be served to the victim's family by running a bulldozer and demolishing the house of Shiv Sena leader Rajesh Shah.
That's right. You know, we just did hear Aditya Thackeray. He's been, reacting since day one over this incident. Of course, he represents Worli constituency, which is where this incident happened, which is where the case is also being registered. So therefore, he met the family members today saying that this has to be treated as murder and not just culpable homicide, because this was done deliberately, which is true, because considering the facts that have emerged on the second day of the incident, that she was not just dragged on for 1.5 kilometers, but she was once again run over after switching seats, which means it was deliberate attempt. She was left to die on that road. That's the fact. So therefore, yes, opposition demanding, that the strictest punishment be given, this be treated as murder, and that the bulldozer action not just happen in a place like this and a pub, but also on the home of the accused as well. Of course, these are the, reactions and responses politically. But, as far as law taking its course is concerned, 3 days after the incident is when the arrest happened. Today, he will be produced before the court. Medical examination being carried out, very, very crucial in order to understand whether he was under the influence of alcohol, whether he was in an inebriated state that day, will be hard to prove. Therefore, at this point, they are relying a lot. The police is relying a lot on the digital evidence as well as witness accounts, who were with him that day, his friends, what could they say about his state of mind, about him having allegedly had alcohol, and of course whether he was behind the steering wheel, which is something that the police say they have confirmed by footage. So yes, sometime back we did show you the bulldozer action from outside this particular place, and more action is being initiated inside. At this point, the action is being initiated inside as well. So there's an entire portion being pulled down by the BMC as a result of illegality in this pub. All this coming to fore post the incident. This is a pub where Mihir Shah allegedly consumed alcohol with his friends, left from here hours after the accident happened. Post which, of course, the radar was on this particular pub, and then the police, BMC, excise department taking action against them, excise department closing down the pub as they did not have the license, as they served alcohol, hard liquor to patrons below 25 years of age, which is against law, and there were illegal structure and portions in this particular pub, which was informed to the BMC, and BMC now taking action. Now you can see, all the wooden beams, the iron beams, all torn down, the glass pieces shattered, bulldozer action, which we showed just a few minutes ago, was witnessed in this particular illegal pub in Juhu.
Right, Radhika, continue to stay with us. We are just slipping into a very short break, and I hope you also find a very safe spot to report on. But this remains our prime focus, viewers. We will be slipping into a very short break, but coming back, we will give you more details about what is happening in the case.
Director Shankar and actor Kamal Hassan's Indian set the box office on fire in 1996 pan-India. 28 years later, they've teamed up again for a sequel, Indian 2.
Thought of the movie is just a pan-Indian thought. So I'm confident that each and every citizen of our country can associate with this movie.
Is it true it took every day several hours for the prosthetic makeup to be done from Mr. Kamal Hassan?
3 hours to 3.5 hours. Then we can work maximum 5.5 hours only. So he has gone through all these difficulties because he loved the character and the passion for the cinema.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Here we are and ये है आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी. देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं.
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3, because X3 is really powerful in itself. और Insta360 X3 बहुत अच्छे options लेके आता है. It's a well-rounded deal altogether. So if in case you already have it, there is no point for you to upgrade to the X4 or any other camera for that matter. आप उसको अभी use कर सकते हैं for at least I would say एक और साल तक before you see any substantial upgrade in this technology. और हो सकता है अगले आने वाले जो मॉडल्स होंगे वो आपको ज़्यादा एक्साइटिंग लगेंगे.
नमस्ते टेक्निकल गुरुजी, मैं ऑनलाइन क्लास में पढ़ती हूँ और मुझसे ज़्यादा टाइम के लिए ईयरफोन्स नहीं पहने जाते. क्या आप मुझे ऐसे ईयरफोन्स या हेडफोन्स सजेस्ट कर सकते हैं जिन्हें हम 3 से 4 घंटे
Now, Mihir Shah, son of Shiv Sena leader Rajesh Shah and the 24-year-old prime accused in the BMW hit-and-run case, was arrested on Tuesday evening, and after 3 days he was arrested. Now, the Mumbai police have taken him for medical examination, and after which he will be shortly produced in the court. Meanwhile, Shiv Sena UBT MLA Aditya Thackeray visited the house of the victim and met the family. After coming out, he said that this is a murder and demanded a fair probe in the matter. Risalin.
I believe I have said this yesterday also in the assembly. This is not just a hit and run. This is not just an accident. This is a murder. Taking any victim, dragging her in the car for almost 2 kilometers and then reversing the car and dashing her again is an absolute outright murder. And I believe the strongest punishment in this country should be meted out to him. Sorry? See, the action can happen on anyone, but instead of anyone, I would like to see the bulldozer justice coming onto Mihir Rajesh Shah's house. We kept our political decency and we said we will not like to politicize this case. But the fact is, if the accused was allowed to run away and hide for 60 hours, now you start thinking whether there was any politics in this, whether there was any political patronage in this. I would want to see absolute action on this. The bulldozer justice that is meted out to people here and there, on slums, on other people, I would want to see that bulldozer justice happening in this case.
So do you think that this is the entire conspiracy in this entire case, that there were attempts to cover this up?
I will still believe that there will be bulldozer justice, and I believe that there will be justice. I hope there will be justice. We are pursuing it. Aslam Sheikh ji, me, Hemangita, all of us are here. We will be pursuing it, and when we form government, we will show what justice is.
Now, my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy is reporting live from outside the Juhu bar where demolition was taking place. Now the illegal part of the Juhu bar where Mihir Shah, the 24-year-old prime accused, allegedly consumed liquor. Radhika, if you can tell us, will we see a similar crackdown on other pubs as well to, prohibit liquor being served to underage youth like Mihir Shah was served?
Certainly, there is a possibility. There is a 100% possibility that such action will happen in many other pubs, especially in this area, which is what happened in Pune as well. As soon as the pub came to limelight, the action was taken against many of the Pune pubs, including bulldozer action and license being cancelled and so on. So that is something we can expect from the BMC this time as well. When the Kamla Mills fire happened in that particular pub, a lot of action being taken, demolition and then, cancellation of license, checking or whether there were fire norms that were carried out and so on. Similar action is expected this time as well, but these are all, of course, knee-jerk action and reaction that usually happens when a tragedy strikes. And this time around, of course, it was an accident, but caused as a result of this man allegedly being drunk, and he was given alcohol or he bought alcohol from this particular pub is the allegation, despite the fact that he was below 25, but he was served hard liquor, which is against the law, which is why this action has been taken. And of course, the illegal construction also coming to forth. There were portions of this particular place which were illegally constructed, and this is that portion which you can see is completely pulled down by the BMC sometime back. We did show the bulldozer action a while ago, and these are the remnants, the remains of what has been toned down from this place. So yes, similar action can be expected, considering that is how BMC in Mumbai usually work. After a tragedy is when there is action against many of these establishments. But more importantly, of course, opposition raising their voice. The family had been fighting for justice from day one. But we will have to really wait and see what happens in the court today as the prime accused Mihir Shah gets produced before the magistrate.
Right. Thank you so much, Radhika, for reporting live outside from the Juhu bar where BMC undertook the demolition. Now visited by Shiv Sena UBT MLA Aditya Thackeray, and the arrest of Mihir Shah, who is the son of the Shinde Sena leader Rajesh Shah, after 60 hours has put the Maharashtra government in a very tight spot. Let's see what happens in the court when Mihir Shah will be produced. Now slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side as well.
Director Shankar and actor Kamal Hassan's Indian set the box office on fire in 1996 pan-India. 28 years later, they've teamed up again for a sequel, Indian 2.
Thought of the movie is just a pan-Indian thought. So I'm confident that each and every citizen of our country can associate with this movie.
Is it true it took every day several hours for the prosthetic makeup to be done from Mr. Kamal Hassan?
3 hours to 3.5 hours. Then we can work maximum 5.5 hours only. So he has gone through all these difficulties because he loved the character and the passion for the cinema.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene.
Now, last rites are being conducted for Nayak Vinod Singh in Uttarakhand. Remember, he was killed in the Kathua attack where 5 soldiers lost their life in a terror attack. All 5 soldiers that were killed by heavily armed terrorists in Jammu's Kathua district were with Uttarakhand's Garhwal Rifles Regiment. 5 soldiers were killed and 6 were injured on Monday in a deadly terrorist attack. For more details, my colleague Kishore Rawat is also joining us on the phone line. Kishore, a very teary-eyed farewell is being bid to Nayak Vinod Singh in Uttarakhand right now.
बिल्कुल, जो उत्तराखंड के 5 जवान जो शहीद हुए थे कठुआ जो अटैक हुआ था, उनमें इन सबके जो पार्थिव शरीर है वो उनके घरों पे पहुंच चुके हैं, इनके पैतृक आवास पे, और इनका आज ही शाम संस्कार किया जाएगा, जिसमें देहरादून से डोईवाला क्षेत्र में रहने वाले जो उनका भी संस्कार आज ऋषिकेश में किया गया है। इसके अलावा रिखणी खाल के जो शहीद हुए थे उनका भी संस्कार वहीं पर उनके पैतृक गांव में किया जा रहा है। इसके अलावा रुद्रप्रयाग जिले में जो नायक सूबेदार थे उनका भी संस्कार शाम तक कर दिया जाएगा। तो तमाम उनका राजकीय सम्मान के साथ उनका संस्कार किया जा रहा है, और ऐसे में तमाम जो वहाँ का विधायक है या फिर जो तमाम अधिकारी है वो वहाँ पर उनको श्रद्धांजलि देने पहुंच रहे हैं। इसके अलावा सैन्य के सम्मान के साथ उनको अंतिम विदाई दी जा रही है। हालांकि जो तमाम जो उनके परिवारजन हैं, इन सभी 5 शहीदों के उनको इस बात का दुख जरूर है कि उनके जो किसी का पिता, किसी का बेटा, किसी का पति चला गया है, लेकिन इन लोगों को इस बात का गर्व भी है कि देश की सुरक्षा करते हुए उन्होंने शहादत दी है। लेकिन फिलहाल पूरे उत्तराखंड में इन शहीदों के लिए दुख भी है कि इन शहीद चले गए, लेकिन फिलहाल अभी इन सभी का अंतिम संस्कार रीति रिवाज और उनके पैतृक गांव में किया जा रहा है।
Right, Kishore, thank you so much for giving us the details. And as you rightly pointed out, the nation will not forget the supreme sacrifice made by the 5 soldiers in Jammu and Kashmir. And Indian Army has already said, and Indian government has also said that the death of these 5 soldiers will be avenged. Now, shifting our focus to West Bengal, in a big win for Bengal government in the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court has said that West Bengal government suit regarding probes conducted by central agencies will be valid, agreeing with the Mamata Banerjee-led government that investigations conducted by the Central Bureau of Investigation require prior consent from the state. The apex court had on May 8 reserved its verdict on the maintainability of the suit filed by the state. But now, in a big win for Mamata Sarkar, the judgment of the top court has come in its favor. For more details, we also have reactions from Shantanu Hussain. Listen in.
The CBI, which was formed in the year 1963, they were very much able to prove themselves as the most trustworthy political wing of Bharatiya Janata Party. They are specially being utilized in the opposition-ruled states to gain the political benefit of Bharatiya Janata Party. In our state, in the year 2018, in the month of November, the general consent for CBI was withdrawn, it was revoked, and it was notified in the parliament as well. Tamil Nadu, Telangana and 10 other states, they have withdrawn this general consent. Despite withdrawing the general consent, we have seen that CBI was registering several cases and they were doing investigation, against which our state went to the Supreme Court, and by recognizing an appeal, Supreme Court, we welcome this Supreme Court recognition, and it's not only the victory of Mamata Banerjee's Trinamool Congress government, it is a victory of Indian Constitution, it is the victory of the provision of cooperative federalism, parliamentary democracy and individual right of individual state as given in the Indian Constitution.
Slipping into a very short break, more news and updates on the other side.
Director Shankar and actor Kamal Hassan's Indian set the box office on fire in 1996 Pan-India. 28 years later, they've teamed up again for a sequel, Indian 2.
Thought of the movie is just a pan-Indian thought. So I'm confident that each and every citizen of our country can associate with this movie
Is it true it took every day several hours for the prosthetic makeup to be done from Mr. Kamal Hassan?
3 hours to 3.5 hours. Then we can work maximum 5.5 hours only. So he has gone through all these difficulties because he loved the character and the passion for the cinema.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Key bypolls being held in 13 assembly seats across 7 states as the TMC versus the BJP with a focus on 4 seats in West Bengal, and violence is being reported from the state. In the Mumbai hit-and-run case, authorities have now said that the Juhu pub where the accused drank has been sealed. Partly has been raised as well on account of serving alcohol to an underage adult. We're talking about Mihir Shah, who's 24, and the legal age for drinking is 25. So the accused will now be produced in court. He has been taken in for a medical exam. Opposition demands a murder case be tried against the accused. This is Aditya Thackeray. They're saying this is not an accident, it's murder. And the big Supreme Court ruling as far as alimony for Muslim women is concerned. The Supreme Court has gone ahead and given that note, saying Muslim women can seek alimony under secular law. And it is not under law that you can sort of, based on your religion, not be getting that alimony, which is the right of a woman who's divorced. And win as far as the West Bengal government is concerned in the Supreme Court the order in which Mamata Banerjee's government in fact has now been told by the Supreme Court that the case against the centre, the Mamata Banerjee government's case against the centre is valid, and saying that it's the state government versus the CBI over cases in Bengal, and it's the Bengal government that had revoked the general consent for CBI. Hey, good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including the bypolls that are underway in 13 assembly constituencies across 7 states. We're talking about Bihar, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Madhya Pradesh, Uttarakhand, as well as Punjab and Himachal Pradesh. So the bypolls in 7 states that are being held, the first since the Lok Sabha elections, which saw the BJP falling short of a majority and the opposition gaining strength. So we do know it was the BJP that won 240 seats, the India Alliance clinching that deal at 232. But it is, of course, the Congress party that's emerged as its biggest constituent with wins in 99 constituencies. So in West Bengal, the stakes are high for both the Trinamool Congress, which beat all expectations and improved its tally as far as the Lok Sabha polls is concerned to 29 of the state's 42 seats, and that's up from 21 back in 2019. And the BJP, whose figure went down from 18 to 12. So, of course, the electoral exercise, the first since the Lok Sabha elections, will decide the fate of many veterans and some debutants as well. And we're talking about Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu's wife there. And when we talk about the state of West Bengal, we've seen a voter turnout of 24.25%. That was recorded till about 11 o'clock this morning. Yes, we have our reporters joining us. We have Saurabh Gupta joining us. We also have Sam Daniel as well as Gurpreet joining us. Now, over to Saurabh first. Saurabh, when we talk about this contest yet again, whether it's the BJP up against the TMC, a voter turnout of 24.25% is what we've seen till about 11 o'clock. But from what we are hearing is reports are suggesting of some violence that broken out and the complaints of a BJP worker's house that's being vandalized.
Well, there is no violence. So what we heard so far is that there was a scuffle between
two groups in Raiganj area, and this is of course over people eating food inside the polling station. Now obviously we'll have to check if there has been any other development in terms of the voting going on, but largely there are 4 polling stations that I beg your pardon, there are 4 assembly constituencies that are seeing votes today. One of course is the assembly constituency of Bagda. Then of course there is Raiganj in Uttar Dinajpur. Then there is also Maniktala in Kolkata. So obviously there are 4 assembly constituencies that are seeing polling today, and like I said, in one of the polling stations in Raiganj in Uttar Dinajpur, there was a verbal sort of scuffle between 2 groups of TMC and BJP supporters over eating food inside the polling station. Now Shukanta Mojumdar, the BJP's state president, has alleged that there has been some amount of voter intimidation, is what this, as he describes it, where he says people are standing and not letting people vote freely. But that of course is limited to again the allegation he's made in context of Raiganj. But obviously as the day progresses, we'll have to see what happens. At this point though, 4 assembly constituencies, Bagda, Raiganj, Ranaghat Dakshin and Maniktala in Kolkata, are seeing polling.
Right, Saurabh, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. Let's just go across to Gurpreet also. Gurpreet, this is being seen as a litmus test when it comes to Bhagwat Mann in Punjab.
Well, yes, of course, this is a high-stake battle which is going on in Punjab, and specifically for Chief Minister of Punjab, Bhagwant Singh Mann, it's a prestige battle, because we have seen Bhagwant Singh Mann has already got a rented house in Jalandhar. He has been camping there for the last so many days, because this is the litmus test for his own government. What we have seen, Aam Aadmi Party has been voting and asking for the votes on the basis of the development which they have made in the state of Punjab. At the same time, it is also a litmus test for the BJP, because BJP has been ruling in the country. At the same time, BJP claims they have got a huge vote share from this Punjab, and specifically from Jalandhar area also. So now this is also high-stake battle for the BJP also. At the same time, because we have seen in all over country, India alliance has been forged between the Congress and Aam Aadmi Party, but in Punjab we have seen that there was a different scenario, and Congress was able to get good seats from all the Lok Sabha seats. So if we can talk about the Congress also, Congress is also trying to test the waters for the next Vidhan Sabha elections in the state of Punjab. So as of now, we have seen all the top leaders of Congress, BJP and Aam Aadmi Party, they have been camping in Jalandhar for getting this high-stake battle, and let's see that how the voters are going to cast their vote. But as of now, it seems that it's the litmus test for the Chief Minister of Punjab, Bhagwant Singh Mann, because he has to prove his mettle and he has to prove his government also, the way he has been claiming a lot of development work has been done. So let's see that how the voting is going to be happen and which party is going to win this election. But as of now, it's a tough fight for all the political party to prove their mettle in the state of Punjab. Back to studio.
Also, this will decide the fate when it comes to many veterans and some debutants as well. And we're talking about Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu's wife, Kamlesh Thakur.
Well, for Himachal Pradesh, if we can talk about the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, he has been grappling and combating with a lot of things within the Congress also. We have seen a few months back, there was another scenario when independent MLAs, they had supported openly for the Rajya Sabha candidate from the BJP, and even there was a lot of hustle and bustle within the Congress also, and after that Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu was able to combat that situation. Now, these elections is also a litmus test for for the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu, and it's a high-stake battle which is going on in Himachal Pradesh. And specifically, if we can talk about the Congress, it's very, very important for the Congress to prove its mettle, because Congress is ruling in the state, and it totally depends upon how the Congress is working and functioning in the state of Himachal Pradesh. And if the Congress is not able to win these elections, it will definitely dent not only image of the Congress but also the image of the Chief Minister Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu. So let's see how the voter turnout will be going on, how the people are going to vote, whether they are going to accept the developmental agenda which Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu has been claiming, and whether they are going to cast their vote for the other party. That is yet to be seen. But as of now, it seems that it is also a litmus test for the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh. Back to studio.
Right, so quite a litmus test both for Bhagwat Maan and Sukhwinder Sukhu. And also we've heard clashes broke out between two groups in Uttarakhand's Mangalore. So we also have Sam Daniel joining us. Sam, take us through the challenges that are being faced by the DMK. Of course, the huge tragedy and the deaths caused due to that illicit liquor is going to be quite a challenge when it comes to DMK.
Divya, this particular seat was earlier held by the ruling DMK, so in that sense it's advantage DMK, but the opposition is raking up the Kallakurichi illicit liquor tragedy that took place not far away from this constituency, in which 65 people had died. The PMK, which has fielded C. Anbumani as its candidate under the NDA umbrella, is alleging or has been alleging that the ruling DMK did not really enforce prohibition or did not check illicit liquor there effectively, and there is connivance by enforcement agencies and also alleged complicity by the ruling DMK functionaries. They also are raking up the issue of the 10.5% internal reservation for the one-year community, which was struck down by the court, but they blamed the DMK for not doing enough to protect it. But the ruling DMK is quite confident that it will be able to win these elections. Remember, they swept the Lok Sabha polls very recently, and they count on the DMK government's what they call welfare measures, particularly the monthly 1,000 rupee allowance for women and the free bus rides for women across Tamil Nadu. But it will be interesting to watch whether the voters would look at this as a referendum of sorts on the performance of the ruling DMK. Lastly, the DMK claims that the government had swept into action immediately after the Kallakurichi tragedy. The SP and several police officers were suspended. 21 people, including those who had allegedly sold, those who had transported, and those who had illegally moved methanol, have also been put behind bars, and one-man inquiry commission is also inquiring the incident. So they say they have done swiftly, they've intervened swiftly, but we'll have to see whether the election would turn out to be a referendum of sorts.
Thank you so much, Sam, Saurabh and Gurpreet, for joining us with all those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that. Switching tracks now to Mumbai, and in the latest as far as the BMW hit-and-run case is concerned. Now, sections of the bar in Mumbai's Juhu that served alcohol to Mihir Shah have now been demolished by the city officials. This is 24 hours after the excise department officials sealed the property. The Vice Global Tapas Bar sold alcohol to Mihir Shah, who's 24 years of age, below the legal age of drinking, which is 25. Now, hours ahead of that collision in which that BMW driven car, by which he rammed into a two-wheeler, killing a 45-year-old woman and injuring her husband. Apart from serving liquor to the underage person, the bar has also been serving alcohol without having a proper license and for illegal construction as far as the property is concerned, which is why this demolition drive that was seen early this morning. Now, Mihir, who is now he has been taken for a medical examination, will be produced in court today. Do remember that it was him as well as his mother and two sisters along with a friend who had been absconding over the last 3 days ever since the accident. They were in a resort in Shahpur, from where they now have been taken into custody. So the mother and the two sisters are also in custody. We have Shaina NC of the BJP joining us. Shaina, we've always heard the BJP talk about the demolition drive, the bulldozer drive, the bulldozer action that you speak of. From what we're hearing now is, why has there been, we're seeing delay after delay when it comes to this case. What kind of action can we expect when it comes to this 24-year-old boy?
So first, let me please say that Mihir Shah is nothing but a rich, entitled, spoiled brat. There is no matter who the accused is, strict action has been taken. The Mahayuti government is absolutely firm that when it comes to somebody who has, had this kind of a case, and we know that in this case, the poor victim lost life only because of his absolute brash negligence, because she was literally dragged for 1.5 kilometers. The fact that there is enough evidence from the bill at the bar in Juhu where he spent 18,000 rupees, which shows that this was under the influence of alcohol. I am glad that our Chief Minister, Eknath Shinde-ji, our Deputy Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis, have all emphasized on zero tolerance for injustice and have directed that the police handle this in the most serious manner, because this fatality with which the woman was hit is a precedent in the days to come, that we want justice, stricter implementation of laws, and that the offenders accountable regardless of their wealth or influence.
Shaina, it is a watertight case when you talk about the CCTV footage and the information that has already has come to light. It is Aditya Thackeray who's gone on to say this is not a hit and run, but it's a murder. Considering the fact that, the woman was dragged for 1.5 kilometers, they got off the car to, swap seats between the driver and Mihir Shah, and they ran over the woman all over again. It's the husband who's gone on to say that, had the car stopped, maybe she would have survived that accident. It has led to the death of a life that's been cut short at the age of 45.
Yes, you're absolutely right in your analysis. I think the lives of ordinary citizens are precious to us. The state police has been directed to handle this case with utmost seriousness and ensure justice served. And implementation of stricter laws, harsher penalties in cases of hit and run is the priority of this government. And forget government. This is about just a case as a precedent in the days to come, that there has to be fear of law. If there is an offspring of a bureaucrat or a minister, regardless of the wealth, influence, political connection, there's no kind of immunity when you have taken law into your hands. And this is a rich, spoiled
speaking of the law being equal for all, something that the husband of the the woman who died has been raking up this issue, that why is the law not equal for the poor? Time and again asking as to why is it different for the rich and the powerful, given the fact that the father of the accused was out on bail within 24 hours of his arrest.
So, there were nearly 2 months ago, there was an incident of the Porsche car in Pune, where you had a teenage boy knocking down two IIT professionals. I think that has created outrage. This 24-year-old boy, who is, as I repeat, a brat, who has, torn down a 45-year-old.
Shaina, a request and a demand by the Congress, and also we heard Aditya Thackeray say that this is murder. Will this case be tried as murder?
Of course, there's no case of any insulation, and we are in tandem that the arrest was imminent, but the action of ensuring that the guilty is brought to task in the fullest is a watertight case in this particular one, because we have enough CCTV footage to prove the same.
Right. Thank you so much, Shaina NC, for joining us on the broadcast this afternoon. We also have Radhika joining us. Radhika, take us through, it is a medical checkup that's going on. Of course, questions being raised, in order to establish whether the man had consumed alcohol that day or not. We do know he was at that bar, which, visuals on our screen right now of that bar being demolished, portions of it on various grounds. Take us through the grounds on which this bar is being demolished. And also going forward, when can we expect him to be produced in court?
Yes, the bar is being demolished and we've been showing visuals some time back. There was live action happening here. However, it is The officials have gone to the other side. So in any case, they are taking off the structure. As you can see, the BMC officials cutting off that particular sheet, the black sheet, because this is an illegal extension, illegal first floor portion that is being demolished at this point. In fact, some time back, there were dramatic visuals of the wooden and the bamboo beams being thrown off this particular place. In fact, they are trying to demolish that entire platform and that structure on the first floor, because this portion, this entire portion is the illegal portion, illegal extension of this particular bar. We earlier showed the bulldozer action as well. Now these are the remnants, of course. There's like wooden beams, wooden doors, entire AC air conditioning unit also.
Radhika, news coming in of the father of the accused, Rajesh, has now been suspended from the Shinde Sena, faction, and he has been suspended from his party post.
All right, so that's the breaking update we are getting at this point. Rajesh Shah being suspended from his party. He was a member, he was a functionary of Eknath Shinde Sena. Now, the breaking update is that he has in fact been suspended. He's been taken off from the party as a result of course, this incident, because he was arrested, he was granted bail. However, as per police, he was aiding and abetting the crime because he wanted to protect his son. There were multiple conversations that happened between Rajesh Shah and Mihir Shah post the accident. In fact, according to police, Rajesh had asked Mihir to, sort of leave the spot, to escape from there. He had asked him, where to sort of go and hide himself, and which is what was done by Mihir and his other family members. Rajesh Shah was arrested just for a day, after which he was granted bail. But the breaking update is that he has in fact been taken off, suspended, or rather he's no more member of Eknath Shinde Sena. So that's the action. Of course, Eknath Shinde Sena had been coming under flak as a result of this. There have been a lot of political reactions, especially from the opposition, over government's role in this, because there had been talks about how government perhaps has been trying to protect the son of Rajesh Shah, which is why perhaps there had been delay in action. But now some sort of action being taken by Eknath Shinde Sena. He's been removed from the party, and now remains to be seen what other action will be taken in the coming days, as Mihir Shah will also be produced before the court today.
Right, Radhika, many questions were being raised as to how did he get bail in a matter of 24 hours when his son continued to be on the run. And while the driver was still in the custody of the police, and the driver was a poor man, it was the father who was asking the driver to actually take the fall for his son. And, they switched sides, and that is when they finally did stop that BMW car, which had that lady on the bonnet for 1.5 kilometers.
That's right. Disturbing details emerging as far as the sequence of events of that day is concerned. The CCTV visuals, in fact, as per the police, show that, the woman was dragged for more than 1 kilometer, and then Mihir switched seats with the driver. Then driver reversed and then ran her over again. They did not stop the vehicle. They did not stop to see, what her condition was. They did not bother to take her to the hospital. They just drove off. So which is why several people, including family members, have been demanding strictest action, and that this shouldn't be a culpable homicide not amounting to murder, but it should be tried as a murder case itself, as there were deliberate attempts to leave from that spot without helping the victim and then escaping for 3 days. So therefore, as far as the case is concerned, there are details emerging of how there was, attempts to destroy evidence, how the Eknath Shinde party sticker was taken off from the car, how the number plate was, put inside the car, and then cars were changed, and then he left the spot, went to another district itself, and then later was spotted at Virar through technical evidence, through phone records, and obviously phone location is when they could trace where.
For the benefit of our viewers, take us through how far was that resort that they went to, called Shahpur, that resort in Shahpur, and how far is Virar safe from where they stay in Mumbai? Right, so of course it is the Shinde Sena that is finally acting on the behest of, so many demands that are being made, whether it is the Uddhav Thackeray faction, whether it's the Congress party, all asking for justice and, saying that this is not a hit and run case, calling it a murder. At last, the Shinde Sena government has taken action, and after 3 days, the party finally takes this action where they have, finally suspended Rajesh Shah of the party. Do remember, it is Rajesh Shah who's the father who had try to help in the case in terms of his son to get away from there. He did ask the driver to take the fall for his son. The driver is behind bars. Rajesh Shah, who was taken into custody, was in custody only for 24 hours before he managed to get bail in the case. Radhika, for the sake of our viewers, take us through the kind of distance there is from, say, the residence where Rajesh Shah and his family live to that place in Shahpur where they went, and then from there to Virar. How long, what is the kind of distance, and how did they manage to dodge the police through it all?
As far as the distance is concerned, I'll just explain the sequence of events post the accident. Post the accident, the driver was, in fact, the car was abandoned in Bandra East by Mihir Shah, post which Mihir Shah, in fact, called his father multiple times. He was obviously panicking. He did not know what to do, and he was trying to destroy the evidence as well. He did not help the victim. He was panicking along with the driver. Therefore, calling the father asking him to abandon the car in Bandra East and then asking him to leave for another place. So therefore, after the accident, Mihir Shah went to his female friend's house in Goregaon, and in the meantime, his father tried to tow away the vehicle. His father, along with the driver, tried to tow away the vehicle which was in Bandra East. I believe, the demolition action is going to continue, but I'll just continue with what I was saying and then show you once the action continues. And post which, of course, after Goregaon, he went to Borivali. Mihir Shah went to Borivali, and then with his family members, which is his sisters and mother, left for Shahpur. This is all as per instructions of his father, Rajesh Shah, who was immediately arrested while he was trying to tow away the car. And from Shahpur, he went to Virar, and through phone traces, in fact, phone location is when they could trace his location in Shahpur as well as in Virar. In Virar, he was found in a hotel along with his friend where he was caught. Not much of a distance, a couple of hours, of course, from Mumbai to all of these places. Virar is in the suburbs, not too far from Borivali where he was, but he did travel all the way to Shahpur and then come back to Virar from where he was caught. Of course, he will be produced before the court today.
Right, Radhika. So he is undergoing that medical examination, which unfortunately, it's been 3 days before they can actually really establish whether alcohol was in his system or not, given the fact that that is the point that's being raised by the family, saying that they bought that kind of time before he could finally be taken into custody. With that, we're slipping to a short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side. Stay with us.
Director Shankar and actor Kamal Hassan's Indian set the box office on fire in 1996 pan-India. 28 years later, they've teamed up again for a sequel, Indian 2.
Thought of the movie is just a pan-Indian thought. So I'm confident that each and every citizen of our country can associate with this movie.
Is it true it took every day several hours for the prosthetic makeup to be done from Mr. Kamal Hassan?
3 hours to 3.5 hours. Then we can work maximum 5.5 hours only. So he has gone through all these difficulties because he loved the character and the passion for the cinema.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
ऐसे कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो. एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट AI. इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट Gemini, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट. मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहां पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स Gemini से लिखवा सकते हैं. ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ AI. तो Gemini अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है. वेल एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है, बट आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग सून फॉर एवरीवन. और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे, यू कैन यूटिलाइज द फुल पोटेंशियल ऑफ गूगल्स AI to make your life and your phones even smarter.
Get ready for the
Director Shankar and actor Kamal Hassan's Indian set the box office on fire in 1996 pan-India. 28 years later, they've teamed up again for a sequel, Indian 2.
Thought of the movie is just a pan-Indian thought. So I'm confident that each and every citizen of our country can associate with this movie.
Is it true it took every day several hours for the prosthetic makeup to be done from Mr. Kamal Hassan?
3 hours to 3.5 hours. Then we can work maximum 5.5 hours only. So he has gone through all these difficulties because he loved the character and the passion for the cinema.
Director Shankar and actor Kamal Hassan's Indian set the box office on fire in 1996 pan-India. 28 years later, they've teamed up again for a sequel, Indian 2. Joining us now, the master filmmaker, Mr. Shankar himself. Thank you very much for your time. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
The central theme of this film is corruption. Do you think it's still relevant pan-India? And what have you done to make it interesting for audience countrywide?
Yeah, see, after the release of the movie, you know, every year after a movie, when I was thinking about my next film, so when I read the newspapers, the news coming, you know, every day, like somewhere the bribe was asked and someone has to pay the bribe and some poor people are affected by the bribing and all. So immediately you will get the thought of Senapati. So year after year when you read the news, I feel like the Senapati character should come back. But I was waiting to that feeling to convert into a story. So during 2.0, I got the story and I decided to do that. Mainly the thought of the movie is just a pan-Indian thought. So I'm confident that each and every citizen of our country can associate with this movie and they will watch the movie fully. It will be very engaging for them, for the family audience, and this is for all generations, and there is something to take away from this movie for every citizen, and after the movie is over they will start thinking about the thought in the movie. I strongly believe.
Both you and Mr. Kamal Hassan over the years have established yourself into big names in your respective fields. What was it like working with him after 28 years?
It was so nice. He was after 28 years he was more experienced, and he is making things easy. Easy means we can work with him so easily. So you see that his stardom and his experience and knowledge doesn't make us to hesitate to ask something or to make him to do different things and all. That is a good thing I observed about him, and he is very updated. So yeah, his acting also very updated. So even after so many years of acting, he is very particular about his acting is very trendy, which will appeal to the nowadays audience.
Was it difficult directing him?
No, if you work properly, it's not difficult to direct him. So when I go to Kamal sir, is so knowledgeable. So before I go and pitch a script, I will make sure, like so everything is perfect, and with lot of homework. If you go and approach him, if everything is fine, the very easiest actor to direct.
The Senapati Tata, the old man, he is the central character. Is it true it took every day several hours for the prosthetic makeup to be done for Mr. Kamal Haasan?
Yes, of course, because in the part 1, we shot 40 days with the prosthetic makeup, and this part we shot him 70 days with the prosthetic makeup. So every day he is the one to come to the set first, and it will take from 3 hours to 3.5 hours. Then we can work maximum 5.5 hours only, and then it will take 1 hour for him to remove the makeup.
Right.
So he can't eat solid food, so he'll be having some juice, soup and all. Once he finishes the shoot and once he removes the makeup only, he can eat solid food. So he has gone through all these difficulties because he loved the character and the passion for the cinema. So he has gone through this all these prosthetics and all, and made that character like more memorable and more lively and more dynamic, and can go on and on about it.
You are known to be a director synonymous with grandeur, magnificence. Would Indian too also be of that kind, with pan-India stars like Siddharth, Anushka, Rahul Preet?
Yeah, as I told you before, more than a pan-India movie, it's a pan-Indian thought. So it's a big story. Like the part 1 was 3 hours 20 minutes, and it was revolving around one state. And this part 2 is spreading all over the country. The story is so big, and it needs lot of characters, lot of supporting characters, lot of cameos and all. So all the actors with like Siddharth, Rakul Preet Singh and Gulshan Grover, Piyush Mishra, Zakir Hussain, and here Vivek and Nadu Venu from Malayalam industry, Bobby Simha, and the experienced actors, they elevated the scene to the next level. So you can fully involve the movie, and you can enjoy that.
You expect a repeat of the box office? What happened in '96?
Yeah, of course.
A blockbuster?
Yeah, of course. See, we did our best, and so many technicians and actors, and we all put our efforts to satisfy the audience. So we strongly believe the audience will, in return, they will show their love by flooding to the theatres.
Mr. A. Rahman had scored music for Indian. One would have thought you would have written him for the sequel as well, but was it a difficult choice to say no to him and to engage Mr. Anirudh?
It's not like that, because the situation is totally different.
Right.
When I finished 2.0 shoot, there were something went wrong in the visual effects for that the huge bird. So we are in a situation to recreate that from the scratch.
Right.
So the VFX companies demanded 1 year of time to complete that bird shots and all. So we have to wait naturally for a period of 1 year.
Right.
So my work is very less. Once in a week they will come with the CG shots, and I have to see whether it is okay or not, what correction has to be made. I'll give my feedback, and I was free. I'll be free for 1 year. Meanwhile, I have finished the script of Indian 2. So, and even Kamal sir liked the script, and we are ready to start the shoot. 2.0 released in November, and we are ready in the January itself. We plan to shoot also. So that time my work is finished, but A.R. Rahman's work is not completed. Just now he started the background score. It's a huge task, because he did very beautifully, and he had put a lot of efforts, I think out of all of my films, for the background score, he had put enormous effort for the movie 2.0. So if I ask for the songs for Indian 2 also, it will be heavy burden for him. I can't ask also. When I'm doing 2.0, that also to be released. Right. So it will be a very difficult task for him. So meanwhile, I'm seeing the growth of Anirudh. All his songs are so good, I'm enjoying that also. So I thought I should work with him and I should take him for this Indian tour. This is what happened regarding the music composer.
Did you think about roping in Manisha Koirala and the other team members part of Indian?
Yeah, when the story was progressing, so naturally your thought will go back and forth, left and right. Okay, so sometime that characters will be required and from another angle it is not required. So I gone through the process of bringing that characters again, and finally the logged script didn't require Manisha Koirala and Urmila and all. So that the main CBI officer character is coming. That is Nadu, the senior most actor, a brilliant actor. So after 28 years, the CBI officer who was after Senapati in that part 1 is coming back in this part also.
Right. One would think, well, male actors, heroes are able to retain their number 1 position even when they cross 70. Actresses don't get that kind of a luck actually. They get, in a sense, discarded. Do you think that's a kind of a bias towards men or against women?
I don't think so, because the times are changing. Now Deepika Padukone has such a big command. So here Nayanthara has a big command. So I don't think so. Like
the industry is not biased against women.
No. See, it's the audience. No, when they like female superstars, no, they will make that a big box office hit, and they will make their stardom grow more and more.
Things are changing?
Yeah, I've told no 2 examples.
In terms of pay?
Pay also, they are getting big payment.
Equal to men or heroes?
That day is not
far away.
Yeah.
Right. You have directed Mr. Kamal Haasan and Mr. Rajnikant. Would you want to see them together in any of your films sometime?
Yeah, that is the dream of every filmmaker here. And I had an idea actually, initially the 2.0, my idea is Rajni sir and Kamal sir to do together. That Kamal sir to do the Pakshirajan role which Akshay Kumar did. But he was busy and so we went for casting Akshay Kumar in that movie.
What's the difference you see in their styles, Mr. Kamal Haasan and Mr. Rajnikant?
Entirely different, but very effective, because he also have his own energy, Rajni sir, and Kamal sir also is having his own energy. They are different energy, but it works.
Right. Tell us about, it was an emotional moment, 3 of the artists you lost in the making of the film, Mr. Vivek, Mano and Nedumudi.
One more actor also, Asif.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But still you made sure you retained the characters and gave a kind of a new life for them on the film.
No, you can see in the movie. Yeah, they are very important characters. They are there in the movie.
Going away from Indian too, how much of artificial intelligence is being used in films in general, sir? Outside there is a worry that in course of time AI will take over many of our work. How is it in the film industry?
Yeah, it is. We are using that wherever it's necessary. We are not forcing it to for any aspect, music wise and voice wise and visual image wise. But every time some new technology comes, people will say that there is a threat. But still the human imagination and the human creation is always superior. That's what I believe. So it will be a tool, that's all.
That's right. How important is Indian 2 for you as a director?
Every film is important for me. because I'm giving a slice of my life to that each and every movie. So every movie is very, very important.
And what keeps you updated? How do you prepare yourself for every challenge? You've been in the industry for so long.
I am observing what is happening around me, and I have kids of this generation, and see, when you make a movie, you should keep all the aspects in your mind. When you're writing a story, you should keep everything. So naturally, we'll be evolving, according to the generation changes, like that. In such a way, like you can see the participation of this generation also in this movie.
Right. Is there a kind of a healthy competition? Seasoned, established directors like you, and on the other side you have OTT platforms nurturing young talents now.
Yeah, I like that. See, in Corona period, I've seen a lot of web series and these things. It's mind blowing, and which you cannot. Some of the content we cannot do in the mainstream cinema, and that is one side. But I love feature films because that euphoria when you go to the theater, sit with the 300 people or 600 people or 1,000 people together and enjoy, like that euphoria is amazing. That experience, that I would love to do mostly. Let me see in future, if whether I'll be doing a OTT content or not.
Information coming from the US markets, Indian 2 is doing extremely well in terms of advanced bookings. Are you optimistic of a repeat of the 1996 blockbuster performance? Do you expect that kind of a repeat?
Yeah, of course. See, I told you, everybody, because the producer Subhashkaran is very passionate. I'm supposed to do this movie with some other producer. So he called me, very friendly. He asked, I'm the fan of that movie, Indian. So I want to produce it. Please do it for me. He asked me. So seeing his passion and all, we see that he'll be producing this. And Kamal sir spent so much of time because he saw the potentiality in the script. And even if there's no something exciting in a script, even I can't do. Only if I can enjoy as a movie, then only I will shoot. So everybody believed and everybody liked the script, and everybody put their efforts, all the technicians and actors. So definitely, people will respect the hard work, and they know what kind of people are involved in the movie, and how they go to a level to see that perfection, the max, and definitely they will reciprocate for that.
When can we expect the trilogy, part 3?
Yeah, almost 80% of the filming is done. There is 2 songs and some scenes are there. As soon as we release that, we will plan, discuss with the production, and there is a possibility of releasing within the 6 months of this release. Let's see how things shape.
Lastly, it's 28 years since you made this film. There could be a bulk of the younger audience who have not watched the film. Will they still be able to enjoy and understand this film? Will it be a standalone in that sense?
Last year also and now also, you can see these kind of news in the newspapers regarding bribing and all. So definitely it will appeal for them. And I told you, there is a participation of this generation also in this story. So definitely they will get connected. So they are enjoying the songs, they are enjoying the trailer. So we all keep in mind that it should appeal for this generation also, and the script also is for all the generations. So the whole family can get connected with the content and they can enjoy, and there is something to take away.
Mr. Shankar, such a joy talking to you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
That was master filmmaker Mr. Shankar talking to us ahead of the release of Indian 2.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Do you know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में develop कर लिया था. It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard, जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही अनवील किया था and the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, स्टॉपवॉच, timer, alarm, and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. 28 buttons इतने से size में. Well, obviously उस time पे we didn't have touch screens. उस time पे I would say for engineers and for professionals it was such a boon. But then again this product failed because it was quite expensive, थोड़ा bulky था and maybe not that easy to use that. But मैं बोलूँगा it was the beginning of the era of smartwatches and eventually today you know how popular they are. जहाँ पे हर किसी से जब आप मिलते हो after the mobile phone, the second purchase that you do as a gadget is definitely a smartwatch these days. Did you?
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest with the Prime Minister in Vienna. Do remember he was in Moscow for the last 2 days and this morning he arrived in Vienna. He has received a ceremonial welcome in Vienna along with the Guard of Honor that has been bestowed upon Prime Minister Modi in Austria's Vienna. He is the first Prime Minister from India to have visited Vienna in over 41 years. The last time it was Indira Gandhi back in 1983 who had visited Austria. So it is the Austrian Chancellor who also welcomed Prime Minister Modi, calling India a friend and a partner, adding that he also stated that he looked forward to discussing politics as well as economics during that one-day visit of the Prime Minister. Also, it is the Chancellor that took to X to put out that message welcoming the Prime Minister, saying it's a pleasure and an honour to welcome Prime Minister Modi to Austria. That also going on to say Austria and India are friends and partners, looking forward to political and economic discussions during that visit. And also it was the Prime Minister who put out an answer, and of course so a lot is expected ahead of this visit. It was Prime Minister Modi who went on to say that there's a shared value when it comes to the two countries. They share values of democracy, freedom and the rule of law that forms the bedrock upon which the two countries will build an ever closer partnership. We have Vishal joining us to get us more on this. Vishal, take us through the Guard of Honor that's been bestowed upon the Prime Minister. Quite an honor there from Austria, given the fact that he has visited Austria, the first Indian Prime Minister to have visited Vienna in 41 years.
That is correct. So the last time it was former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi that had visited Austria. That was way back in 1983, 41 years ago, as you mentioned earlier. There's a series of events that are lined up. So at first there's delegation level talks which will come up in about 1 hour. Then the parties will release a press statement regarding that delegation level talk. And following that, there will be a walkthrough of about 8 minutes where the leaders will probably visit the local shops in Vienna. And then later on, some business leaders of both the countries will also be meeting both the countries' leaders. Then there will be the president of the Austrian government, which will be meeting Prime Minister Modi. Then following that, around 5:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, PM will be interacting with some prominent Austrians. Then there will be a community event, and around about 11:30 p.m. PM Modi will depart for India. So there's a series of events lined up. Austria remains a big partner of India on the global stage. It's about 75 years of partnership. So it remains to be seen what kind of statements come through, but as we've been discussing, it could be on the lines of economic and other developments.
Thank you so much, Vishal, for joining us with all those details. So, visuals on your screen of the Prime Minister in Vienna, who has been bestowed with the Guard of Honor in Vienna. And, of course, a lot to be discussed during that day-long visit before the Prime Minister makes his way back home. A big win as far as the Adani Ports is concerned in the Supreme Court. Breaking news coming in of the Supreme Court putting a stay as far as the Gujarat High Court order on the land allotted to the Adani Ports in Mundra. So the Gujarat High Court had ordered retrieval of 108 hectares of land that was allotted to the Adani Ports. So to get more on this, we have my colleague Ashish joining us. Ashish, a huge relief when it comes to the Adani Ports to the Supreme Court putting a stay as far as that Gujarat High Court order is concerned.
Yeah, it's a big relief to and big win to Adani Ports, and because as he says, the Gujarat High Court order directing to recovery of 108 hectare of land from Adani Ports. As he also agrees to hear this filed by Adani Ports, and as he said against the recovery of this 108 hectare land by the Gujarat government, as the bench led by Justice B.R. Gavi issues notice to Gujarat government seeking its reply. This land parcel of 108 hectare was allotted in the Kutch region to Adani Port in 2005. And Gujarat High Court was hearing a PIL that challenged the allotment of land. PIL cites loss of grazing land for the local community. That's why when Gujarat High Court put stay on this and directed to return the land, to take over the land, Adani Port filed petition in Supreme Court, filed appeal in Supreme Court. Now Supreme Court has taken a view and says Gujarat High Court order, and also issues Gujarat government issue notice to Gujarat government, and now Gujarat government will file a response in the Supreme Court, and then Supreme Court will again hear this matter. And the calculation was allotment was directed for land which was allotted 20 years back. What Adani told Supreme Court, the collector of Kutch was allotted this land in July 2005 to Adani for SEZ, and Adani has paid a consideration of over 37.39 lakhs, along with 30% premium of rupees 11.21 lakhs for the land. And now it's a big win, and it's a big relief to Adani Ports, and Supreme Court will hear later this matter. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much for getting us all those details, Ashish. They're reporting a huge relief when it comes to Adani Ports. And switching tracks now, the Haryana government, this is now the High Court, the Punjab and Haryana High Court has ordered a move in which barricades that were set up around the Shambhu border near Ambala have now to be removed in a matter of 1 week. The Haryana government, do remember, had set up those barricades at the Ambala-Delhi National Highway back in February. This was this announcement that was made to move when the farmers had protested against the MSP and other legal guarantees for crops. We have, to get more on this, let's just cut across to Gurpreet. Gurpreet, there is a deadline that's been set up with a huge order that's come about from the Punjab and Haryana High Court asking for the removal of barricades that have been in place for months now.
Well, yes, recently Punjab and Haryana High Court has issued an order saying within a week that passage should be open and a barricade should be removed from this Shambhu border, because this Shambhu border has a lot of importance if somebody is coming from Delhi to enter Punjab, and from Punjab, from Amritsar to Delhi, if somebody has to travel, this Shambhu border is the center point of between Punjab and Haryana. What we have seen, the High Court, after hearing the PIL, that petition which has been moved by one of the person for removing these barricades, and today we have seen the decision has already been taken by the court, saying that within 1 week that passage should be opened and barricades should be removed. We have seen the farmers, they have been saying they want to go to Delhi for their own demands, because for MSP guarantee and for other issues they have been struggling for the last so many months, so many years, and for that they wanted to move toward the national capital, but Haryana government had put up barricades at the Shambhu border at the entry point of Haryana, and they were not being allowed to go toward the national national capital. After that, we have seen the whole road has been blocked, and what we have learned from the local residents also, some of the businessmen, they had also approached the farmers also. They are saying there should be way out for this thing. But today, finally, PL has been moved in the Punjab and Haryana High Court, and High Court has already given direction to Haryana government, Haryana police to remove all these barricades so that this passage should be open, and there should be the people should move off through this route. So let's see that how the government is going to take a call and how they are going to follow the directions of Punjab and Haryana High Court, which has just been issued, and asking them to remove these barricades within a week. Back to studio.
Thank you so much, Gurpreet, for getting us all those details. We will keep tracking that story. For now, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी ते बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Here we are, and ये है, आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं, मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन, जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी. देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं.
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Shinde Sena acts after 3 days. Finally, party takes action against Rajesh Shah, sacked from the party post after his son is accused in the hit-and-run case. In the Mumbai hit-and-run case, the authorities finally wake up. Juhu pub where accused drank a sealed party, partly raised as well. Accused Shinde Sena Neta's son to be produced in the court today. Key bypolls in 13 assembly seats across 7 states. Once again, TMC versus BJP on 4 seats of Bengal. After the Hooch tragedy, it's the big challenge for the DMK in Tamil Nadu, in Punjab and Himachal Pradesh. Test for Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann and Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu. Opposition demands murder accused hit-and-run murder case against hit-and-run accused. Aditya Thackeray says not accident, it's murder. Big Supreme Court ruling on alimony for Muslim women. Supreme Court says Muslim women can seek alimony under the secular law. Muslim Women Divorce Act not above personal law. Victory for Bengal government in Supreme Court. Mamata Banerjee government's case against centre valid. State government versus CBI over cases in Bengal. The Bengal government had revoked central consent for the CBI.
Good afternoon and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi, starting with our top focus on Mumbai, where after 3 days, tremendous pressure from the people, from media, it seems that the Shinde Sena has finally woken up. In fact, now they have removed Rajesh Shah, who is the leader of Eknath Shinde's party, and he has been removed from the party post. Chief Minister Shinde has taken this action. Whip has finally been cracked, at least politically at this moment, because this was a case, a fit case, where there was a lot of pressure, and also, of course, people were looking at the Chief Minister to act against the leader. Let me go across to my colleague Radhika, who's joining us with more details at this moment. Radhika, tremendous pressure, isn't it? All the entire media was, in fact, speaking about the fact that how this man colluded with his son. At least preliminary investigation points to the fact that it was a preconceived, conspiracy to try and shield this man, the hit-and-run accused, from the wrath of the law. Now, finally, the Chief Minister acting.
Certainly under pressure, Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, has acted. In fact, he has removed this particular man, Rajesh Shah, as the deputy leader of Eknath Shinde Sena. He has been removed. There is an official statement, in fact, official statement talking about the removal as well, that has been released by Eknath Shinde Sena as well. So this action happening 4 days after the accident, certainly under pressure. There has been a lot of media limelight on this particular issue. We've been covering it relentlessly since day one. And the fact that Rajesh Shah was arrested by the police. He may not have been behind the steering wheel at the time of the incident, but there is enough proof as per police that Rajesh Shah was instrumental in shielding his son. In fact, it was him who had instructed him to escape from that particular place after abandoning the car, and later gave him directions as to where to go, and was not cooperating with the investigations either. And as per police, he had also tried to convince the driver to take the blame of the incident. So therefore, multiple charges against, Rajesh Shah as far as destruction of evidence bit is concerned. He was trying to shield the accused. He wanted the driver to take the blame. And of course, he was giving directions to his son and giving him an escape plan of sorts. So therefore, under pressure, of course, Eknath Shinde has decided to remove him from that particular position. Of course, Rajesh Shah has been granted bail just a day after his arrest. He was granted bail. Of course, he was arrested for aiding his son, as well as for not cooperating with investigations and so on. As far as the driver is concerned, he continues to be behind bars, and his police custody was extended till July 11. But the main person, Mihir Shah, the main accused, who was arrested 3 days after the incident yesterday, will be produced before the court today. Remains to be seen what kind of evidence will be produced or mentioned by the prosecution before the court today.
Radhika, can I request you to stay on with me? In fact, let's just once again tell our viewers about the investigation and what is happening as far as this case is concerned today. Action has been taken on the Juhu bar, where this accused apparently drank and partied just before this accident. The parts of this bar has now been deemed to be illegal and have been demolished by the various departments. The excise department has also suspended bar license of this pub. The accused drank at this pub ahead of the accident. Meanwhile, Aditya Thackeray, the leader of Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, met the victim's family and demanded murder charges to be put against the accused. Meanwhile, Mihir Shah is expected to be produced in the court today. Radhika continues to be with us. Radhika, yesterday in the evening when we were talking about this case, you were at that pub where the police was investigating, and of course we saw a lot of activity behind you at this moment. But like we were talking about this yesterday, it's too little too late. I mean, all these things go on unchecked, and when something of this nature happens, suddenly the authorities discover that there have been illegal parts of this pub and the licenses are cancelled.
Certainly, it is too little, too late action. Always happens when such cases come to limelight, which is when, authorities swing into action. That's what we are seeing now. In fact, let me show you what is going on here. Yes, Some time back, we did show you the bulldozer action. All of this was, in fact, demolished. The extension, the illegal extension of this bar was completely demolished. You can see the wooden beams as well as the iron beams, thrown out, and the BMC officials are still working upstairs. That's also an illegal terrace that was, in fact, erected, parts of which is being demolished and torn down, and that's what we're seeing here. Multiple officials at work here. Yes, as you mentioned yesterday, we saw BMC officials, cops, excise department officials here. They shut this place, they sealed this place due to irregularities. There were multiple inspection carried out. License was cancelled. In fact, they did not have proper license either, and they were, in fact, providing, or rather selling, hard liquor to patrons below 25 years of age when they're not allowed to do so. It's illegal. And multiple other irregularities as far as construction is concerned, which is why BMC has been roped in order to demolish the illegal structure. And that's what we saw some time back. Bulldozer action was carried out, all of these materials thrown around, completely glass shattered, AC units here, wooden beams, doors, iron beams, all of them are thrown outside, and the sheets also taken off, the bamboo beams also thrown off. So entire terrace as well as the side extension of this place is being torn down by the BMC right now. And as you correctly mentioned, this is too little too late, like a knee-jerk reaction. Such things usually happen. We saw it during Kamla Mills also when the fire happened in that pub. Multiple action for a couple of weeks, and then it was forgotten. Something similar happening here as well. Post the accident, of course, this name of this particular pub, Global Tapas Bar in Juhu, was being spoken about, and how, he drank here, and perhaps he was under the influence of alcohol, which is what the police said. And later he drove off from here with his friends, and post which, of course, action against this pub, police, as well as BMC and excise action. And now what we are seeing is demolition of the illegal structure of this pub.
Thank you so much, Radhika, for joining us with all those details. The police, in fact, springing into action. So are the other authorities. But the fact remains, ladies and gentlemen, that there are rules and regulations for all these things, for an underage not to drink, for driving tests, for all these things which already exist. The authorities wake up only once something of this nature happens. Let's also play out some reactions for you on this story. As I told you, Aditya Thackeray today met the victim's family and echoed their demand of murder charges to be put against Mihir Shah.
हम यही मांग कर रहे हैं कि इनको न्याय मिले। जो मिहिर राजेश शाह है, जिन्होंने इनकी पत्नी को मर्डर किया, इनके पत्नी का, मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि एक्सीडेंट था, ये नहीं कहूँगा कि हिट एंड रन थी, ये मर्डर था। और मुझे लगता है कि सबसे कठोर शिक्षा जो है देश में, वो इस मिहिर राजेश शाह को मिलनी चाहिए। जो बुलडोजर जस्टिस हर जगह ये रेजिम देने की कोशिश करता है, उनके घर पे अभी करके दिखाओ।
So first, let me please say that Mihir Shah is nothing but a rich, entitled, spoiled brat. There is no matter who the accused is, strict action has been taken. The Mahayuti government is absolutely firm that when it comes to somebody who has, had this kind of a case, and we know that in this case the poor victim lost life only because of his absolute brash negligence, because she was literally dragged for 1.5 kilometers. The fact that there is enough evidence from the bill at the bar in Juhu where he spent 18,000 rupees, which shows that this was under the influence of alcohol. I am glad that our Chief Minister Eknath Shinde-ji, our Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis have all emphasized on zero tolerance for injustice and have directed that the police handle this in the most serious manner, because this fatality with which the woman was hit is a precedent in the days to come, that we want justice, stricter implementation of laws, and that the offenders accountable regardless of their wealth or influence.
All right, we're getting some information which is coming in at this moment in the Delhi tree felling case. The Supreme Court has issued notices to the Delhi police. The notice has been sent after the NGO, which had complained in this matter, has alleged harassment. The NGO has said there is harassment by the Delhi police. Remember, this is regarding 1,100 trees chopped in the national capital. The Supreme Court had issued contempt notice to the DDA as well for felling these trees. And ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about this matter in a year where Delhi has seen a record-breaking heat wave of days, in fact, where the temperature was not just 45-degree plus, but also breached the 50-degree mark in the national capital. Sunil Prabhu, my colleague, now joins us from the Supreme Court with more details on this. Sunil, the court has been talking tough as far as this case is concerned, and rightly so. Now, another twist, the Delhi police, in fact, the NGO alleges, has been harassing them. What have been their, in fact, charges as far as the Delhi police is concerned?
Well, the Supreme Court has issued notice and has said this is a very serious matter. They have taken cognizance of it and asked them to respond to this. This is a question of personal freedom. As you're well aware, this involves the Lieutenant Governor. This is regarding the felling of trees, and the Delhi Police Commissioner, along with Axis Bank, trying now to browbeat the petitioner, and he fears for his personal safety, having to knock at the doors of the Supreme Court. These are serious and grave consequences, and that is why the Supreme Court, no less than the Supreme Court judge, saying this is very, very serious. And it's in this backdrop now we'll have to wait, because as you can see, things are unraveling. The way they try to hush up, from the DDA Vice Chairman to the Lieutenant Governor to the Executive Engineer to various authorities, trying to hush up the visit of the Lieutenant Governor, the instructions that were given, and the amount of trees that have been taken off, as well as the use of machinery, is a really sorry state of affairs, especially in India's capital, which is now known infamously for being one of the most polluted. And then you go and fell trees is a very, very sad reflection. And then more than that, you are attempting now to browbeat and threaten the petitioners who have moved the Supreme Court.
Sunil, thank you for joining us with all those details. In fact, high-handedness there by the authorities on the complaints which have been made against them by an NGO regarding the felling of these 1,100 trees in the national capital. Moving on now. In fact, there is once again a big setback as far as the government is concerned. The High Court has ordered opening of the Shambhu border, which is a crucial order now from the Punjab and the Haryana High Court. Remember, this is a key Delhi entry and exit point which has been blocked for months by the Delhi police, suspecting the farmers' movement as far as their protest is concerned. The court has said closure is causing inconvenience to the people. The road blocked during the farmers' protest should now be open. This is a direct, in fact, intervention of the Punjab and Haryana High Court, and has asked the Haryana government to open the Shambhu border, and has said that this is causing serious inconvenience to the general public, and the government should immediately go ahead and open these borders.
Recently, Punjab and Haryana High Court has issued an order saying within a week that passage should be open and a barricade should be removed from this Shambhu border, because this Shambhu border has a lot of importance if somebody is coming from Delhi to enter Punjab, and from Punjab, from Amritsar to Delhi, if somebody has to travel, this Shambhu border is the center point of between Punjab and Haryana. What we have seen, the High Court, after hearing the PIL, that petition which has been moved by one of the person for removing these barricades, and today we have seen the decision has already been taken by the court, saying that within 1 week that passage should be opened and barricades should be removed. We have seen the farmers, they have been saying they want to go to Delhi for their own demands, because for MSP guarantee and for other issues they have been struggling for the last so many months, so many years, and for that they wanted to move toward the national capital, but Haryana government had put up barricades at the Shambhu border at the entry point of Haryana, and they were not being allowed to go toward the national national capital. After that, we have seen the whole road has been blocked, and what we have learned from the local residents also, some of the businessmen, they had also approached the farmers also. They are saying there should be way out for this thing. But today, finally, PL has been moved in the Punjab and Haryana High Court, and High Court has already given direction to Haryana government, Haryana police to remove all these barricades so that this passage should be open, and there should be the people should move off through this route. So let's see that how the government is going to take a call and how they are going to follow the directions of Punjab and Haryana High Court, which has just been issued, and asking them to remove these barricades within a week. Back to studio.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In association with Alimony University.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
Welcome back. Now there are key bypolls, assembly elections, in fact, which are taking place across 7 states. This is 13 assembly seats in 7 states, which are the focus at this moment. TMC versus BJP on 4 seats of Bengal. After the Hooch tragedy, there is a big challenge for the DMK in the Vikravandi seat in the state in Tamil Nadu, and a litmus test for Punjab and Himachal Pradesh Chief Ministers Bhagwant Singh Mann and Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu. Now remember, there are seats, constituencies across Bihar, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Madhya Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Punjab and Himachal Pradesh, which are voting today. Bypolls to 13 assembly its constituencies is going on. Many of them because few MPs have vacated their seats and have gone to the Lok Sabha, which saw the BJP in fact falling short of the majority and opposition gaining an upper hand in the recently concluded Lok Sabha election. The BJP would want to put out a good performance, in fact, to send across a message of solidarity as far as their cadre are concerned. West Bengal is being seen very, very keenly. Once again, it's the Trinamool Congress versus the BJP, which is taking place as far as the 4 constituencies are concerned. Remember, the Lok Sabha elections threw out, by many standards, unexpected results for the Bharatiya Janata Party. whose tally, in fact, went down as far as the elections are concerned from 18 to 12. Now, the electoral exercise, this is the first since the Lok Sabha elections, will decide the fate of many veterans and some debutants. Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu in Himachal Pradesh, his wife Kamlesh Thakur is also in the fray. Let me bring in my colleagues, those who are tracking this across various states to try and understand from them what is happening in the state and how important are these elections. Saurabh joins us from West Bengal. Saurabh, it will once again be a time where the TMC would want to, in fact, ensure their supremacy over the Bharatiya Janata Party. They are buoyed by the elections that took place in the Lok Sabha and the fantastic results for the TMC.
Absolutely, and it's been a trend in Bypolls that the ruling party usually has its way, usually wins the seat, and that's something that the TMC is expecting. They are confident that they will win all 4 seats. The BJP, however, says that it's confident it will be able to retain some of these seats. Now remember, these are assembly seats, of which 3 were BJP-held seats. 1 was already a Trinamool-held seat, the Maniktala seat, where Shadhun Pandey died, the senior Trinamool leader, and then of course there's an election. His wife Shupti Pandey has been fielded by the TMC. But the other 3 seats, Bagda, Ranaghat Dokhin and also Raiganj, these were all seats that were held by the BJP. Now in Raiganj, of course, Krishna Kollani, the BJP MLA, resigned. He contested the Lok Sabha elections on a TMC ticket. He's back contesting as an MLA on a TMC ticket because he could not win the Lok Sabha elections. Then in Ranaghat Dokhin, you had Mukutmoni Adhikari, who of course was the BJP MLA there. He quit, resigned, contested the elections on a TMC ticket. The Lok Sabha elections, could not win. Now contesting the Vidhan Sabha elections once again on a Trinamool ticket. In Bagda, there has been some reports of violence also. There have been some reports of sporadic incidents of violence. The BJP has claimed also in one place, another place, of course, that one of their offices has been attacked. So sporadic incidents of violence. There have been arguments between TMC and BJP supporters. But in Bagda also, what we've seen is that the TMC has fielded a young woman, Madhuparna Thakur, who belongs to the Motua community, who is the daughter of Rajya Sabha MP Mamata Bala Thakur, and of course she's also from the Thakur Bari or the Thakur family, which is very influential there among the Motua community, and the Motua community is the major voting group in this constituency. So in all of this, you can see, of course, once again a Trinamool versus BJP battle. The Trinamool, of course, has the upper hand, but these are again BJP-held seats. At least 3 of them of the 4 are BJP-held seats that are going for Bypolls. So the BJP is hoping to retain these, because what they say is that even in the Lok Sabha elections, within these constituencies, the Vidhan Sabha constituencies, the BJP had a lead. So the BJP MLAs or candidates should be able to retain these seats. But an interesting election, Bypoll coming close on the heels of the Lok Sabha elections.
Right, sort of reporting there from West Bengal. Let me also bring in my colleague Sam Daniel, who is reporting from Tamil Nadu. Sam, a good result for the Congress and the DMK alliance, the DMK and the Congress alliance in the Lok Sabha election. But now this also coming under the shadow of the massive tragedy that took place in the state regarding the spurious liquor. What are the issues that are dominating this election, and what will be the impact of this result?
Ankit, that's right. This is the election. This is the first election after the DMK had swept the Lok Sabha elections, and this assembly seat was earlier held by the ruling DMK as well. So, going by the trend, this would go in favor of the ruling DMK during normal course of times. But this time, the recent illicit liquor tragedy in the neighboring Kallakurichi district could have an impact here. The opposition, the PMK that's fighting here, has been raising that issue time and again, saying that there was connivance by the enforcement agencies, there was alleged complicity by the ruling DMK functionaries there, and it was also raising the issue of the 10.5% internal reservation for the one-year community the PMK champions, and it has been blaming the ruling DMK of not doing enough to ensure social justice for this community, particularly after the High Court had struck down the earlier enactment by the ruling AIADMK then. This time the ruling DMK has put the blame on the central government, saying any caste-based census to provide this kind of internal reservation ought to be done only by the central government, and any survey done by the state would be struck down by the court. So these are the issues the state government has been facing, but the ruling DMK has been denying these, saying in the case of the Hooch tragedy, the government had immediately suspended the SP and several other police officers. Besides transferring the collector, a one-man inquiry commission is also inquiring into the incident, and several steps have been put in place, they say. They count on largely the welfare schemes of the ruling DMK in terms of the free bus rides for women, the 1,000 rupee monthly assistance for women. All these, they hope it will help the DMK reclaim this particular seat, since these elections are being held after an MLA of the DMK died recently. But we'll have to wait and see whether the campaign by the opposition, particularly in the absence of the key opposition party, the AIADMK, deciding to boycott, what kind of an impact will it have, or who will the AIADMK voters support? These are questions. But the larger point is, although this will not really impact the functioning of the government in any way, would the voters look at this by-election as a referendum of sorts on the performance of the ruling DMK? That's something we'll have to wait and see.
Well, the results are going to be very, very interesting. My colleagues are going to interpret the results as and when they do come. In fact, thank you so much, Saurabh and Sam, for joining us at this moment. We're getting some breaking news at this moment. The Enforcement Directorate has filed its charge sheet against Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and has made some big claims against the Chief Minister in the alleged liquor policy case. The ED has said in its charge sheet that Mr. Kejriwal is the kingpin and the main conspirator. ED also says bribe money was used by AAP in the Goa Assembly elections. Meanwhile, they have named Kavita, the BRS leader's PA, who provided 25 crores for the Goa elections. The ED has submitted WhatsApp chats between the Chief Minister and accused Vinod Chauhan. Arvind Kejriwal, remember, is accused number 37 out of 38 charged as far as this entire alleged scam is concerned. Aishwarya, my colleague, joins us with more details on this. Aishwarya, while the Chief Minister is fighting for bail, now this is going to be something that is going to rule the headlines for a few days, the charges which have been made by the Enforcement Directorate.
Well, certainly big claims have been made by the Enforcement Directorate in the charge sheet, which has been now filed. According to this charge sheet, there have been several revelations which had come across. It has been Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi Chief Minister, who had been named as an accused, and also Aam Aadmi Party had been named accused. It has been alleged in the charge sheet that Arvind Kejriwal is the kingpin and the main conspirator. In fact, it was also mentioned that Vinod Chauhan, who is also an accused in this case, Kavita's PA had transferred almost 25.5 crores to the Aam Aadmi Party during the Goa elections, and there had been WhatsApp chats between Arvind Kejriwal and accused Vinod Chauhan, which had been also submitted before the court. It has been made clear from the chat that Vinod Chauhan had a good relationship with Arvind Kejriwal, and he was thoroughly in touch with the Delhi Chief Minister regarding the money that was transferred. The charge sheet also stated that the Hawala note numbers and the money which has been recovered in Goa from the mobile of accused Vinod Chauhan. And also, there are instances where the money was seized by the income tax earlier as well. So from documents to the Hawala operator's statements and the statements of the WhatsApp chats had been also produced. It was stated in the charge sheet that the money was intended to be used by the Aam Aadmi Party in the Goa elections, and that's what the Enforcement Directorate had been saying from day one when the investigation was underway. Very importantly, Enforcement Directorate has also claimed that the money trail directly proves how proceeds of crime received by a bribe from South Group were used by Aam Aadmi Party in the Goa elections, and therefore the reason perhaps it is Arvind Kejriwal who himself was leading the entire money trail, and he was directly being involved as there were WhatsApp chats with him, and Vinod Chauhan had come out, and that screenshots has also been now presented before the Honorable Court. It is to the court to decide now that what sort of action they will take as far as the next hearing is concerned, but the charge sheet now had been filed in the court against Arvind Kejriwal and 38 other accused.
Just for the understanding of our viewers, Aishwarya, just give our viewers a brief of where the case stands at this moment after the charge sheet has been filed, and what is that are the options as far as the Chief Minister of Delhi is concerned.
Well, this is the last charge sheet according to the probe agencies that they have filed, in which Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party is also being named as an accused. Now, this clearly means that there would be more trouble that will mount for Mr. Kejriwal, because till now, the counsels of Arvind Kejriwal had been stating that there had been no direct accusations against the Delhi Chief Minister. Nothing had been found and presented in the court till now. And now when the charge sheet had finally been filed in the court can the court has already taken the cognizance of it, and when the next hearing will begin, the charges would be framed if the 38 accused, according to court, will be proved guilty, and once proved guilty, then the charges will be framed against these accused, and finally the verdict can come. But of course, we all know that in India's legal system, this can be challenged in the upper court as well. But certainly, when charge sheet had named Arvind Kejriwal, Vinod Chauhan, and K. Kavita's PA, and the entire money trail had been submitted, there had been proofs and evidences which had already been given to the court. This will certainly be a trouble for Delhi Chief Minister and other Aam Aadmi Party leaders who have been now named, as well as the Hawala operators' statements as well.
Sure. Thank you for reporting on this big story that we are tracking at this moment. The Enforcement Directorate coming out with some important details in the charge sheet. Now, the challenge for the agency, of course, is to prove their charges while the trial will start. I mean, the trial, remember, is yet to start as far as this case is concerned. So far, Mr. Kejriwal and a few of his party colleagues, the senior ones, including Manish Sisodia, are in fact in jail at this moment with respect to this case. Moving on now to West Bengal, where this has been a victory and a shot in the arm for the West Bengal TMC government in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has said that the Mamata Banerjee government suit against the centre is valid. Remember, this is regarding the government versus the CBI over the cases in West Bengal. The West Bengal government had revoked general consent for CBI. Now, the next hearing in the case is on August 13. The Supreme Court said it has wide ramifications over federalism, and this, in fact, what the Supreme Court's observations are being seen as a big victory for the West Bengal government.
The CBI, which was formed in the year 1963, they were very much able to prove themselves as the most trustworthy political wing of Bharatiya Janata Party. They are specially being utilized in the opposition-ruled states to gain the political benefit of Bharatiya Janata Party. In our state, in the year 2018, in the month of November, the general consent for CBI was withdrawn. It was revoked, and it was notified in the parliament as well. Tamil Nadu, Telangana, and 10 other states, they have withdrawn this general consent. Despite withdrawing the general consent, we have seen that CBI was registering several cases and they were doing investigation, against which our state went to the Supreme Court, and by recognizing an appeal, Supreme Court, we welcome this Supreme Court recognition, and it's not only the victory of Mamata Banerjee's Trinamool Congress government, it is a victory of Indian Constitution, it is the victory of the provision of cooperative federalism, parliamentary democracy, and individual right of individual state as given in the Indian Constitution.
Meanwhile, in a landmark decision, the Supreme Court has ruled that a divorced Muslim woman can seek maintenance from her ex-husband under Section 125 of the Criminal Procedure Code. The ruling came in the case of one Muhammad Samad versus State of Telangana. The Section 125 of the Criminal Procedure Code deals with the wife's rights to maintenance and applies to all married women regardless of their religion. The decision affirms that Muslim women can also invoke the provision to seek maintenance after divorce.
Now, in case there is a divorced Muslim woman is divorced, she can apply under the Section 125 of the Criminal Procedure Code to really get benefits. So it's in that context we'll have to wait and see how things proceed. But they are quite categorical about the fact that, Justice Nagaratna as well as Justice George Mashi are both giving differing judgments, but concurring judgments saying that Muslim women will be entitled to maintenance and alimony, but they have to follow the Criminal Procedure Code, the Code of Procedural Code, Section 125, to get the benefit. If you remember the Shah Bano case, they had given a ruling in that regard. Rajiv Gandhi at that time in 1985 tried to, do a U-turn to the Supreme Court judgment. This has, for Muslim women who have been facing, various talaqs and various divorce proceedings, now they will be entitled to that benefit of getting, alimony from their husband. But that will have to be followed through the Criminal Procedure Code. So that's the only new thing. They will be entitled to that benefit and they will be able to get maintenance. But there is a procedure to be followed. But definitely a big and an important step for Muslim women and Muslim rights.
Right, with that, we're slipping into a short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Director Shankar and actor Kamal Hassan's Indian set the box office on fire in 1996 pan-India. 28 years later, they've teamed up again for a sequel, Indian 2.
Thought of the movie is just a pan-Indian thought. So I'm confident that each and every citizen of our country can associate with this movie.
Is it true it took every day several hours for the prosthetic makeup to be done from Mr. Kamal Hassan?
3 hours to 3.5 hours. Then we can work maximum 5.5 hours only. So he has gone through all these difficulties because he loved the character and the passion for the cinema.
In a
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो. एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट एआई. इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट. मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं. ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ एआई. तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है. वेल एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है, बट आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग सून फॉर एवरीवन. और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे, यू कैन यूटिलाइज द फुल पोटेंशियल ऑफ गूगल्स एआई to make your life and your phones even smarter.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed.
We are shifting our focus back to Maharashtra, where Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, after cracking the whip on his party leader whose son is accused in the hit-and-run case, has now spoken. He has in fact reacted to this and has said the opposition is indulging in blame game. He has also said all are equal in the eyes of the law and no special favors are being given to anyone. Listen.
की तरफ से किसी को भी सपोर्ट नहीं किया जाएगा, किसी को भी मदद नहीं होगी. मेरे इंस्ट्रक्शन आपने देखे, पुणे में भी एक्शन हुई है और यहाँ भी आप देख रहे हैं एक्शन हो रही है, एक्शन होगी. किसी को भी छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा. कोई भी इलीगल काम करेगा उसको कानून छोड़ेगा नहीं.
सर क्या आप मुआवजा देंगे? सर क्या आप मुआवजा देंगे? मुआवजा देंगे? सर मुआवजा देंगे आप विक्टिम की फैमिली को?
उनके फैमिली के साथ हम लोग हैं. हमारे ही वो परिवार के लोग हैं, ऐसा मैं मानता हूँ। और निश्चित रूप से उनको भी जो सपोर्ट चाहिए, कानूनी सपोर्ट चाहिए, उनको आर्थिक सपोर्ट जो भी है वो कम करेंगे।
क्या आप अनाउंस करेंगे सर?
दिल्ली मध्ये महाराष्ट्रात मोठा पुरस्कार दिला जाणार आहे।
उनके परिवार को मुख्यमंत्री सहायता निधि से 10 लाख रुपए देंगे, वो हमारे परिवार के लोग।
Radhika, my colleague, now joins us with more details on this. Radhika, the Chief Minister reacting after cracking the whip, trying to assure that there is not going to be any special favors for anyone in his state. But as Aditya Thackeray was saying, the fact remains that there has to be an example made out of such people so that it serves as a deterrent.
That's right. Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, reacting. In fact, he has said that no one will be spared. Everyone is equal before law. Of course, we know for a fact that this man, Mihir Shah's father, Rajesh Shah, belongs to Shinde Sena. Now, he's been removed from the party. In fact, he was also arrested, granted bail. So, therefore, Eknath Shinde party had been taking a lot of flack over this. Now, of course, everybody is equal and indulging in blame game. Nobody will be spared and all the necessary action will be taken. There will not be any special favors to anybody. He also saying that the family will also be taken care of and compensation will be announced by Chief Minister of the state, and also going on to say that strict investigation action will be taken against illegal pubs as well. All guilty will be punished is the statement that he has made. So yes, Eknath Shinde Sena, which came under flack over, his deputy leader Rajesh Shah's involvement, has now reacted. But the opposition had been upping the ante since day one. Aditya Thackeray, in fact, wanting strict action. Of course, there was a delay as far as the action is concerned. It was 3 days after the incident that the arrest itself happened. So now, of course, assurances, promises being given by Chief Minister, but we'll have to wait and see because this is just the beginning. An arrest has taken place, but will it lead strong evidence being produced in order to convict this person? Will the police be able to prove whether he was drunk, if he was drunk at the time of the incident, and whether he was indeed behind the steering wheel as is being claimed by the police? Police say they have CCTV evidence to prove all of this, as well as eyewitness accounts to prove all of this. But a watertight case is something that the police is looking at, an assurance at the moment being given by the Chief Minister.
For joining us with all those details, Radhika, my colleague reporting from Mumbai. Moving on to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is on a historic one-day trip to Austria. He is in Vienna and has received the ceremonial welcome in Vienna. The Guard of Honor was presented to the Prime Minister. He's the first Indian Prime Minister to visit Vienna in 42 years. Let's go across to my colleague Mohammad Ghazali for more details. All right, Ghazali is with us at this moment. Mohammad Ghazali, just to understand and put things in perspective, how important is this trip, of the Prime Minister to Austria, and what is India expecting out of this trip?
See, last week the Foreign Secretary Vinay Kwatra has also called Australia an important Central European country which offered excellent opportunities for bilateral cooperation in infrastructure, renewable energy, high technology areas, the startup sectors, media and entertainment. So certainly these areas will be under the focus for discussion when the Prime Minister will meet the Chancellor of Austria. And back in 2021 on the sidelines of COP26 in Glasgow, the Prime Minister had held discussions with the then Austrian Chancellor Alexander Schallenberg, who is now the Foreign Minister of the country. So after the Russia's visit, this visit certainly assumes all significance at a time when the NATO summit is also happening in Washington. All the global leaders have assembled there. While Prime Minister is heading, he met the Russian president there. signaling a kind of the foreign policy which will continue in Modi 3.0, this new government, that it will have a non-alignment as well as it will prefer its own foreign policy, not getting influenced with what the West wants or what will be favored by the West. So in some sense, it's also signaling that how India has charted its own foreign policy, considering its interest first or prioritizing its own interest rather than getting influenced by what is happening in the West or what will influence the West first.
Mohammad Ghazali for joining us with all those details. Meanwhile, it is being seen as a big victory for Adani Ports in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court had stayed the Gujarat High Court order on the land allotted to Adani Ports in Navinal village. The Mundra Gujarat High Court had, in fact, ordered the retrieval of 108 hectares of land allotted to Adani Ports, which now has been stayed by the Supreme Court. On the other side, stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In a
Do you know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में develop कर लिया था? It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard, जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही unveil किया था, and the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, स्टॉपवॉच, timer, alarm, and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. 28 buttons इतने से size में, well, obviously उस time पे we didn't have touch screens. उस time पे I would say for engineers and for professionals it was such a boon. But then again this product failed because it was quite expensive, थोड़ा bulky था, and maybe
All right, we are taking you straight live to Vienna in Austria, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Austrian Chancellor, there is a joint statement which is going on at this moment after the bilateral listening.
Charter. My cabinet has been in constant contact with the European Union. Yesterday, I talked to Charles Michel on the telephone about potential perspectives and issues in this context. What is particularly important is the support of the European Union for a free and prospering Ukraine. Austria is making a substantial contribution. We're supporting the policy of the European Union on the one hand, but on the other hand, we have also delivered 250 million euro in bilateral aid. For me, it was an important signal that India, as a founding member of the BRICS organization, participated in the Swiss Peace Summit at Bürgenstock. Today we've been talking about an even stronger commitment and about possibilities of reviving the peace process. Prime Minister Modi and myself discussed the unique position of India in the so-called Global South. India is an important and influential and creditworthy country. India is the biggest democracy in the world, and therefore India's role, especially for Austria, is more than important when it comes to the peace process and future peace summits. As a reliable partner, Austria will be available as a site for dialogue, making use of its unique position as a neutral country, a member of the European Union, but not a member of NATO. As such, Austria is willing to act as a bridge builder and to contribute towards the achievement of a peaceful solution. Let me move on to economic relations. Currently, the world economy finds itself in a challenging situation. Against this background, it is particularly important for Austria, a strongly export-oriented country, to find new forms of economic cooperation. Today already there are excellent economic and trade relations with India, marked by mutual trust and confidence. 2.7 billion euro is the current trade volume. More than 150 Austrian businesses are operating in India, and we expect the number to increase, and there will also be Indian investments in Austria. There is high demand for economic cooperation, particularly when it comes to renewable energy, about environment and urban technology, urban development and infrastructure development. It's impressive to look at India's success when it comes to infrastructure, digitalization in society, and developing infrastructure at an enormous pace. Today's business forum, which is taking place right now at the Vienna Hofburg, about 40 businesses from India and Austria are coming together to engage in new cooperation and in identifying new economic opportunities. For me, as Austrian Federal Chancellor, cooperation in the field of science is important. Intensified cooperation between universities in Austria and in India. There is no better means of bringing different cultures and civilizations together than to ensure that young people can meet, have encounters in many ways. If you're working together on projects, learning on projects, experiencing technological progress and further developing it, this is particularly important. India has fascinating projects, and Austria has built an impressive level of know-how. So in the field of science and research, we want to intensify our cooperation. 41 years ago, that was the last time a Prime Minister of India visited Austria. I'm particularly happy that we are able to further build and develop cooperation with the world's biggest democracy in the interest of a good future for future generations. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, चांसलर कार्ल नेहमर, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार। सबसे पहले मैं गर्मजोशी भरे स्वागत और आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए चांसलर नेहमर का आभार प्रकट करता हूं। मुझे खुशी है कि मेरे तीसरे कार्यकाल की शुरुआत में ही ऑस्ट्रिया आने का अवसर मिला। मेरी यह यात्रा ऐतिहासिक भी है और विशेष भी है। 41 साल के बाद किसी भारतीय प्रधानमंत्री ने ऑस्ट्रिया का दौरा किया है। ये भी सुखद संयोग है कि ये यात्रा उस समय हो रही है जब हमारे आपसी संबंधों के 75 साल पूरे हुए हैं। फ्रेंड्स, लोकतंत्र और रूल ऑफ लॉ जैसे मूल्यों में साझा विश्वास हमारे संबंधों की मजबूत नींव है। आपसी विश्वास और शेयर्ड इंटरेस्ट से हमारे रिश्तों को बल मिलता है। आज मेरे और चांसलर नेहमर के बीच बहुत सार्थक बातचीत हुई। हमने आपसी सहयोग को और मजबूत करने के लिए नई संभावनाओं की पहचान की है। हमने निर्णय लिया है कि संबंधों को स्ट्रैटेजिक दिशा प्रदान की जाएगी। आने वाले दशक के लिए सहयोग का खाका तैयार किया गया है। यह केवल आर्थिक सहयोग और निवेश तक सीमित नहीं है। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर विकास, इनोवेशन, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, हाइड्रोजन, वाटर एंड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, क्वांटम जैसे क्षेत्रों में एक दूसरे के सामर्थ्य को जोड़ने का काम किया जाएगा। दोनों देशों की युवा शक्ति और आइडियाज को कनेक्ट करने के लिए स्टार्टअप ब्रिज को गति दी जाएगी। मोबिलिटी और माइग्रेशन पार्टनरशिप पर पहले से समझौता हुआ है। यह लीगल माइग्रेशन और स्किल्ड वर्कफोर्स की मूवमेंट में सहयोग देगा। सांस्कृतिक और शैक्षणिक संस्थाओं के बीच आदान प्रदान को बढ़ावा दिया जाएगा। फ्रेंड्स, ये हॉल जहां हम खड़े हैं बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। 19वीं सदी में यहां ऐतिहासिक वियना कांग्रेस होस्ट की गई थी। उस कॉन्फ्रेंस ने यूरोप में शांति और स्थिरता को दिशा प्रदान की थी। मैंने और चांसलर नेहमर ने विश्व में चल रहे विवादों, चाहे यूक्रेन में संघर्ष हो या पश्चिम एशिया की स्थिति, सभी पर विस्तार में बात की है। मैंने पहले भी कहा है कि यह युद्ध का समय नहीं है। समस्याओं का समाधान रणभूमि में नहीं हो सकता। कहीं भी हो, मासूम लोगों की जान की हानि स्वीकार्य नहीं है। भारत और ऑस्ट्रिया शांति और स्थिरता की जल्द से जल्द बहाली के लिए डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी पर बल देते हैं। इसके लिए हम दोनों मिलकर हर संभव सहयोग देने के लिए तैयार हैं। फ्रेंड्स, आज मानवता के सामने क्लाइमेट चेंज और आतंकवाद जैसी चुनौतियों पर भी हमने विचार साझा किए। क्लाइमेट के विषय में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सोलर अलायंस, कोलिशन फॉर डिजास्टर रेजिलिएंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, बायोफ्यूल अलायंस जैसी हमारी पहलों से जुड़ने के लिए हम ऑस्ट्रेलिया को आमंत्रित करते हैं। हम दोनों आतंकवाद की कठोर निंदा करते हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि ये किसी भी रूप में स्वीकार्य नहीं है। इसको किसी तरह भी जस्टिफाई नहीं किया जा सकता। हम संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ और अन्य अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संस्थाओं में रिफॉर्म के लिए सहमत हैं ताकि उन्हें समकालीन और इफेक्टिव बनाया जाए। फ्रेंड्स, आने वाले महीनों में ऑस्ट्रिया में चुनाव होंगे। मैं लोकतंत्र की जननी और विश्व के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र भारत के लोगों की ओर से चांसलर नेहमर और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के लोगों को अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। कुछ देर बाद हम दोनों देशों के सीईओ से मिलेंगे। मुझे ऑस्ट्रिया के माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी से भी मिलने का सौभाग्य मिलेगा। एक बार फिर मैं चांसलर नेहमर के प्रति उनकी मित्रता के लिए आभार प्रकट करता हूं और भारत यात्रा करने के लिए मैं आपको निमंत्रित करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Prime Minister there addressing during his one-day trip to Vienna. This is, of course, the first time in 40 years that an Indian Prime Minister has visited Austria. And there's also the Guard of Honor which was given to Prime Minister Modi in Vienna. And the Prime Minister there, of course, highlighting how he would want to increase cooperation and the ties between India and Austria. Right, let's take a look at the top stories that we are following in the bulletin at the moment. 3 days on, Maharashtra Chief Minister finally acts against the accused's father in the Mumbai hit-and-run case. Shinde Sena leader removed from the party post. Chief Minister Shinde says that the opposition is only indulging in blame game. This at a time when Shiv Sena, UBT Sena leader Aditya Thackeray visits the family of the accused. Opposition demands murder case against the accused. In the Mumbai hit-and-run case, authorities finally wake up. Juhu pub, where the accused drank, has been sealed and partly razed. Today, the accused, in a short while from now, will be produced in court. The Muda muddle in Karnataka, spotlight on Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and his family. The charges that Chief Minister's wife fabricated fudge documents in order to get prime property. BJP asks Karnataka government why no FIR in the case yet. Karnataka Chief Minister responds saying that a two-member panel is conducting probe. NDTV accesses contents of the ED charge sheet against Kejriwal. The charge sheet highlights and calls Kejriwal the kingpin in the Delhi liquor policy case. Supplementary charge sheet filed in the alleged liquor policy scam. In the Delhi tree felling case, Supreme Court issues notice to the Delhi police. NGO alleges harassment by the Delhi police. This in a case where 1,100 trees had been chopped in the national capital, Delhi Development Authority in the dock. Right, our top focus and that on the Mumbai hit-and-run case, where 3 days on, now Maharashtra Chief Minister has finally acted against the father of the accused. Remember, the father of the accused in this case is a member of Shiv Sena, of the Shiv Sena, and now we can see that the Maharashtra Chief Minister, also the head of the Sena in this case, has in fact removed this person, Rajesh Shah, from the party post that Rajesh Shah held. Remember, Rajesh Shah is the father of 24-year-old Mihir Shah, who's the main accused in this case. And we can see the Chief Minister there finally acting against the accused's father 3 days since the accident took place. In fact, this comes at a time when the opposition has been demanding a murder case, saying that this is not a case of accident, but instead murder sections should in fact be added to the FIR. 302 should be added to the FIR. In fact, Uddhav Sena leader Aditya Thackeray also visited the residence of the victim just a short while back and said that why has there not been any bulldozer justice delivered to the residence of the accused. Remember, we also saw earlier today that the Juhu pub where the accused had drank just hours ahead of this accident has been partly sealed. Let's take a look at the reactions coming in from the Maharashtra Chief Minister as well as Aditya Thackeray.
जो देर रात तक चलते हैं, पब है वहाँ पर और अनैतिक जो कुछ ड्रग्स है, ये सब बेचने वाले जो है उनके ऊपर भी कड़ी कार्रवाई करने का आदेश मैंने दिया हुआ है। इस केस में भी किसी को भी बिल्कुल सपोर्ट करना तो दूर की बात है, ये सभी लोग कानून के सामने, कानून के दायरे में एक समान है और इसलिए मैंने ये इंस्ट्रक्शन पहले दिन में दिया है और कार्रवाई आप देख रहे हैं।
हम यही मांग कर रहे हैं कि इनको न्याय मिले। जो मिहिर राजेश शाह है जिन्होंने इनकी पत्नी को मर्डर किया, इनकी पत्नी का, मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि एक्सीडेंट था, ये नहीं कहूँगा कि हिट एंड रन थी, ये मर्डर था। और मुझे लगता है कि सबसे कठोर शिक्षा जो है देश में वो इस मिहिर राजेश शाह को मिलनी चाहिए। जो बुलडोजर जस्टिस हर जगह ये रेजिम देने की कोशिश करता है, उनके घर पे अभी करके दिखाओ।
Right, I'm joined by my colleague Radhika. Radhika, the accused will be produced in court in a short while from now. But coming to the political war of words that we have in fact been seeing now, after the opposition has constantly in fact been raising this issue, firstly about why the delay in arrest, why the Mumbai police had not been able to arrest the accused for several hours since the accident. Now, of course, the second the two-pronged attack that we can see from the opposition side, asking where is the bulldozer justice in the accused's residence. The Chief Minister, of course, maintaining that this is just political blame game and in a way displaying that they are taking action. They have now removed the accused's father from the party post. So we can see there's an escalation of sorts as far as the political back and forth in this case is concerned.
That's right, political war of words as far as both Eknath Shinde and Aditya Thackeray is concerned. In fact, Maharashtra Chief Minister there assuring of fair justice as far as this case goes. In fact, he has said that law will be equal for all, there will be equal treatment, and the opposition should stop indulging in any sort of blame game. He's also promised a compensation of ₹10 lakh to the victim, but at the same time saying that, law will take its course and strictest punishment will be given as per law. Of course, Eknath Shinde Sena was under pressure, which is why this action of sacking Rajesh Shah from the party, that announcement has been made by Eknath Shinde Sena. At the same time, Aditya Thackeray, who had been reacting and responding over this case, whose constituency Worli is where the accident happened, has been talking since day one, whereby he today, in fact, took a political tone there by saying that it looks like there is political patronage here. There had been 3 days of delay. Was there a deliberate delay in order to, weaken this case is something that he has asked as to why there was a delay in arresting this accused and how that may perhaps impact the case. However, he's demanded strictest action for the accused, a fast track of this case, and also demanded murder charges to be imposed. He says that this is not just hit and run or culpable homicide not amounting to murder. Considering the sequence of events and what happened that evening, they should be treated as murder. So these are the reactions coming in. Political war of words. On one hand, Aditya Thackeray is perhaps blaming the government, and the administration for this delay. He's questioning this delay in arrest. And at the same time, Eknath Shinde Sena sacking this man, Rajesh Shah, father of the main accused, and at the same time saying that law will take its course and law is equal before everybody.
In fact, Radhika, as we speak, I believe that the accused, Mihir Shah, has been produced in court. It's been a few hours since the police have had him in custody. They are, of course, going to present in court the evidence that they have managed to collect so far. Sum up for our viewers where all the police teams actually visited. You were outside that Juhu pub yesterday, where the pub, of course, has been partly razed. It has been sealed also. But take us through the evidence collection that the police has done so far and what we have gathered in terms of the questioning which has been done of the accused.
As far as the evidence collected is concerned, there is a CCTV footage that the police is talking about, which talks about the sequence of events that night, especially how this accident happened. There is a CCTV footage, the police say, where the woman is seen dragged in that car. Mihir is seen behind the wheels, and then later Mihir has switched the seats with the driver getting onto the driver's seat, reversing the car, and once again, running over this woman without really getting out, without really trying to help, leaving her to die on the road. That's what happened that day. And this entire sequence has been captured on CCTV, is what the police has said before the court when remand of Rajesh Shah was happening. Of course, he's been granted bail. Today, of course, Mihir Shah, to be produced. Of course, he has been produced before the court now. It will be interesting to see what the remand will be like, how they will be seeking the remand. Another interesting point is, of course, the alcohol level, or whether he was at all under the influence of alcohol. Will the police be able to prove whether he was in an inebriated condition, considering 3 days have passed by? Perhaps police will have to rely on CCTV evidence for that, eyewitness account, to understand whether he did drink that night. So was he behind the wheels? Is there enough proof for that? That is something police will be producing before the court. And was he under the influence of alcohol? These are the 2 points that the police will be looking at, on the basis of which, substantial evidence will be spoken and produced by the police in order to get his remand. Of course, he's not been cooperating with investigations. He's confessed to having been behind, the steering wheel, but having denied drinking that evening. So that's what the police have said. But at this point, his statement's also changing. But it was a strategic move, certainly, by the accused and his family members to keep him in hiding for a matter of 3 days. So how the police will try and strengthen this case before the court in order to get maximum police custody, we will know in just a bit.
For the benefit of our viewers, if you can just take us through the sequence of events. It's been a hectic 72 hours of sorts in this particular case. Now the accused has been produced in court. But, the police fanned out across the state. There were 10 teams looking for this person who is a political leader's son. It is a high-profile case, and not in the back of Beyond in Worli in Mumbai. And the victim's family has, of course, given out a very emotional appeal saying politicians only come to their doors seeking votes but forget about the people after such a heinous crime takes place. So take our viewers through, refresh our memory in terms of what we have seen over the past 72 hours in terms of the chase by the police in terms of getting this accused finally to the court.
Certainly, Sunday morning is when this tragic incident took place, soon after which it was the driver who was arrested first and then the father of the accused. Of course, the accused who was driving the vehicle, Mihir Shah, was on the run. 3 days after the incident is when he was arrested, but initially it was the driver and father who were trying to tow away the vehicle from that particular area in Bandra East where the vehicle was abandoned, is when the police arrested them, later produced before the court. Father getting bail, driver sent to police custody, and then later Mihir Shah getting arrested. As far as the sequence of events on that fateful night is concerned, yes, it was Mihir and driver. Mihir was behind the steering wheel. He was speeding. After getting out of this pub where I'm standing, I'm still in that particular Juhu pub where, in fact, today the bulldozer action took place. I'll just show you the visuals while I talk about the sequence of events. So this is the pub from where he took off at about 1:30 a.m. with his friends. Now, of course, action being taken. There is, bulldozer action and BMC officials here tearing down the walls and, the iron grills as well as wooden grills. The extension, the illegal extension has been taken down by the BMC officials. So soon after leaving from this place, he dropped off his friends and then him and his driver were speeding. Mihir Shah was in control of the vehicle when he hit this scooter and dragged Kaveri for 1.5 kilometers. He was panicking, and later, of course, both of them did not bother to really help the victim. Instead, they switched seats and then once again ran over her and fled the spot, and then reached Bandra East, where the vehicle was abandoned. Mihir was asked to leave from there by his father. He called his father multiple times. He fled from there. He went to his friend's house, and from there, with his family members, which include mother and sisters, left for Shahpur, where he was for a couple of days. Meanwhile, of course, father, driver getting arrested, father granted bail, driver still behind bars. And later, through technical evidence, by tracing the phone location, police found that he was in Shahpur. Later, he shifted with his friend to Virar in a hotel, which is where police caught him yesterday and was brought to Mumbai and now being produced before the court.
Right. Radhika, if you can just tell us in terms of, Mihir has just been produced in court. In fact, we are playing out the shots on the right side of our screen right now, the shots of the accused being produced in court at the moment. But if you can just tell us, how did the police track down Mihir Shah? That's also a fascinating story. In fact, all the phone numbers connected to the individuals who were missing in this case had been switched off, but it was one friend's phone which switched on for a few minutes, which actually gave the police the breakthrough, right?
Yes, absolutely. It was obviously the phone tracking that really helped police after a point. Of course, all the phones, as you mentioned, were switched off of the family members, be it the mother, sisters, Mihir's friends, all those phones were switched off. But at some point, when they were in Shahpur, one of the driver's phone was on, which is what helped them trace their location to Shahpur. However, when the police reached there, they could find, the mother as well as the sisters, but couldn't really spot Mihir there because Mihir had by then left for Virar with his friend. And while, police was trying to track them down, although their phones were switched off, they were not successful in the initial attempts, but later his friend's phone was switched on for exactly a few minutes, for perhaps 5 to 10 minutes outside that hotel in Virar, which is when the police picked up that location, went there, with the help of the cell phone towers there, figured which hotel that was and spotted him there. So it was through, these technical evidence, or rather, with the help of technology, that the police were able to track down the family members as well as Mihir. Mihir was then picked up from Virar and taken to Mumbai. Of course, he was taken to an undisclosed location, which is interesting because he was not taken to Worli police station. He was taken to somewhere in a lockup near Arthur Road, highly secured, and then it was all done in a very hush-hush way because there was fear that, there could be some sort of, chaos that may be created. Because we know that, it was an emotional family that we saw yesterday, and we did speak to the neighbors around there as well. All of them, angry over what happened. Very, very disturbing turn of events, of course. The family were inconsolable and they wanted justice. So in order to avoid any kind of media attention or any sort of crowd gathering there at Worli police station, he was taken somewhere else, and then medical, and now, of course, he's been brought to the court and has been produced. So now we'll have to see what the arguments will be. Certainly, Mihir would have, Mihir's father would have, gotten, good set of lawyers for sure. Some illustrious lawyers will be representing Mihir, considering the political clout that the family has. So what kind of arguments the defense will put forth in order to prove he was not behind the wheels, he was not drunk. That is going to be interesting to watch out for. And prosecution has a challenging case ahead of them because, whether they'll be able to prove whether he was under the influence of alcohol remains to be seen. But they are very certain that with the help of CCTV evidence, they can prove that he was indeed behind the steering wheel and it was him who caused the accident. So these are the sequence of events. Now, all the action shifts to court, where we'll get to see some, interesting arguments there, and how the police is going to seek the maximum remand of this accused remains to be seen.
Radhika, very quickly, if we can also touch upon the mother and the sister. I believe they are also in police custody, and have the police managed to determine what kind of a role they had to play in terms of shielding him or helping him to hide, because they actually managed to trace him down finally at a resort in Virar, if I'm not mistaken. What are they looking at in terms of other family members and how they helped Mihir to hide for over 2 days before the police actually caught up?
Certainly, as far as family members are concerned, be it the father, mother, sisters, or some of the friends, they had all helped Mihir to hide, as well as, in the destruction of evidence per se, which is why the father was, of course, arrested, because father was instrumental in directing his son to go to an undisclosed place, to go to Shahpur. He sort of helped in the logistics of it all. And therefore, post which he went to Borivali, and then, to Goregaon first, then Borivali, and then to Shahpur. Shahpur, he was accompanied by his mother as well as his sisters. Later, police managed to get hold of all of them from Shahpur, and of course, Mihir from Virar. Yes, they were also detained. Mother, sisters, and friends were detained, but they were let off after questioning. And of course, this is to sort of, make a watertight case as to understand what exactly he did in the last 3 days in terms of destruction of evidence and so on, which is why their questioning is also imperative. So the family members were questioned in detail over the last many hours. They were let off. And as far as Mihir is concerned, he had been thoroughly interrogated. However, he's not been cooperating with the investigations. He denied having any alcohol, but he confessed to having driven that car, and also saying that he was panicking, he was scared, which is why he fled from the spot, and therefore he made multiple calls to his parents and friends.
Radhika, as you were saying that the police have already questioned the close family members, and of course Rajesh Shah in this case had also been arrested for a few hours before he was granted bail in this case. But in terms of the witnesses that the police has managed to question in this particular case, also the friends who were with Mihir that particular night before he actually went for a joyride, which led to this unfortunate incident. So have they actually managed to gather anything in terms of witness statements besides CCTV footage that they're scanning?
That's what the police is looking at. Police have, in fact, over the last 3 days, in order to find the accused, in order to track down the accused, did question a bunch of people. That include his family members, most of them who are absconding, of course, but some of the extended family members and his friends who he had accompanied, who accompanied him at this particular pub. One, that, and secondly, of course, the employees here as well. Employees in the pub, people who were here around that time, in order to understand whether he consumed alcohol. Apparently, he had paid a bill of rupees 18,000, which included hard liquor as well. So whether he consumed alcohol, how much alcohol he consumed, what state of mind he was in, how did he drive off, all those were asked to the friends and people who were present here in the pub on that night. Besides that, of course, any eyewitnesses during the time of the accident. Of course, the husband is the, prime witness in this case, because it was him who was trying to chase that vehicle, tried to stop him, after, he was hit by the vehicle and after his wife was dragged. So husband, of course, is a prime witness in the case who could talk about what exactly transpired. And fortunately, on that particular stretch, there were CCTV cameras that captured the entire sequence, which is what the police told before the court, that we have CCTV to establish that Mihir was behind the wheels. He dragged the woman for more than a kilometer, switched seats, and then ran her over again, and later fled the spot. And later the vehicle was abandoned. So multiple,
Right. Radhika, stay with us. I'm also joined by my colleague Anuj, who's outside that court where the accused has in fact been taken in just a short while back. Anuj, any update coming in terms of the arguments inside court? Anuj, if you can hear me, any update on the arguments inside court? Right. So we'll try and reconnect with Anuj in a short while. Let me go back to Radhika for the moment. Radhika, yes, as you were mentioning that, of course, in this particular case, the prime witness for the police obviously is the husband of the deceased. He was also the other person on the scooter, which was hit by the speeding BMW, which the accused was driving. Take us also through the reason why, you're standing in front of, okay, I'm being told that we can go back to Anuj. Radhika, I'll come back to you. But Anuj, you're reporting from outside the court where the production is taking place. Any update in terms of what's happening inside?
He's just been produced here in the court just 15 minutes ago. And now the hearing will take place. After what has unfolded today with regards to the case earlier, it is not expected to be a long hearing. Of course, it is the first one, so the police would, in all likeliness, get a couple of days police custody, which will later be, a demand would be made a couple of days later for an extension of the same. But there was a lot of crowd here to watch him, and then there was no trace of where exactly he is. There was a lot of confusion over where exactly Mihir Shah is throughout the day after he was arrested yesterday along with his detainees. It's important to note that it's only him who has been brought here. Most of the other detainees, including his family members, were let go off after the initial statements were recorded. And Mihir Shah has been brought to the court here, and in a short while the proceedings will begin. And in all likeliness, Mihir Shah is to get a couple of days police custody in this first hearing.
Right. Anuj, if you can also sum up in terms of the fact that, it's been a few hours that Mihir Shah was with it has in fact been in police custody since he was arrested last evening. What have the police managed to gather so far after speaking to him?
Well, there were a lot of questions about the whereabouts of Mihir Shah because he was not brought to the Worli police station, but he was interrogated elsewhere independently away from the other detainees. And what the first piece of information to come out from that piece of interrogation was the fact that he was in the initial round of interrogation was somehow trying to beat around the bush, was not really cooperating with the police the way they would have wanted to. But later, of course, there were reports of him confessing to the police that he was indeed behind the wheel, and then he panicked at the situation and then ran away. Although he very categorically refused the fact that he was under the influence of the alcohol, and that is something that the police had been trying to build in their report as well. They'll try to state here it in front of the court as well. But given the fact that the arrest was made 60 to 65 hours late, that the presence of alcohol in the blood, proving that particular fact becomes difficult. But otherwise, all the other statements which have been recorded from the other detainees and of course from Mihir Shah himself will be made public in the court when they are presented here in a short while.
Anuj, stay with us. Let me go back to my colleague Radhika. While Anuj is tracking all the updates, the hearing as such is still yet to begin. The accused, of course, is in the court premises. But Radhika, take us through the role of a female friend that the police are looking at. In fact, there are a number of calls which apparently were made between the two, which was also one of the dots that the police followed, in order to piece together and actually find the trail leading them to Mihir Shah. So tell us about the role of this friend that the police are looking at the moment.
That's right. The role of the female friend of Mihir is important here, because after Mihir caused the accident and he was about to abandon the vehicle, post the accident, in fact, he had made multiple calls, not just to his father, but also to his female friend who lived in Goregaon. So post abandoning the vehicle, he left from Bandra East area and then went to Goregaon, spent a few hours at his female friend's residence. In fact, this female friend was questioned later by the police also in order to understand where he was. In fact, there was suspicion that she may have provided him refuge. However, after spending some time at her residence, he escaped from there, went to meet his family that included his mother and sisters in Borivali, and from there his father instructed them to leave Mumbai soon and go to Shahpur. So there were two cars that were arranged for that, both of them family cars, in which they left from Borivali to Shahpur, where they were spent a couple of days, after which of course Mihir fled from there with his friend to Virar, where he was found. So yes, this female friend's role is very important because she had spent a lot of time with Mihir post the accident. She may be able to tell the police as to what his frame of mind was about whether he confessed to having done this whether he was under the influence of alcohol. All of that will perhaps be clear, as she was the immediate person who he had met post the accident for a couple of hours, which is why she was questioned, and perhaps she may be questioned further by the police in the days to come.
Right. Anuj, we've also seen, going back to Anuj now, who's outside the court. Anuj, as you were mentioning, that a number of other people had also in fact been detained, but for the moment we can see that the court production is only taking place of the main accused, Mihir Shah. They have let go of the other people after questioning them. In terms of the technical evidence that the police are looking at, besides CCTV and the phone records, what sort of a technical evidence have the police gathered so far in this case? Because very important for us to remember, which we have in fact been reporting, is that in terms of medical evidence, there is little that the police will get after examining Mihir Shah at this stage, because he's of course already denied, according to sources, that he consumed alcohol that particular night, but which is why it's very important for the police to get these witness statements from the people who were with him that particular night in order to establish that angle as well. So take us through what is, in terms of the police's focus, in terms of the evidence that they are gathering in this particular case.
As of now, from what we know, of course, there's a lot of information that we'll only become aware of once the details of the court proceedings come out. But as of now, there are two things that the police might base their two pillars of this entire argument might be, firstly, the multiple CCTV footages, right? Now, when we talk about CCTV footages, it is not just about the one which saw the Mercedes car go from Borivali to Shahpur. Of course, police tracked that particular vehicle and mapped a route for it, and that's how they were able to reach the place where the family and the prime accused had been absconding for more than 60 hours. That will be one of the CCTV cameras that they'll be looking at, firstly. Secondly, of course, the CCTV footages of the bar, of the pub, where Mihir Shah took his allegedly had alcohol. Now, the police are quite certain on that. And even when the leaders started coming here in the Worli police station, many of them, especially Varsha Gaikwad from the Congress party, said it that these videos should be made public via media. So you see CCTV footages of different locations, and especially of the pub, become an important part here for police to prove that he was indeed taking alcohol. Now the fact that, as you said, that blood report may not be as crucial as it would have been if it was done all on time. And secondly, all of this happened in the early hours, in dark nights. So there were several people present there when this accident happened, and we saw the husband of the deceased say, he very graphically narrated the entire story, in which he also mentioned several people being present there as well. And a lot of people, a lot of these eyewitnesses haven't officially, of course, confirmed the fact that Mihir Shah himself was behind the steering wheel. So the witness account of all those present at that particular point of time, his female friend, the interrogation with all the other detainees, including his family members and his friends, and the CCTV camera, which was used by the police to map the road of the Mercedes, which helped the family and the friend and the prime accused himself abscond from Borivali to Shahpur. All of these are, as of now, the most important piece of evidences that the police seem to have. But of course, more details will come out in an hour or so when the court proceedings end.
Right, and we'll be tracking all the updates with you. Anuj and Radhika, thank you so much for joining us with that. We'll keep coming back to you for more. On that note, we'll be slipping into a short break. More news and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Director Shankar and actor Kamal Hassan's Indian set the box office on fire in 1996 pan-India. 28 years later, they've teamed up again for a sequel, Indian 2.
Thought of the movie is just a pan-Indian thought. So I'm confident that each and every citizen of our country can associate with this movie.
Is it true it took every day several hours for the prosthetic makeup to be done from Mr. Kamal Hassan?
3 hours to 3.5 hours. Then we can work maximum 5.5 hours only. So he has gone through all these difficulties because he loved the character and the passion for the cinema.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
After
great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Here we are and ये है आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी. देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं.
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3, because X3 is really powerful in itself. और Insta360 X3 बहुत अच्छे options लेके आता है. It's a well-rounded deal altogether. So if in case you already have it, there is no point for you to upgrade to the X4 or any other camera for that matter. आप उसको अभी use कर सकते हैं for at least I would say एक और साल तक before you see any substantial upgrade in this technology. और हो सकता है अगले आने वाले जो मॉडल्स होंगे वो आपको ज़्यादा एक्साइटिंग लगेंगे.
नमस्ते टेक्निकल गुरुजी, मैं ऑनलाइन क्लास में पढ़ती हूँ और मुझसे ज़्यादा टाइम के लिए ईयरफोन्स नहीं पहने जाते. क्या आप मुझे ऐसे ईयरफोन्स या हेडफोन्स सजेस्ट कर सकते हैं जिन्हें हम 3 से 4 घंटे पहन सकें?
मैं आपको 2 सलाह दूंगा मेरी तरफ से. सबसे पहला तो अगर आप ईयरफोन्स यूज़ करते हैं तो उसमें आप ईयर टिप को चेंज करके देखिए, बिकॉज कई बार उसका साइज़ अगर आप चेंज करेंगे तो आपको ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल फील होगा और आप लंबे टाइम तक उनको पहन पाएंगे. सेकंड थिंग, अगर आपको स्टिल लगता है कि ईयरफोन्स जो है ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल नहीं हैं तो आई वुड रिकमेंड कि आप एक ओवर ईयर स्टाइल का हेडफोन लें. ओवर ईयर से मेरा मतलब ये है द कुशन गोज ऑल अराउंड.
Welcome back. Now, in a significant order, the Punjab and Haryana High Court has directed the Haryana government to open the Shambhu border, observing that closure is causing great inconvenience to the public. Remember, the Shambhu border had in fact been blocked. It's a key border on the Delhi highway, but it had been blocked for months owing to the farmers' agitation. The court has in fact now said that the shutting down of that border for months now, that highway for months now, has in fact caused a lot of inconvenience to people, and that the barricades should now be removed. Let me go across to my colleague Gurpreet, who's standing by from Shambhu border, I believe. Gurpreet, so a very important order coming in from the Punjab and Haryana High Court. What is the scenario right now at the highway, if you can explain for our viewers?
Well, yes, of course, we are explaining through the visuals. This is the highway which we are showing at this point of time, and we are standing towards Punjab side, and the next side which we are showing on the screen at this point of time, that is the Haryana side. We can see these visuals. This is the barricading which has been done towards Haryana side, and the farmers, they had moved from Punjab side. I'll request my Vijay to just show the visuals from this side towards Punjab side, where we can see that huge number of tractors and trolleys are there. At the same time, we can see Haryana government had put up all these barricades here. So as of now, what we can understand, the farmers say they have been being blamed by the government, saying that the farmers had blocked this road. But today, the High Court orders has already made it very clear. These visuals which are showing from the ground, it has a lot of importance. I'll request my Vijay to show towards Haryana side also, because these are the barricades. These are the cemented barricades which has been done by the Haryana government, so that the farmers will not be able to move from this place. We will talk to one of the farmers who is standing with us. We will talk to him to understand. तो आज हरियाणा, पंजाब एंड हरियाणा हाई कोर्ट ने जो डिसीजन दिया है कि ये हाईवे जो नेशनल हाईवे है दिल्ली टू अमृतसर, ये खुलना चाहिए, इसको कैसे देख रहे हैं?
सर एक गल तो क्लीयर हो गई हाई कोर्ट के ऑर्डर के नाल भी जो रोड बंद किए हुए ने वो किसानों ने नहीं बंद किए, वो सरकार ने बंद किए हुए, हरियाणा सरकार हुई चाहे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हुई, वो उन्होंने बंद किए हुए, किसानों ने नहीं बंद किए हुए। किसान तो पहला भी 13 तरीक तो ही बड़े शांतिपूर्ण धरने ते दिल्ली जा रहे सीगे ते हुण भी दिल्ली जाण नूं तैयार ने। बार्डर खुलणगे ते असीं अपनी जिहड़ी साडी 13 तरीक दी काल सीगी दिल्ली जाण दी, हुण भी साडी उही काल है। जदों भी 1 दिन 2 दिन 4 दिन हफ्ते का टाइम दिता कोर्ट ने भी हरियाणा सरकार नूं भी तुसीं इन्हां नूं हफ्ते दे विच विच इस नूं रोकां नूं हटा दो सारियां नूं ते इहनूं विला रोड नूं खाली कर दो। ते ओहदी गल इह है भी जो साडी काल सीगी 13 तरीक दी दिल्ली जाण दी, वो काल साडी हजे भी उस तरह दी एवें है ते जदों गेट खुलेगा ते दिल्ली असीं जावांगे जरूर।
तो आप कह रहे थे कि मीटिंग होगी, तो मीटिंग के बाद डिसीजन लिया जाएगा कि आप दिल्ली जाओगे?
जो हमने कहा था ना भी मीटिंग होगी, मीटिंग तो हमारे दोनों फोरमों की होनी है भी कैसे रणनीति करें, क्योंकि जो आज एक ये ऑर्डर हुआ है ना, उस एक ऑर्डर में कमी भी रही है ना। सिर्फ शंभू बॉर्डर के लिए ऑर्डर किया है मानयोग पंजाब और हरियाणा हाई कोर्ट ने, जैसे डब वाली, खनौरी, रतनपुरा, उन बॉर्डरों पर भी तो मोर्चा चल रहा है ना, उन पर रोडों को भी रोका हुआ है। उसके तहत मीटिंग होकर देखा भी हम टोटली इधर को जाएंगे, कैसे रणनीति वो मीटिंग में बनेगी। मगर जो दिल्ली जाने की है हमारी कल, वो ज्यों की त्यों है, दिल्ली तो जाएंगे ही, क्योंकि जो हमारी मांगे हैं वो दिल्ली से रिलेटेड है, ना कि पंजाब से रिलेटेड। जो हम यहाँ रुकेंगे, यहाँ तो हमें पंजाब सरकार ने नहीं, हरियाणा की सरकार ने यहाँ बॉर्डर लाकर तब रोका है।
So, well, a very clear word from the farmers. They say we will definitely move toward the national capital, that because they want for their demands that is from the central government, they want to carry forward toward the national capital. So once again, I request my Vijay to show all these visuals from the ground. We are reporting at this point of time from Shambhu border, where we are showing all these visuals from here. So other side of this road, this is the Punjab side from where we are reporting at this point of time. We are showing the lot of tractors and trolleys have been parked at the Shambhu border, where the farmers from February 13 onward, they are sitting on the protest. They are saying they are not being allowed to move toward Haryana, and they are not being allowed to even go to the national capital. For that, they are sitting here. And today we have seen Punjab and Haryana High Court has taken it very seriously, saying that why this national highway has been blocked, and a clear direction had been given to the Haryana government to just open these barricades in a week. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Gurpreet Singh China for NDTV, Shambhu border, Haryana.
Right, Gurpreet there reporting from Shambhu border about the farmers' demands there, and the farmers also reacting to the High Court order. We'll be taking a short break at this point. Don't go anywhere.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
Right, welcome back. Now on to another story that we have in fact been following on the channel very closely, and that is the Karnataka land allotment controversy, in which there's a complaint against Chief Minister Siddaramaia's wife. Now in the latest, the case of course deals with an allegation that the Chief Minister's wife had allegedly fudged documents in order to get a prime property. Now Karnataka Chief Minister has responded to the allegations which have been levelled, saying that there is a two-member panel which is conducting a probe in this case, and if any illegality is found, action will be taken. But the BJP is constantly asking the Karnataka government, why has no FIR been registered basis the complaint just yet? But first, before I go across to my colleague Pratibha, let's listen into what Chief Minister Siddaramaiah had to say today.
Enquiry ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಇಬ್ಬರು IAS ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಕೈಲಿ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದು ಏನು ತನಿಖೆಯಾಗಿ ಏನು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ತನಿಖೆಯಾಗಿ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬಂದು ಕಾನೂನು ಬಾಹಿರವಾಗಿ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ ಆಗಿ 100% ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ತಗೋತೀವಿ. ಈಗ BJPಯವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಮಾಡಲಿ ಪಾಪ, ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಶುರುವಾಗುತ್ತೆ 15ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿಗೆ. ಅದು ರೈಸ್ ಆದರೆ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಸರ್.
Let me go across to my colleague Pratibha now. Pratibha, the BJP is of course asking why no FIR in this case yet. What is the evidence that the two-member panel is looking at the moment in order to determine whether there's an illegality?
Well, there are multiple allegations here. One is the fact that the CM claiming that ever since 1998, when the land was gifted to his wife by his brother-in-law, they haven't got any kind of compensation from MUDA, and that MUDA had illegally procured that land from them, and now he demands a compensation. It was land for land based on the order that was put out during the BJP's regime, and that is how he got around 38,284 square feet of site that was allotted to him. Now, what has been the bone of contention is the fact that the BJP claims that a land that was taken by MUDA, which is of low value, was compensated with a land of very high value in a premium area. How is that justified? Now, the justification provided by the CM is the fact that this order was done during BJP's tenure and was granted to him during BJP's tenure, and what is wrong with that? Now, while this political face-off is on, there is also a fresh police complaint by a social activist who has suggested that all those documents are now forged, and that this was purchased much later, even though it was denotified with forged documents claiming that this is an agricultural land. And so the entire purchase, as well as the gifting of that land between the brother-in-law and the wife, of Siddaramaiah was done with the sole purpose of deriving this compensation of a high-value plot from Moda. Now, all of these multiple allegations, from the documents to the purchase deed as well as the registration, each of them will have to be verified along with the fact that this kind of a site allotment and the scam deals could be worth around several thousand crore rupees that would cost the state exchequer. So all of these need to be verified, and we'll have to wait to see whether this would reach its logical end with respect to the committee that has been formed, 2-member committee with 2 IAS officers there who would be looking into each of these allegations here.
Right. The opposition, of course, raising questions about this particular case, alleging bias. Pratibha, thank you so much for joining us with that. Latest in the Delhi liquor policy case, and NDTV has accessed contents of ED's supplementary charge sheet in the case, which has named Arvind Kejriwal as the kingpin of the alleged scam. ED, in fact, in its charge sheet has said that Aam Aadmi Party used the bribe money, the proceeds of crime from this particular case during the Goa elections, and that the South Group, South Lobby, quote-unquote, which had been led by BRS leader K. Kavita, according to the ED, had in fact given 25 crore rupees to Aam Aadmi Party as bribe money, according to this charge sheet. Let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya for more on this. Aishwarya, what are the highlights in this particular charge sheet, which very crucially also names Aam Aadmi Party, the party, as an accused?
Well, certainly, this is the 7th supplementary charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate, and this charge sheet has revealed some sensational claims. It has mentioned 38 accused in the entire liquor policy case, and it was Arvind Kejriwal who had been named accused number 37, and Aam Aadmi Party is accused number 38. Now, there had been direct connections that had been mentioned of Arvind Kejriwal, how he has been directly involved in the entire money trail, and how he has been named as the kingpin and the main conspirator of the case, and when he is the national convener of a political party which had been benefited through these money that had come in from the Hawala channels. The Aam Aadmi Party is also solely responsible, and therefore treating it as a company, Aam Aadmi Party had been named as an accused. Now, there had been several highlights in this charge sheet. Of course, Arvind Kejriwal's WhatsApp chats and screenshots had been attached with Mr. Chauhan, who is also one of the accused, how Mr. Vinod Chauhan is was in very close touch with Mr. Kejriwal, and how he routed the entire Hawala transactions of almost 25 crores to Goa, which was used as far as election campaigning for the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. Mr. Chauhan is the person who had paid the hotel amount as well, where Arvind Kejriwal stayed in a 7-star hotel when he visited Goa. How the South Group had contacted Mr. Vijay Nair, and in a meeting it was stated by Arvind Kejriwal that he is his boy and he can be trusted. So all these transactional details, the WhatsApp chats, how the entire timeline was erupted in almost 250 pages charge sheet. This has been mentioned. According to the Enforcement Directorate, this is going to be the final charge sheet, and from here on, if the court permits this charge sheet, and finally the charges are being announced, and Arvind Kejriwal and other accused 38 had been named guilty, then certainly charges would be framed against them. So big trouble now mounting for Mr. Kejriwal, Sisodia and the others who had been involved in the entire scam, and certainly the legal battle from here on would be more difficult. Of course, there are options behind them. If the accused are announced as guilty and pronounced guilty by the court, then they can approach the higher court. But certainly these charge sheets have several details that are interesting and very serious in nature as well, pertaining to the entire excise policy case.
Right. Aishwarya, thank you for taking us through the highlights of this supplementary charge sheet, a very significant one there in this particular case. We'll be heading into a short break. Stay tuned to NDTV.
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो। एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट AI, इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट Gemini, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट। मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स Gemini से लिखवा सकते हैं। ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ AI। तो Gemini अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है। वेल एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है, बट आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग सून फॉर एवरीवन। और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे, यू कैन यूटिलाइज द फुल पोटेंशियल ऑफ गूगल्स AI to make your life and your phones even smarter.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
You know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में डेवलप कर लिया था. It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard, जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही अनवील किया था and the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, स्टॉपवॉच, timer, alarm and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. 28 buttons इतने से साइज में. Well, obviously उस टाइम पे we didn't have touch screens. उस टाइम पे I would say for engineers and for professionals it was such a boon. But then again this product failed because it was quite expensive, थोड़ा bulky था and maybe not that easy to use that. But मैं बोलूँगा it was the beginning of the era of smartwatches and eventually today you know how popular they are. जहाँ पे हर किसी से जब आप मिलते हो आफ्टर द मोबाइल फोन द सेकेंड परचेज दैट यू डू एज अ गैजेट इज डेफिनेटली अ स्मार्ट वॉच दीज डेज. डिड यू नो दिस? If yes, amazing. If no, then please let me know. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Here we are and ये है आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहाँ पे मैं देता हूँ आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी. देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं.
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say, please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3, because X3 is really powerful.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
In the Mumbai hit-and-run case, the accused Shinde Sena Neta's son has been produced in the court. The hearing is underway after accused was produced in the court. Police says that they need custody for investigation. Authorities finally wake up, and the Juhu pub where the accused drank has been sealed and partially razed. 3 days on, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde finally acts against the accused father. Shinde Sena leader has been removed from the party post. Chief Minister Shinde says that the opposition in the meanwhile is indulging in a blame game. Opposition demands murder case against the accused and says that deliver bulldozer justice at the accused home as well. Kejriwal is the kingpin and the main conspirator in the liquor policy case. ED has claimed in their charge sheet, a supplementary charge sheet has been filed in the alleged liquor policy scam. The Mysore Urban Development Authority muddle gets murkier. Spotlight now on Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and his family. Allegations have been levied, says that the Chief Minister's wife had fabricated documents for the plot. BJP, in the meanwhile, asks the Karnataka government, why has there been no FIR yet? Karnataka Chief Minister says that two-member panel is conducting the probe. In the Delhi tree felling case, Supreme Court sends notice to the police. The NGO alleges that they were harassed by the Delhi police. Remember, 1,100 trees were chopped in Delhi. DDA is also in the dock. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Usama Shah. Our top story at this hour is the Mumbai hit-and-run case. Accused Shinde Sena Neta's son, Mihir Shah, he has been produced in the court. The police has said that they are investigating who helped the accused. In fact, the police also mentioned that the accused disposed the car's number plate. Now, the prosecution lawyer has said that the accused has changed his appearance in fact, they added saying that the accused is not cooperating. The defense lawyer, in the meanwhile, said that the police custody is not needed in this particular case and that the investigation has been complete as Shinde Sena leader's son has been arrested after 3 days. Meanwhile, in the particular case, action has been taken on the Juhu bar authorities as well. The authorities have demolished parts of the bar, and excise department has suspended the bar's license. The accused, remember, has allegedly drank at the pub ahead of this accident. Now, sections of that bar in Mumbai's Juhu that served alcohol to Mihir Shah were demolished by city officials 24 hours after excise department officials. They sealed that property. Now, Mihir Shah, who is 24 years old and below the legal age of drinking, hours ahead of the collision in which a BMW Ram ran over a two-wheeler, killing a 45-year-old woman and injuring her husband. Now, apart from serving liquor to underage persons, the bar was also sealed for serving alcohol without a proper license and for illegal construction on the property. These illegal bits were also, in fact, demolished. But the main big story at this point is that Mihir Shah, he has been produced in the court. The police, they have argued and said that they want custody of the accused in this particular case. And Radhika, my colleague, joins us to get us more details. Radhika, give us the latest. What is happening in the court at the moment?
That's right. As far as the court proceedings are concerned, yes, the police has sought maximum custody. We will have to wait for some more time to understand, what kind of custody will be given, how many days custody will be given by the court. That is something we'll know in just a bit. But arguments happening from both prosecutors.
Are underway. It needs to be found who helped this accused, how he changed his appearance, what happened to that number plate, where did he dispose it of, and who were the people responsible for him escaping and hiding, and also details of the car itself, the registration details, as well as whether he had license at all. So these were some of the arguments made by the prosecution in terms of understanding the sequence of events and also who sort of helped this accused flee from the spot and who he was in touch with post the accident. This is what the prosecution has spoken about, and also questioning his change of appearance immediately after the accident, to which the defense said for change of appearance can't be grounds for seeking police custody, and investigations are almost over. This individual, Mihir Shah, was also taken to the spot of the accident as well. He was questioned, grilled. The driver was questioned, grilled. Driver's custody is also ending tomorrow. And all the investigations are being carried out. And instead of talking about investigations per se, they are demanding his remand based on appearance change. The number plate is something that was just, broken, due to a collision. And therefore, it was put inside the car. So therefore, defense claiming that there is no need for police custody. So it remains to be seen how many days police custody will be given. But at this point, we believe the arguments by the prosecution and defense are concluded. Prosecution demanding maximum police custody, seeking custody to understand what exactly happened post the accident, who helped him, what is his state of mind, and what was the evidence that was destroyed post that. And also in order to understand, who are the other people involved in the destruction of evidence, and also whereabouts of the car, the registration license, and also where the number plate was disposed.
Right, absolutely. In fact, what the prosecution lawyer, Radhika, has mentioned is that they want to find out how many people helped the accused in this particular incident. So who all are under the scanner at the moment?
Right, yeah. Before I get to that, we have a breaking update here. We believe that police custody has been given, 6-day police custody. So he's been granted police custody till 16th of July. So Mihir Shah will be in custody till 16th of July. So that's the breaking update we're getting at this point. He's been granted 6 days of police custody, more than what was granted, to the police as far as his father and driver were concerned. So 6 days of police custody. So he will be grilled for the next 6 days in order for the police to understand the sequence of events and to understand the details of the destruction of evidence. And as you pointed out, yes, there are more people perhaps involved in the case, which is why more people, including his female friend, other friends,